local counsel John Monroe.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that at all.
With local counsel John Monroe. Am I right?
Okay.
Richard Rice and Chris Mullivan from Mr. Cheatham, who waives his presence. Your Honor, who waives his attendance at the hearing.
I think we're now to Mr. Roman.
Good morning, Judge Ashley and John Merchant for Mr. Roman, and he waives his presence.
Greg Gillen and Anthony Lake for Mr. Schaefer, and he is present.
All right, and then Mr. Floyd. All right, not seeing Mr. Floyd present today or anyone on behalf of his counsel. He received notice that today would resume, and so I will make a finding that he's decided not to attend today's round 2. All right, anything we need to take up before resuming? We have someone from the gallery.
Sorry, Robin Martin, we have John Morrison's office. He's sick today.
Okay, and Mr. Floyd has decided what exactly? Did he? Ms. Cross.
It sounds like it's a deliberate choice for Mr. Morrison not to be present this morning, and the defendant was certainly here yesterday if he joins later. Otherwise, I think we can call that a voluntary waiver.
Okay, I agree, and I haven't heard anything else from Mr. Morrison or any other counsel. Is there anything we need to take up before resuming testimony here? Let me start with the state.
I'm sorry, thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, the state had asked that Ms. Yurdi be, her subpoena be held in case we needed to recall. I let her attorney know last night after speaking to me we don't intend to recall her, and as far as the state's concerned, I know she'd already been released from the subpoena from the other side, so there was no reason for her to be released today from the state's concerned.
All right, Ms. Merchant, can we excusing Ms. Yurdi?
I talked to her attorney last night, and I said, we had a different conversation, so I think she's still on standby.
So your position has changed since yesterday?
Well, based on the state's representation that they may have rebuttal evidence, but they didn't give us that, so I don't know what that is. So in rebuttal, if they present something in rebuttal that I need to call her to talk about, then I.
All right, we'll address it as it comes up. What else? Anything else, Ms. Cross?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Merchant.
I know that we're still in the middle of Ms. Willis, but we need to address some of the things that were said yesterday in court in regards to Mr. Bradley's privilege, things like that. Do you want to do that now, or would you rather do that before Mr. Bradley?
When you say address them, what do you mean?
Well, there's a couple different issues, but we've got the privilege issue is one of them. But I also, what I did was I drafted all my questions, and I thought I could give those to the court, opposing counsel, everyone can review them, so we didn't have to worry about the privilege stuff. There were some allegations made. I had a transcript made of the proceeding yesterday. Some specific allegations that I think I should have an opportunity to review. Specifically that I had egregiously misrepresented, that things that I had said were patently false, and that all of that information came from Mr. Abadi. Speaking of Mr. Chopra, I spoke with Mr. Chopra. We talked to him in the car on the way here on speakerphone, Mr. Merchant and I. And he said that he didn't tell Mr. Abadi any of that information, doesn't know where Mr. Abadi got it from. Mr. Abadi says that he did, so, you know.
If there's any clearing of the air that needs to happen, and if we need to get to that, I think the right time would be once we've actually seen all the evidence that comes out. So.
Thank you. I just wanted to let the court know. Thank you.
And in terms of the privilege issue, if you're planning to recall Mr. Bradley, and you've actually typed out some specific questions, then yes, I think that would be. And are willing to provide those to counsel for Mr. Bradley and the state. Before we call.
Okay, great, thank you. And I have a copy for the court. I have one copy for Mr. Evans. I know Mr. Abadi was objecting to privilege yesterday, but I think it's actually Mr. Evans that needs to do that.
Was Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans is here. Okay. All right. Anything else from any counsel?
Both the rule, make sure it's still in.
Rule is still in place. All right. Not seeing anything else. If we could bring back in Ms. Willis.
Actually, Your Honor, the state has no further questions for Ms. Willis, so
All right.
no need to recall.
Okay, Ms. Merchant. Next witness.
I think we're about to hit the privilege issue.
We are about to hit the
There we are. Okay. Then do you need counsel need a moment to take a look at her questions?
Yes, so I've got a copy. Oh, I guess Mr. Evans.
And then do we have Mr. Bradley somewhere in the whereabouts nearby?
Mr. Chopra, I informed Mr. Chopra that he's still under subpoena, so.
Well, him and his client.
Yes, I'm also with Mr. Bradley, and he's actually not here today.
We need you to identify yourself for the record, sir.
My name Van Ward. He's not here at this moment. He has a doctor's appointment that he's currently in as we speak. And his representation is on the way here as well. I'd love to be able to get one of the.
Do you have a copy of that?
I just want Mr. Evans.
Is there one for-
Do you have a time estimate of when he's supposed to be here?
I have one copy for y'all. Of the questions?
Not for-
Where's the doctor in relation to here?
Send them to
Yes, at the very earliest, it would be free about 10 o'clock, 10 to 10:30.
All right, he's currently driving here as we speak.
He's at the actual doctor's office as we speak.
Okay. And
And I think the council was informed of that last night, that he would not be here until at the earliest 10 to 10:30.
all right,
I wasn't until 10 or 10:30, but.
sure. Ms. Merchant, other than Mr. Bradley, did you have any other witnesses?
Not that I can call before Mr. Brown.
But I do think we can take up some of the privilege
Sure.
questions.
No, I think we can use this time to do that. So why don't y'all take a moment to look at the questions and then let me know when you're ready to proceed.
My part of it doesn't have to do with questions. I understood yesterday, I know these gentlemen are looking at the same time, so you want me to wait until they've had a chance to.
Well, I think you're about to maybe make a legal qualification here, so why don't we hear what you've got?
Yesterday, it sounded as if the witness was going to decline to answer any questions at all in relation to communications or observations or anything, be it independent source or otherwise, that took place during the time of the alleged attorney-client privilege relationship, which is 2015, I think, until the present. I understood that as referencing not simply attorney-client privilege communications, but what we commonly refer to under 1.6 as confidences and secrets, which are not covered by the attorney-client and are not barred from testimony or evidence in a courtroom. But it sounded as if the court is going to have to order Mr. Bradley to testify, and then Mr. Bradley will have to take a position of whether he's going to follow the court's order, heed the court's order, or whether he's not. If he does, then we'll be able to get in hopefully to the questions that Ms. Merchant has prepared on Mr. Roman's behalf. If he says, I'm not going to comply, then theoretically we're in a position in which the court will have to hold him in contempt. And then, at that point, my guess would be that somebody would say, I would like him to have the contempt stayed while I take it up on appeal. So I'm just trying to play through where we're going
Sure.
to be. Because if we're going to do that, we might as well. Before we start saying-
That's a good thing to flag now, and I agree that yesterday during the hearing there was some intermingling of 1.6 and attorney-client privilege, and now having had the time to kind of parse through that, and it does seem that there is a distinction between the two. One is not covered by the evidentiary privilege, and pulling the case of Tenet Healthcare Corp., 273 Georgia 206, Supreme Court doesn't make that distinction. So to that end, Mr. Evans, as we work through these issues, I would say that when Mr. Bradley takes the stand, I would be directing him to respond and be responsive to any questioning that may be covered by Rule 1.6. That would be the order of this court. But that still reserves the issue of attorney-client privilege. So as you're reviewing those questions, we'll keep that in mind, and I'll be interested to hear your response. Anything else you think we should clarify before we take a break to look at the questions? you have a copy for me?
Yes, I do. A copy of the questions, Judge, and I also have copies of there's the exhibit that I would be filing. Would you like that as well? I just did those.
So I have an objection to filing. You say you want to file it?
No, that I'm going to use Mr. Bradley's testimony. I think it would help, but we can wait and I can use it. Yeah, for a strict question that I gave Ms. Bradley.
All right, and counsel for Mr. Bradley, I'm sorry, could I get your name one more time? I didn't write it down.
Maybe I would.
Mr. Ward?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ward, if we could get some regular updates of where he is and how he is progressing towards the courtroom. And then when everyone has had a chance to read these questions in the interim, let me know and we can take this up. Mr. McDougall.
I have a text message from one of Mr. Floyd's lawyers that he's logged in on the Zoom conference, Your Honor.
Okay. Is someone joining us by... Thank you. Is someone joining us by Zoom that wants to appear for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Chris Kachuroff for Mr. Floyd.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kucherov. And I think we had a legal assistant here announcing on Mr. Floyd's behalf, but I think it would be better to have counsel of record any announcement in terms of Mr. Floyd's presence this afternoon, or excuse me, today.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I don't know. Did you ask a question?
Yes, sir. So Mr. Floyd joined us yesterday, but I do not see him here today. Do you have an announcement about his presence for today's hearing?
No, he will not be present, Your Honor.
All right.
We would waive his presence.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kucherov. All right. We'll be in recess until I hear from the parties.
Thank you.
Well, while we wait for them to come back from recess, which appears to going to be a moment, we're going to pull up Kamala Harris's remarks in Munich, and then we'll get back to their court case because it appears that they are definitely going to be a minute. And before they...
United States, Kamala Harris. It's the third consecutive year at the MSC. It's the second Vice President of the United States to attend the MSC 3 times after Joe Biden. And it's a sign of this administration's strong commitment to transatlantic partnership and of MSC's transatlantic rules. Also, I have an impressive U.S. congressional delegation here from both sides of the aisle. Madam Vice President, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Christophe. Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Before I begin today, We've all just received reports that Alexei Navalny has died in Russia. This is, of course, terrible news, which we are working to confirm. My prayers are with his family, including his wife, Yulia, who is with us today. And if confirmed, this would be a further sign of Putin's brutality. Whatever story they tell, let us be clear, Russia is responsible. And we will have more to say on this later. As Christophe said, this is my third time here, and I'm honored to be with so many friends. This year we gather amid an increased instability and conflict in the Middle East. We gather amid Russia's ongoing aggression in Ukraine, China's efforts to reshape the international order, transformative technological change, and of course the existential threat of the climate crisis. In this context, I know that there are questions here in Europe and around the world about the future of America's role of global leadership. These are questions the American people must also ask ourselves. Whether it is in America's interest to continue to engage with the world or to turn inward. Whether it is in our interest to defend long-standing rules and norms that have provided for unprecedented peace and prosperity, or to allow them to be trampled. Whether it is in America's interest to fight for democracy, or to accept the rise of dictators. And whether it is in America's interest to continue to work in lockstep with our allies and partners, or go it alone. Today, I will explain how President Biden and I answer these questions with full knowledge that how America responds will affect the American people, the people of Europe, and people around the world. I believe it is in the fundamental interest of the American people for the United States to fulfill our long-standing role of global leadership. As President Biden and I have made clear over the past 3 years, we are committed to pursue global engagement, to uphold international rules and norms, to defend democratic values at home and abroad, and to work with our allies and partners in pursuit of shared goals. As I travel throughout my country and the world, it is clear to me this approach makes America strong, and it keeps Americans safe. However, there are some in the United States who disagree. They suggest it is in the best interest of the American people to isolate ourselves from the world, to flout common understandings among nations, to embrace dictators and adopt their repressive tactics, and abandon commitments to our allies in favor of unilateral action. Let me be clear. That worldview is dangerous, destabilizing, and indeed short-sighted. That view would weaken America and would undermine global stability and undermine global prosperity. President Biden and I therefore reject that view. And please do understand, our approach is not based on the virtues of charity. We pursue our approach because it is in our strategic interest. I strongly believe America's role of global leadership is to the direct benefit of the American people. Our leadership keeps our homeland safe, supports American jobs, secures supply chains, and opens new markets for American goods. And I firmly believe our commitment to build and sustain alliances has helped America become the most powerful and prosperous country in the world. Alliances that have prevented wars, defended freedom, and maintained stability from Europe to the Indo-Pacific. To put all of that at risk would be foolish. President Biden and I have demonstrated there is a smarter way. When it comes to America's national security, our approach starts with our historic direct investment in the working people of America, an investment which has helped build a resilient and innovative economy. We are clear we cannot be strong abroad if we are not strong at home. We have made a once-in-a-generation investment to rebuild our roads and bridges and ports and highways, with more than 40,000 infrastructure projects across all of our 50 states. We're bringing semiconductor manufacturing back to America, which will secure our supply chains and enable the future of technology. And we have invested $1 trillion to address the climate crisis and build a new clean energy economy, reduce emissions, and meet our global climate commitments. Our economic vision has ensured America's economy remains the strongest in the world, with historic job creation, historic creation of small businesses, and broad-based economic growth. And over the past 3 years, backed by this strong track record at home, we have implemented our national security strategy. In the Indo-Pacific, we have invested heavily in our alliances and partnerships and created new ones to ensure peace and security, and of course, the free flow of commerce. We have responsibly managed competition with China, standing up to Beijing when necessary, and also working together when it serves our interest. In the Middle East, we are working to end the conflict that Hamas triggered on October 7th as soon as possible, and ensure it ends in a way where Israel is secure, hostages are released, the humanitarian crisis is resolved, Hamas does not control Gaza, and Palestinians can enjoy their right to security, dignity, freedom, and self-determination. This work, while we also work to counter aggression from Iran and its proxies, prevent regional escalation, and promote regional integration. In addition, we have strengthened our partnerships on the continent of Africa, understanding that the innovation happening on the continent will shape the future of our world. We have also worked with partners in the Caribbean and throughout Latin America to increase private sector investment, address the climate crisis, and address the root causes of migration. And the Biden-Harris administration has led the world to respond to the climate crisis and ensure AI is developed in service of the public interest. We have also worked to advance and uphold rules and norms for outer space and to empower women around the globe. And here in Europe, we have joined forces with our friends and allies to stand up for freedom and democracy. Christophe, I reflect on 2 years ago when I first stood on this stage on the eve of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Many of of us will recall that time when many thought Kyiv would fall within days. Yet the skill and the bravery of the people of Ukraine, along with the leadership of President Zelensky and the 50-nation coalition the United States has led, has allowed Ukraine to achieve what so many thought was impossible. Today, Kyiv stands free and strong. The world has come together with leadership from the United States to defend the basic principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, and to stop an imperialist authoritarian from subjugating a free and democratic people. Make no mistake, Putin's war has already been an utter failure for Russia. Ukraine has regained more than half the territory Russia occupied at the start of the conflict, thanks in part to a massive supply of American and European weapons. The Russian military has suffered severe setbacks. It has lost 2/3 of its tanks and more than 1/3 of its fleet in the Black Sea. Because of Putin's aggression and recklessness, Russia has also suffered over 300,000 casualties. Remember, that's more than 5 times what it lost in 10 years in Afghanistan. And now it forces conscripts onto the front lines with as little as 2 weeks of training. We have also imposed economic costs on Russia for its aggression. And together with our G7 partners, we have frozen Russia's sovereign assets and made clear Russia must pay for the damages it has caused to Ukraine. I applaud the recent $54 billion commitment the EU made to support Ukraine, on top of the more than $100 billion our European allies and partners have already dedicated. You have made clear that Europe will stand with Ukraine. And I will make clear, President Joe Biden and I stand with Ukraine. In partnership with supportive bipartisan majorities in both houses of the United States Congress, we will work to secure critical weapons and resources that Ukraine so badly needs. And let me be clear, the failure to do so would be a gift to Vladimir Putin. More broadly, NATO is central to our approach to global security. For President Biden and me, our sacred commitment to NATO remains ironclad. And I do believe, as I have said before, NATO is the greatest military alliance the world has ever known. NATO was founded on a very simple premise. An attack on one is an attack on all. And when it comes to conflict between nations, NATO has deterred aggression against its members to the benefit of the security of the American people. For the past 75 years, NATO members have maintained this solemn pact, including on 9/11, when terrorists attacked America. And for the first and only time, NATO invoked Article 5, the Collective Defense Clause, and NATO stood by America's side. Nevertheless, recall, before the President and I took office, some questioned the usefulness of NATO, suggested it was, quote, obsolete. Some in my country also questioned the value of our commitment to NATO's collective defense and called for the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Germany. Now, thanks to the leadership of the United States, NATO is stronger, larger, more unified, and more effective than ever before. We have reinforced NATO's eastern flank with more weapons and forces, including air defense and fighter coverage, a sustained presence of Army brigades, and a permanent U.S. Army headquarters in Poland. And of course, Europeans are also stepping up. Since President Biden and I took office, the number of NATO members that have met the goal of spending 2% of GDP has doubled. NATO has also added one new member, and we're on track to add another. And we look forward to welcoming both Finland and Sweden to Washington for NATO's 75th anniversary summit this summer. Around the world, we have made great progress. But ultimately, I do believe none of the gains we have made will be permanent unless we are vigilant. And let us remember, none of these gains were inevitable. I ask you, imagine if America turned our back on Ukraine and abandoned our NATO allies, and abandoned our treaty commitments. Imagine if we went easy on Putin, let alone encouraged him. History offers a clue. If we stand by while an aggressor invades its neighbor with impunity, they will keep going. And in the case of Putin, that means all of Europe would be threatened. If we fail to impose severe consequences on Russia, other authoritarians across the globe would be emboldened. Because you see, they will be watching. They are watching and drawing lessons. History has also shown us, if we only look inward, we could not defeat threats from outside. Isolation is not insulation. In fact, when America has isolated herself, threats have only grown. I need not remind the people of Europe of a dark history when the forces of tyranny and fascism were on the march. And then America joined our allies in defense of freedom and to safeguard our collective security. So I'll close with this. In these unsettled times, it is clear America cannot retreat. America must stand strong for democracy. We must stand in defense of international rules and norms. And we must stand with our allies. That is what represents the ideals of America. And the American people know that is what makes us strong. And make no mistake, the American people will meet this moment. And America will continue to lead. I thank you very much.
Or, I mean, rëndësi të veçantë në historinë e marrëdhënieve ndërkombëtare të Shqipërisë, dita kur një sekretar I shtetit viziton
US
vendin
State
tonë.
Secretary visits our country. Well, in our books, you are the 6th State Secretary visiting, but this time we have a special appreciation of this visit, as we are very much aware of the troubled times happening not only in the European border, but also in other areas of strategic importance for the global balances. Consequently, actually, this is something that adds especially to the burden of your agenda. The very fact that you found time and saw it necessary to stop in Tirana is to us a very important sign of our friendship, but also of your appreciation of this friendship, of this partnership, and of course, the appreciation of this region. Well, I cannot help but share with the public the regret that between a dinner with us in Albania and dinner in Munich, where you have to depart quite immediately, you chose the not so tasteful German food. Well, we did our best. Our dinner was ready. We are highly honored by the visit of the State Secretary today, and I could say, without any diplomatic or any protocol embellishment, that I am very pleased with our open, deep conversation and the level of interaction and understanding between us. I feel very pleased that your visit coincides with Albania's conclusion of its mission in the UN UN Security Council, and in addition to extending my thanks to the State Secretary, the gratitude for the invaluable support we had from the United States and its mission at the United Nations. Their support of our presence in the Council and the support to our success in the course of the 2 years where we were not permanent members of the UN Security Council. I also extended my gratitude for the very touching message that the United States ambassador in the United Nations shared, for the high appraisal she actually made for the work of the Albanian team, for the very positive notes and words she shared with the public on the way in which Albania managed to represent itself, but even more than that, the way in which Albania managed to represent this community of countries and states that stand together for some values and principles that are non-negotiable to us. On the other hand, I wish to thank the State Secretary publicly also for another support that maybe is not so much talked about and it's not so visible, but it's a constant, important and useful support for Albania to progress on its path towards EU accession. Clearly, this is a process that depends on what we do. It also depends on the assessment and judgment of our allies in the European Union. But since some years now, we have remarkably felt the constant interest of the US administration, and in particular the continuous interest shown by the State Department, and the fact that in his important meetings with the European allies, the State Secretary always underscores the need to push further the integration process for Albania and Western Balkans in the EU as a strategic interest of the United States. On the other hand, we spoke about the region. We shared the same perspectives and concerns. As you know, Albania has a policy of an extended friendship hand for all the countries of the region, and we are interested and wanting that the region moves ahead as a whole, because first and foremost it is in our strategic interest, it is in the interest of our people to see its integration with Europe as an integral part of the integration of this region around values and principles that embody our being part of the large community of democratic states and countries. We have encouraged, we encourage and will continue to encourage the irreplaceable dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia. The United States have been, are, and will be the staunch supporters of the process for the final recognition of Kosovo and to meet the international subjectivity of Kosovo. And it is actually better for all Albanians and also Albanians in Kosovo to be reminded, to remember that without the United States there would not be an independent state of Kosovo, and that the interest of the United States in this region, and specifically the interest of the United States for things to run smoothly in Albania and Kosovo, is not a second-hand interest. It is neither an interest that is separate in any respect from our interest in Albania and Kosovo to build a peaceful and prosperous future for the next generations. It is unquestionable, so there is no doubt that we actually feel regret anytime we witness steps back. Of course, we are aware of the difficulties of the dialogue. There is no doubt that we are cognizant of the wounds of a not so past tragedy of those who live in Kosovo, and we are also aware
invites them through illegal parole programs, incentivizing more and more people to come to the U.S. After their release, illegal immigrants are free to travel where they please while they wait for their immigration court date. These immigration courts are backlogged with over 3 million cases. Most illegal immigrants released by the Biden administration will not get their final immigration hearing for years. Another way to show the lack of commitment to keeping troublesome immigrants out of America is what the Biden administration does to these migrants who commit new crimes. And we haven't spent anywhere near enough time on what we do once you commit a crime in this country. The Biden administration issued a policy memos tying the hands of our immigration and customs enforcement agents, restricting when they can enforce the law against immigrants who commit new crimes once they come to this country. Secretary Mayorkas issued a memorandum for DHS restricting priorities for enforcement on September 30th, 2021, emphasizing that criminal activity on its own is not enough to make an illegal alien a priority. Let me repeat that. Committing a crime once you get here is not enough to make kicking you out a priority. Instead, only current threats are enforcement priorities, and then only because of serious criminal conduct, whatever serious means. Visa overstays aren't priorities at all. There's a departure from the norm under previous administrations, and we'll examine that today. While millions of illegal aliens are released into the country, ICE attorneys were ordered by a policy memo implementing Secretary Mayorkas' guidance to dismiss tens of thousands of cases in immigration court. In fiscal year 2023, they dismissed 84,000 cases on top of the 91,000 cases dismissed in year 22. ICE only removed 142 illegal aliens last year, despite an historic 3.2 million new encounters. The Judiciary Committee has assessed that the Biden administration is effectuating final orders for removal for only 1 out of every 26 illegal aliens. The message sent by the Biden administration is clear. Violations of our immigration laws and even breaking laws once you're in this country will seldom be met with consequences. By the way, I think we're going to hear that that's worse than even under like President Carter or President Obama. Certainly not in most cases. Detention and removal are off the table. Even criminal history is no longer sufficient on its own to make a removable alien an enforcement priority from the Biden administration. The American people, states, and local communities are facing consequences of this massive catch-and-release campaign. American citizens, lawful immigrants, and taxpayers are footing the bill. Costs of criminal justice, healthcare, education, housing, and transportation, and other services. According to documents provided by the committee from FEMA, just in fiscal year 2023, FEMA reimbursed over $380 million to local jurisdictions and non-governmental organizations for expenses related to released illegal aliens. I'm especially concerned about the national security risk this chaotic situation prevents for our country and giving opportunities to cartel criminals, gang members, and just all-around criminals, including members of foreign terrorist organizations, who are going to take advantage of this situation. The Biden administration must take action to enforce existing law and the incentive to cross illegally and restore order to the existing chaos. Now we'll turn things over to the ranking member, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're here, of course, for another hearing on the border, which we seem to have a lot of, and I want to make sure it's important that we have facts as we discuss what is an important issue, I think, to both Republicans and Democrats. And as a reminder, I think to the majority just recently rejected a bipartisan national security bill that included border provisions within that bill. And I know that the majority likes to blame, as they will in this hearing, all of the issues along the border to President Biden, but they refuse to accept legislative proposals or funding deals that can help solve problems within DHS and certainly all across the southern border. Now, House Republicans are blocking billions in vital funding to hire additional border agents, asylum offers, and immigration judges. That money could actually help process migrants faster or clear the asylum backlog, but many don't seem to be interested in any of that. Instead, the majority is wasting time and resources to cater to demands, of course, of Donald Trump. After months of bipartisan negotiations, Donald Trump pressured Senate Republicans in this border policy process, and of course we know he does not want President Biden to have any sort of wins leading up to an election. Now, the Republican Speaker of the House has admitted to Fox News and others that he's taking his orders on the border from Donald Trump. And after speaking frequently with the former president, he determined that the bipartisan border deal would be, quote, and I'm quoting him, dead on arrival as soon as it makes it to the House. And we have heard the Speaker kind of reconfirm that. I wanted to also just note as an immigrant myself, this is the kind of rhetoric that the former president is using that is very concerning. Donald Trump speaks about immigrants with the same rhetoric that is invoked by authoritarians and dictators in the past, claiming that immigrants like me and my family, quote, pollute the blood of this country. And that is his exact quote. We know he spent the weekend doubling down on his promises to launch mass deportations with National Guard soldiers from Republican states, dragging more people into camps, and is promising to divert the FBI away from criminal investigations to help. So this is all about fear and chaos and not solutions. And I think it would be better use of this committee's time if we would hold hearings on the threats that Donald Trump actually poses to border security when he threatens to destroy our alliances and allow Russia to invade more countries in Europe. But I also want to talk about some of the facts and what Donald Trump, who leads this majority, what his actual policies and proposals have been. Now, the spike in migration we know started first under Donald Trump. That spike tripled in the last 8 months of his presidency, and that's actually during a period of time when he proposed some of his more insane and destructive policies. And I've actually shown these in other hearings, not in this committee, but these are actually Donald Trump proposals along the border that he's actually made. He has suggested at one time that maybe we should build alligator moats. He has suggested that we should maybe electrify the fence along the border. There's been suggestions to maybe shoot migrants in the legs, or maybe to even bomb parts of northern Mexico. Now, we know that these are insane ideas, but they are ones that are embraced by some members of the majority and certainly by the leader of their party. I'm going to finish my comments, sir. I want like any an orderly and safe border, as does anyone. I want people to come to this country legally and have a process to seek asylum and come for a better life. We also want real solutions to fentanyl deaths. We also know that fentanyl in the U.S. Is mostly carried by citizens through legal ports of entry. We should be addressing those issues. But we also have to ensure that we are pushing back on some of the most extreme ideas that will do nothing to solve our crisis at the border. Democrats want to solve the border crisis. We want to ensure that we do so in a way that is bipartisan, and there have been bills that have come across from the Senate to do so that have been rejected. So unfortunately, we have not had real immigration reform in this country for over 30 years. And I hope that in some parts of this hearing, we'll actually be able to hear some data and information that will get us to an actual solution. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just want to make a little comment as you comment on what causes Republicans to do whatnot. I haven't talked to Donald Trump in years, and I made it clear to my speaker that so-called bipartisan deal that was cut is a no-go, and I think I'm typical of most Republicans. The idea that President Trump is calling us and telling us what to do is preposterous. Okay. Now, I'm pleased to introduce our witnesses today. Left to right, first of all, we have Matt O'Brien, Director of Investigations at the Immigration Reform Law Institute. He has nearly 30 years of experience in immigration law and policy. In addition to experience in private practice, he's also served as an immigration judge and held various positions within the Department of Homeland Security and its component agencies, including ICE and USCIS. Secondly, we're going to have Jessica Vaughn, Director of Policy Studies for the Center of Immigration Studies, where she's worked since 1992 on immigration enforcement and public safety issues. She was previously a Foreign Service Officer with the State Department. And our final office, Jason Hauser, former Chief of Staff for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement under the Biden administration. First of all, pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may take a seat. We appreciate you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and will appear in full on the hearing record. We'd like it if, as close as possible, you can limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and hopefully you can wrap up as soon as possible thereafter. We're going to lead off with Mr. Matt O'Brien for your opening statement.
Chairman Grothman, Ranking Member Garcia, and members of the committee, it is a privilege to appear before you today, and I thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak to you. You've heard my bio. I have a significant amount of experience dealing with border management and immigration issues, and I can honestly say that our border is less secure now than it has ever been in the 3 decades that I have been involved in immigration. The current crisis is the result of catch and release run totally amok, and there is absolutely no reason for it to be happening. The Border Patrol has been turned into a cross-border courtesy shuttle for illegal aliens. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement has been rendered a domestic nationals, and USCIS has become a rubber stamp operation that recklessly hands out benefits to insufficiently vetted foreigners. We have a CBP One phone and tablet app that is essentially Expedia for illegal aliens, and it's been used 64 million times to request entry into the United States. And when entry is granted under that, it bypasses the restrictions that are put forth in the Immigration and Nationality Act. And we now have somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 million foreign nationals who have entered the United States just since the beginning of the current administration. And to put that into context, that's 10 times the population of the city of Philadelphia. We have absolutely no reasonable way to vet any of these individuals to determine whether they're criminals, terrorists, or foreign intelligence operatives. And it's happening in a complete violation of the terms of the Immigration and Nationality Act. It is an executive branch usurpation of Congress's authority to set the immigration laws of the United States. But worst of all, this prioritizes the economic interests of foreign nationals above the public safety and national security interests of U.S. citizens. Because, make no mistake about it, the real reason that the vast majority of these people have come here is to escape the poor economic conditions in their home countries. And I listened to thousands of asylum applications when I was an immigration judge. Very few of the ones I heard had anything approximating a valid asylum claim. The situation is dire, of that there can be no doubt. However, the key point that I would like to make is that fixing this problem is not rocket science. It's actually very simple. It requires one thing and one thing only. Congress must insist that the executive branch follow the Immigration and Nationality Act as Congress wrote it and stop engaging in irresponsible catch and release tactics. What we are seeing repeatedly, this administration, and it's been done by administrations past, simply ignore the provisions of the Immigration and Nationality Act that they don't like or that they find politically inconvenient. And that is not how things are supposed to work in the United States. Our immigration system isn't broken. Far from it. There's more than adequate authority, as the Trump v. Hawaii case that went before the Supreme Court proved, to deal with any of the crises with which we are currently confronted, if only someone had the idea of applying the authorities as they're written and as they're put forth in the Immigration and Nationality Act. I think the problem that we're seeing is that the moral compasses of the individuals who are charged with enforcing the INA are broken. But the INA, as I said, contains more than ample authority to address the current crisis should anyone in a position of responsibility over immigration matters choose to use it. And I cited chapter and verse showing this in my written testimony. So to conclude, it is well beyond time that we end catch and release and that we start requiring foreigners who wish to be guests in our country to knock at the front door and wait to be invited in. Otherwise, we're going to have a never-ending crisis, and eventually it is going to lead to something terrible like another 9/11 terrorist attack, more serious problems than fentanyl, and it's a simple solution. We need to apply the law as it is written. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn?
Thank you, Mr. Grothman and Mr. Garcia, for the opportunity to testify. The mass migration disaster instigated by the Biden administration's misguided immigration policies has caused incalculable harm to American communities. The catch and release policies that are the key to the Biden open borders doctrine have brought in more than 3.3 million illegal migrants, not counting another 1.7 million gotaways. only a tiny fraction, less than 1% of those allowed to enter after crossing illegally have been removed after their overly generous due process. The rest have settled into American communities and are being supported by taxpayers. As I detailed in my written statement, Biden's policies have so far cost taxpayers billions of dollars in the short term for shelter and support, and likely will cost hundreds of billions more over the long term for welfare benefits, whether to continue to support a population that's unlikely to ever be self-sufficient or to deal with processing and repatriating large numbers who are unlikely to ever qualify for a legal status. And the expansion of illicit crossing opportunities has led to the abuse and exploitation of migrants on a mass scale and an explosion in human trafficking, including luring children into forced labor and worse. It has greatly damaged the integrity of our immigration system and exposed Americans to new national security and public safety threats. While employers seeking cheap labor and the NGOs getting lucrative contracts love these policies, it's the Mexican cartels who love them the most. They're reaping unprecedented profits to the tune of $30 million a day, and as a result, they represent a serious threat to civil society and the rule of law, even in the United States. This can't be allowed to continue. The Biden administration has no intention of changing these policies, so it's past time for Congress to reclaim its authority over our immigration system and bring about changes. The Senate negotiated bill was not the answer. It would have actually codified and mandated the continuation of catch and release on a similar scale and would have provided nearly $7 billion in funding for it. Until more constructive legislation can be enacted in the short term, the House could exercise more control of policy through the appropriations process. First, the House must work to deny funding to the Biden catch and release machine. Instead of $7 billion to FEMA, HHS, and ICE for hotels, meals, work permits, counselors, ankle bracelets, and asylum officers for released illegal migrants, Congress should direct more money to removing not only criminal aliens as a priority, but also prioritize removing those aliens who have failed in their immigration proceedings or failed to even show up for them. Instead of subsidizing the sanctuary jurisdictions, Congress should be funneling more money to Texas, Florida, South Carolina, and the other states that are helping to secure the border, disrupting human trafficking, discouraging illegal employment, and arresting criminal aliens. Instead of using just taxpayer funds for enforcement, Congress could direct the feds to skim off money from the hundreds of million dollars in remittances that are sent out of this country each year, which are in part the proceeds of the illegal human and drug smuggling and trafficking. And as for this committee's jurisdiction of oversight, I would recommend that you investigate the dismantling of enforcement policies. Find out who ICE is letting go, where they were released, what their criminal histories were. You should also look into the transformation of certain visa programs like the U and the T and the special immigrant juvenile visas that appear to be set up now with regulatory changes to serve as a de facto amnesty for Biden's illegal migrants. Finally, we have to face the possibility that some share of these millions of illegal migrants let in under the catch and release policies are going to be here for the long term, or not. And therefore, Congress needs to begin considering how to reduce legal immigration to mitigate the fiscal costs and labor market distortions that are caused by this infusion of illegal migrants.
Mr. Hauser.
Chairman, Ranking Member, distinguished members of the Oversight Subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. It's a privilege. As a former Chief of Staff of ICE, of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, former Deputy Chief of Staff of DHS Office of Intelligence and Analysis, and a former Senior Advisor at Customs and Border Protection within the Department of Homeland Security, I'm deeply honored to speak with you before this committee. My experience has afforded me a unique vantage point from which to witness the dedication and resilience of the men and women who serve in our immigration enforcement agencies. First, I'm testifying today as a private citizen expert, not an administration or government official. The views and opinions I express are my own and do not reflect the opinions of the presidential administration, DHS, Immigration Customs Enforcement, or the government. Our nation faces multiple immigration and national security challenges, from managing the flow of migrants at the border to addressing the humanitarian needs of those seeking refuge within our borders, to removing those without a legal basis to remain. The complexities of immigration enforcement are vast and multifaceted. I pray daily for the men and women working within our security agencies, and I'm grateful for their sacrifice. In my personal views, built upon my professional work, the mission of DHS is paramount to protect national security and public safety by enforcing our immigration laws with integrity and professionalism. Let me state clearly that the law enforcement agencies like ICE are critical to maintaining order and security within our borders. They are tasked with upholding the rule of law and ensuring that our immigration system operates fairly, justly, and consistently with our nation's values and our laws. I've also seen in my professional career the strength, courage, compassion, and discretion that ICE officers apply every day. However, the current state of the immigration system is broken. Outdated policies, inadequate resources, and the lack of legislative reform over time have left our immigration enforcement agencies struggling to keep pace with the ever-evolving landscape of enforcement. There are currently, additionally, there are multiple humanitarian crises across the Western Hemisphere, which exacerbate these challenges. Economic instability, political turmoil, and violence in countries like Venezuela, Honduras, and Guatemala are driving thousands of desperate individuals to seek refuge in the United States, the everlasting beacon of hope and freedom. We must, in partnership with our allies across the hemisphere, solve the issues that are driving these refugees from their homes. Notably, many of the solutions to decrease encounters at our southern border, including expanding legal pathways for asylum seekers, which is an immediate need, while also mitigating disruptive migratory flows across the hemisphere, are not within the sole primary purview of the Department of Homeland Security, nor is it solely a matter of domestic immigration enforcement. DHS, in my view, personal view, DHS has little authority to affect the push factors driving refugees and migrants to our borders. Moreover, it's imperative to recognize that those who seek refuge in the United States and embrace the values of the American life should be welcomed as a testament to the enduring allure of the freedom and opportunity that our nation represents. Concerning this hearing's focus, I'm grateful for the committee's concerns and focus on alternatives to detention. The operational needs of DHS, the development of non-custodial oversight, and the management of non-citizens within our immigration system is critical. It's imperative to address the operational complexities that CBP and ICE face concerning detention and the release of non-citizens from their custody. While detention is necessary for national security, public safety, flight risk, and other operational reasons, it's crucial to recognize the importance of alternatives to detention. Alternatives such as electronic monitoring, case management, or community-based programs can be effective in ensuring compliance with immigration proceedings while also respecting the dignity and rights of the individual while allowing ICE to do its enforcement mission. Maybe as importantly, these alternatives can alleviate the strain on detention facilities and resources, allowing CBP and ICE to focus on those higher national security and public safety threats. Supporting law enforcement, maintaining order in our immigration system, and supporting the virtues of those desiring the American way of life are not mutually exclusive. We can and must pursue the policies that are both compassionate and effective. In closing, I express my continued admiration for the men and women of ICE, CBP, and the entire Department of Homeland Security. They serve our country with courage, integrity, and professionalism. Indeed, they are the backbone of the immigration enforcement effort, and we must support them and their mission. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I guess they're a little behind on the floor. Somewhere during the questions, we're going to take a break for about 20 minutes so we can vote. But we'll wait until the votes are called before we do that. A variety of questions here. I'd like to ask Ms. Vaughn a question as far as public benefits for people who are coming here illegally. I know they're not supposed to get public benefits, but could you comment on that as far as what impact that's having on our society?
Well, true that theoretically, illegal immigrants are not entitled to certain benefits, but the reality is that many states actually use some of the federal Medicaid funding, for example, or their own funds, taxpayer funds, to provide all manner of benefits, whether it's Medicaid or cash assistance programs or housing and so on. And it's an enormous cost to taxpayers that exceeds any taxes, local taxes, sales taxes, or any other kind of revenue that comes back to the government. The largest expenses that we've found through our research are Medicaid for the U.S.-born children of illegal immigrants and public schools. The education, especially with this recent migrant crisis where so many of the people coming here illegally are bringing families with them because that's like a deportation shield. And that is a strain on the communities where they end up. And we've calculated that on average, an illegal alien will cost $68,000 over their lifetime just in the welfare benefits alone, not counting other costs to society. And that's an average figure, but that puts the cost of just this border crisis and the recently arrived illegal aliens at hundreds of billions of dollars.
Okay. Either Mr. O'Brien or Ms. Vaughn, whoever wants to answer this question. I always kind of wonder what happens if people come here illegally and commit a crime. People talk about law-abiding, da-da-da. If you commit a crime, and I'd like you maybe to compare the Biden administration to the Trump administration to the Obama administration or Clinton administration, what happens to you if you commit a crime, and how does this compare to, like I said, if you'd committed a crime 6 years ago?
Let me take the first part. Mr. Grothman, as to the first part of your question, if you have committed one of a wide variety of crimes which are set forth in the Immigration and Nationality Act, the way the law is written, you're supposed to be placed into removal proceedings and get a hearing. Unfortunately, I think over time, the hearings have been analogized to a criminal proceeding, but they're not. They're very similar to a driver's license revocation proceeding. So if you have been convicted by an Article III court of law, the crime stands on its own. And what you get, we call them a notice to appear now, but you get an order to show cause, essentially to show why you shouldn't be removed from the United States. And those crimes can range from things that are classified under the INA as aggravated felonies, which are set forth in 101A43A of the Immigration and Nationality Act, to things that are classified as crimes involving moral turpitude. So everything from shoplifting to murder can potentially get you deported. There are some crimes that are considered lower level enough that they would not, and if you've committed certain low-level crimes, you can apply for relief from removal. But anything that is classified under the INA as an aggravated felony crime is supposed to result in your removal from the U.S. and then you being barred from returning for a certain number of years.
Has the rigor at which we enforce these rules, is this changed between the Trump or even Obama administrations and President Biden?
Yeah, it's changed significantly. There seems to be significantly less willingness under this administration to use the administrative and expedited removal procedures, wherein if people have been removed from the United States after committing a crime and find themselves back here, they can actually be removed without a hearing. I also found that when I was an immigration judge, I later tried to determine how many of the people that I had ordered removed, that their removal had actually been effectuated from the United States, which was something that was fairly easy to do under prior administrations, but I could not substantiate that a single individual that I had entered an order of removal against had actually been removed by this administration.
That's shocking. Could you give me examples of crimes where you think they've been removed under Trump but are not removed now? Type of things, crimes you'd commit?
They ranged from everything from simple shoplifting to more serious things like drug trafficking and murder. I can say definitively under the Trump administration, there was an effort to prioritize the serious violent crimes for removal. Sometimes it's not always possible to easily remove someone if their country of citizenship doesn't wish to issue them a travel document or for whatever reason doesn't wish to take them. But the effort was made regardless, and in most cases it was successful. Under this administration, I don't think that the effort is even being made.
Okay. Eventually, I'd like to maybe give us something in writing following up on that sort of thing.
Certainly.
Mr. Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for their testimony. Mr. Hauser, thank you for your service to our country. I'm just wondering, Mr. Hauser, is it possible for the Biden administration to improve conditions at the border if congressional Republicans continue to block the extra resources that the president has actually requested?
Thank you, Ranking Member, for the question. Not providing the proper resources that are needed to handle the volume that we are seeing at the southern border is going to drastically decreases Border Patrol's ability, along with ICE and the agencies across the federal government that support sort of the immigration continuum and the immigration process.
Thank you. And I want to just, I think, remind the committee also that, Donald Trump has ordered Speaker Johnson essentially to block any border bill so that it could cause, of course, more chaos, in my opinion, along the border. Now, we also, we've talked about some of the former president's strategy of actually dealing with the border, whether it's been some of these crazy ideas we discussed earlier. As a reminder to everyone, the right to seek asylum is, we know, enshrined in law. And Mr. Hauser, does the Trump strategy of violence and deterrence work to stop migration?
Sir, over my time at the department, the idea that just sort of detention and deterrence and punitive measures would sort of deter migrants from seeking asylum in this country is farcical.
And without any action to address, like, push factors of migration.
Yield for just a second? Can you just yield for 1 second?
Am I going to keep my time?
Sure, absolutely. I just want to comment, because he's not here to defend himself. I know Mike Johnson. I know Mike Johnson since he came in the legislature before Donald Trump was president. I'm sure Mike Johnson doesn't have to wait for Donald Trump's orders to say that bipartisan bill is inadequate. I mean, that's just a slander against him when he's not here. I'm sure he's not doing that because Donald Trump ordered him to.
I mean, I think he said so on Fox News that he was doing that, actually. That's exactly what he said. And he actually has been taking the exact direction of Donald Trump and has said so publicly in their conversations. But I'll continue. Now, without action to address push factors and legal pathways, there's also there's no possibility of an orderly and secure border. I want to also put up another quote that was recent that the former president said, which I think is telling. It says, "It is only common sense that when I'm reelected, we will begin, and we have no choice, the largest deportation operation in American history." Now, Stephen Miller has said in an interview that he would target 10 million people and would, and I quote, "go around the country arresting illegal immigrants in large-scale raids," unquote. This would involve, again, quote, "large-scale staging grounds near the border, most likely in Texas," unquote, to serve as camps for migrants designated for deportation. Now, he outlined how this could mean sending National Guard troops from Republican-controlled states and what he called, quote, "unfriendly states" to conduct mass arrests. Mr. Hauser, can you explain to the American people what exactly this kind of proposal would look like and what that would actually mean?
Yes, sir. In my personal my opinion, at the sort of expulsion rates or removal rates that they're looking for, sort of the logistical transportation security apparatus, along with sort of the at-large arrests, would be dramatically taxing not only on ICE and CBP, where they're not resourced to sort of meet those levels. Additionally, pulling from other law enforcement agencies across the federal government, ATF, DEA, FBI, the burden that it would place on the national security community would be extreme. In that, you would also have to look at the fact that what would our law enforcement community not be focused on? Human smuggling, human trafficking, criminals, violent criminals, etc. I must also say that those sort of deportations and removals, as my colleagues on this panel have stated earlier, would be controlled by the receiving country receiving those mass returns and removals. And as we, yeah.
Please continue just briefly.
That has been one of the controlling factors of ICE continuing to do its job. Yes.
And this plan, as outlined by Miller, the one you're discussing as well, would also target long-term residents who have actually not committed crimes, correct?
I have no sort of knowledge of sort of that plan, sir, but what I say at that scale, targeting long-term sort of individuals that have been in this country, if there's no disagreement that the numbers of encounters at the border are exacerbating our ICE and CBP officers.
And if this operation, would it even be legal?
I can't speak to that, sir.
Well, don't believe so. But this is the kind of, I think, general chaos that is being discussed oftentimes in the majority that has no real solutions along the border. It does nothing to make us more safe or more secure. But we know that there actually are solutions we could focus on in a bipartisan way, but there doesn't not seem to be any interest on that from the majority. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. We're going to go straight to Paul Gosar.
Mr. O'Brien, I heard today Mr. Hauser used a very clever word in his testimony. He said the current state of our border is broken. Who broke that system?
I would say the current administration broke that system. The border is broken. The Immigration and Nationality Act is not. There's more than ample authority to do everything that we need to do in order to secure the border. It's that this administration does not have an interest, for whatever reason, in doing that.
Now, who put out the budget in regards to Homeland Security? Was it the President, Donald Trump, or was it President Biden?
Well, I think Donald Trump has a proven track record of reducing the number of illegal crossings and maximizing the ejection of people who broke the law to come into the United States and then broke it after they were here. The current president does not have an established track record in that regard.
So, but I heard Mr. Hauser talk about money facilitated. This administration is saying that they need more money. Well, the problem is their policies are driving up the cost, are they not?
Well, their policies are driving up the cost, and as far as I know, budget-wise, every time that the Department of Homeland Security, in the history of its existence, has asked Congress for money, Congress has either given it what it asked for or given it more. I believe that Alejandro Mayorkas was the first Secretary of Homeland Security to actually go in and ask for less than a prior year's budget.
Okay, so one more question for you. Are you familiar with the OPT program?
Yes, I am.
So this is an end round around immigration numbers, is it not?
It is.
So what this basically does, and I challenge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, this is crony capitalism to a T. This allows these big corporations like Google and Meta and Facebook to hire overseas workers at a much reduced rate. And then they are given accolades of giving a 15.5% discount, which is their Social Security and Medicare costs. They get a bypass on that. So, and these are uncapped, right? So we have no idea how many of these people are coming in. But it bypasses our immigration status, does it not?
Well, it bypasses it. It's also a program that has no basis in statute. It was created out of whole cloth by, I believe, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, and nobody really understands why it was created.
It's an unauthorized program, so with a stroke of a pen, it should go away. Yes, I absolutely agree with that. Ms. Vaughn, you made a comment and around the current immigration law based upon the catch and release. Is there a legislative solution for us to be able to stop that?
Yes, I think there is. I think there's a legislative solution and there's an appropriation solution to it. The House has already passed H.R. 2, which would address a lot of the loopholes and the problems in the law, the authorities that have been abused under the Biden administration and sometimes the Obama administration before it. And you can target certain pots of funding that are being misused. But fundamentally, the law is sound if it is actually enforced. I don't think it's a question of resources. ICE especially is doing less work with more resources than ever before. Really the critical issue is the policies. If the laws were enforced, and we know this from experience, both under the Trump administration and before that, then we actually can control the border, and we can restore an environment in which there is a significant attrition of the illegal population because people see it, if they can't get a job, can't get a driver's license, can't get a library card, then there's no benefit to staying here, and they go home on their own.
So let me ask you a question. So those who petition asylum, how many actually get that? Is it 1 out of 10? Is it 10 out of 10? Is it 9 out of 10? Most cannot apply for it. Is that true?
That's true. There's a couple things we know from Department of Justice statistics that half the people who are allowed to come in saying that they fear persecution don't even apply for asylum. They just were using that. Of those who do, half of them don't show up for their immigration proceedings. Of those who do, about 10%, depending on which country they're from, are not found qualified by an immigration judge, and they're ordered removed. The House Judiciary got some data recently from the federal government showing that the Biden administration is no longer even bothering to process asylum claims for the vast majority. I think they found that something like 6% of the new arrivals were even processed for credible fear screening.
Well, I think the gentleman had other questions, but I'll let him burn.
Okay. Dr. Fox? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses. Mr. O'Brien, one of DHS's core values is to, quote, relentlessly identify and deter threats that pose a danger to the safety of the American people, end quote. However, since January 2021, the Biden administration has released nearly 3.5 million people into the United States and is threatening to release thousands more for purely political reasons. In your opinion, is it possible thoroughly to vet people who may pose a threat to the United States when more than 1 million people are being released into the country on an annual basis?
No, it's not possible at all. I actually ran the vetting program at U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. None of the agencies have the capacity to vet people in those numbers, but even more importantly, vetting is something that happens because people have a background that can be traced. In the United States, from the time we're born until the time we die, we're laying down a paper trail of transactions. We apply for driver's licenses, we make bank transactions. All of those things can be used to substantiate somebody's identity. When you're talking about people coming from rural villages in Guatemala or places like Yemen, there aren't any records like that. And in a lot of cases, even when records exist in places like Iran, the governments in those countries don't give us access to them. So I would estimate that something along the lines of 90 to 95% of the people that have come in this wave of migrants are totally unvettable. We have no reasonable way of determining who they are or what their intentions are.
Thank you. Another question, Mr. O'Brien. The Biden administration established policies for immigration and customs enforcement attorneys not to prosecute so-called, quote, non-priority, end quote, cases of illegal aliens in what is known as the Doyle memo. That memo stated that the preferred way to handle non-priority cases is either non-filing of the notice to appear, or if the NTA has already been filed with the immigration court, dismissal of proceedings. In FY 2023, ICE attorneys affirmatively sought and obtained, quote, 84,000 dismissals in the exercise of prosecutorial discretion, end quote. Does this guidance sound like the President and Secretary Mayorkas need new powers to enforce immigration laws at the border, or is the administration refusing to enforce laws that are already on the books?
The administration is refusing to enforce laws that are already on the books. In fact, it's tripping over itself to not enforce them, which is perfectly illustrated by the example that you just brought up. And the whole prosecutorial discretion thing in the civil context of immigration proceedings is a red herring. Prosecutorial discretion exists in criminal proceedings in order to ensure that a prosecutor is not forced to charge someone before it's ready, before the case is ready to be proven, or that there's no political influence. Administrative discretion is entirely different. Administrative discretion is for the convenience of the government in order to be able to do its job. It's not to allow the government to sidestep seeking the administrative remedy.
Great. Well, I think you've alluded to this already in your answer to my colleague's question, but in your opinion, would H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, which we passed last year, help alleviate the crisis at the border?
Yes, indeed it would. It has solid measures to reinforce the laws that are already on the books and to require compliance with the laws that are on the books.
Let me ask a quick question to Ms. Vaughn. Last year, in testimony before the Homeland Security Committee, you stated that President Biden inherited what many claim to be the most secure border in United States history and policies that deterred migrants from crossing illegally. I certainly agree that the southwest border was more secure under the Trump administration than it has been under President Biden. Can you provide some examples of policies that were enforced under President Trump that the Biden administration has rolled back or eliminated?
Well, the first and most important, probably in the context of the border, is the policy to either detain or require that people seeking entry for asylum go back to Mexico to await their proceedings and wait there. If
That's the Remain in Mexico policy.
Correct. And with respect to the interior, the policy under the Trump administration was to allow immigration enforcement officers to enforce the law and not to make exceptions for people because, for various reasons that are under the Mayorkas policies, to let them actually do their job, which, and by the way, they were overwhelmingly focused on removing criminal aliens that came to their attention because they had been arrested for a state and local crime.
The Trump administration was doing that.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you very much for having this hearing. It is clear from our witnesses that H.R. 2 would be a very effective way of shutting down the border, and that the Biden administration is undoing the policies of the Trump administration and opening the border for people. It's a terrible situation, and it's why we impeach Secretary Mayorkas. I yield back.
Thank you. Quick word here from Ms. Garcia.
I just want to seek unanimous consent. I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record an Axios article titled "Funding Deadlock Threatens to Make the Border Crisis Worse," which highlights how House Republicans' efforts to stall border funding further exacerbate issues on the southern border. And then also,
I would object to that coming in.
It's an article. It's an Axios.
Hey, if you're going to submit the article, submit it. Don't give me a filibuster on it. I can read it.
It took 10.
So I object.
It took 10 seconds.
I object.
Well, I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter the record the Axios article titled "Funding Deadlock Threatens to Make the Border Crisis Worse."
I'm okay with that.
I seek unanimous consent to enter the American Immigration Council report titled 11 Years of Government Data Revealed that Immigrants Do Show Up for Court into the record, which found that a 2021 article, overwhelmingly 83% of immigrants show up to their immigration court hearings.
Okay. There's somebody else you want to have wave on here? No?
No, just assume to the record right now.
Okay. We're going to, so I say it just right. The committee stands in recess subject to the call of the chair. We will consult with the minority to provide adequate notice to members when we reconvene. Are they voting now? They're voting. Why don't we, should we shoot for 210? 215? We'll
misguided and dangerous catch and release policy at our border. Catch and release allows for detained illegal immigrants who have blatantly violated and circumvented proper immigration procedures to be released from custody, consequence-free. This fundamentally undermines our nation's rule of law by sending a dangerous message that illegal immigration will go unpunished. Since President Biden took office, his administration has released more than 3.3 million illegal immigrants into the United States, more than the entire population of my home state of Kansas. Recent data indicates that there are over 600,000 illegal immigrants with criminal convictions or pending criminal charges that have been released into our communities by the Biden administration. This number doesn't even take into account the number of gotaways who evaded law enforcement and entered our country undetected. President Biden, with the stroke of a pen, could end catch and release today. But he won't, because it's blatantly obvious to anyone paying attention that President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have no interest in taking meaningful action to end this worsening invasion. To create cover for his administration's negligence and score some political points, President Biden called on Congress to pass an immigration package which, among other things, codifies catch and release by giving the architect of this disaster, Secretary Mayorkas, unchecked authority to release migrants into the United States. We can and must do better. It's time for President Biden to take the action necessary to secure our borders and put an end to this national security and humanitarian crisis. Mr. O'Brien, thank you for joining us today. Last month at a press conference, the President was questioned about the border and asked directly if he has done everything he can to do with his executive authority. His answer was, quote, "I've done all I can do," end quote. Do you agree with this statement?
No, not remotely.
What immediate steps do you believe the administration could take? If you could outline those for us, it would be helpful.
Sure. Well, the first and most obvious thing would be to invoke the president's power under Section 1182F to shut down the border. That was the provision of statute that was at issue in Trump v. Hawaii. The Trump administration clearly won on that. The Supreme Court has said that in an emergency situation or other type of crisis at the border, the statute, the Immigration and Nationality Act, as well as potentially the powers inherent constitutionally in the office of president, enable the president to shut down the border and to designate certain classes of aliens who would not be admissible to the United States. And the president has the authority to do that for as long as he wishes until he determines that the threat has passed.
Mr. O'Brien, you're a smart guy. You think about this stuff and talk about this stuff. What's your best guess on why the administration is acting the way that they are?
I think there is a perception within this administration that the United States is responsible for all the ills in the world, and therefore we have some sort of an obligation to let all of these people in here as a reward for America being less than pure. It's absurd, but that seems to be the predominant ideology behind these moves.
Ms. Vaughn, thank you for being here today. I would like to address the broader implications of the border crisis. While much attention is understandably placed on border states, it's important to recognize that the effects are felt nationwide, including my home state of Kansas. Can you share some of the social and economic impacts that an open border has on the entire country, not just border states?
Sure, and that's a great question because our immigration laws are not some obsolete laws that shouldn't be enforced anymore. When we do not enforce our immigration laws, first of all, it's very costly for taxpayers to provide services to people who are coming who are not well prepared to be self-sufficient in our country. Secondly, it distorts labor markets and allows employers to bypass available U.S. workers, of which we have millions in the country today who've dropped out of the labor market. It allows employers to get away with hiring illegal workers instead of American workers. It facilitates human trafficking for labor purposes and other purposes, allows criminal organizations to fly under the radar.
Well, and on that point, my time's about up, but I want to ask the question. In your testimony, you talked about the profiting of the drug cartels and other transnational organizations. Talk about how the Biden administration's immigration policies have contributed to the enrichment of these criminal groups.
Well, the policies entice migrants to come here to put themselves and pay money to criminal smuggling organizations because they know that they are going to be released into the country, allowed to stay indefinitely with almost no threat of enforcement or being sent back home, even if they don't comply with their immigration proceedings. And the cartels are making more money from human smuggling now than they are from drug smuggling. And they are nimble enough to adapt their business model to our loose policies at the border. And they're not going to give it up very easily.
Thank you for your indulgence on time, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank our witnesses for being here. I just came in a minute ago, Mr. O'Brien, but you said that the president has the authority to shut down the border right now. Under what authority do you refer to?
As I said, Section 1182F of the Immigration and Nationality Act, which was the statutory provision that was at issue in Trump v. Hawaii. It's a provision that allows the president by proclamation to temporarily suspend the admission of certain classes of aliens into the United States.
So why didn't Donald Trump use that?
He did. That's why the Trump v. Hawaii case went all the way to the Supreme Court.
But then why was it relied on Title 42?
Well, there was a pandemic on. I mean, Title 42 is pitched at a very different set of circumstances. It's specifically at a public health crisis. 1182F is pitched at a general power to manage the border in confrontation of a crisis.
Mr. Hauser, what's your response to that?
Sir, the idea, operationally, from my personal experience, the idea of shutting down the border, one, puts a grave risk of death for the migrants that are being transited towards the border and those that are seeking asylum. Additionally, it does put Border Patrol in sort of operational challenges to sort of continue to control the flow as it would come towards the border. That's not a panacea that would solve the problem that we're seeing across the Western Hemisphere that's causing the problem. You know, notably, an example is if you look at the increase of encounters over the last 2 to 3 years, as we've seen, which are very significant, the delta between the encounter numbers between the Trump administration and the Biden administration really are from 2 or 3 or 4, sort of the large bulk of them from 3 countries, Cuba, Venezuela, and Colombia. So for instance, in the last, between fiscal years 22 and 23, 470,000 Cubans were moved into the, were brought into the country through the asylum process. The idea that you would have had those populations continue to back up in Mexico is a drastic situation that would be a huge humanitarian crisis. Additionally, you look at the idea that the full expulsion of these populations at those numbers are unrealistic operationally.
So, and I think that's an important point because we had the Remain in Mexico policy when there were more than 13,000 migrants who were left on the border in Mexico and suffered from some sort of violent crime, which is part of the reason why President Biden led a bipartisan group to reach a legislative solution to this problem. And one of the things that that bill did was dramatically change the asylum process because I think everyone agrees that a 5 to 7 year lag time on an asylum application is unacceptable. Unfortunately, my Republican colleagues at the direction of Donald Trump decided that they would rather have this chaos at the border than to actually solve some of the problems. I want to turn to a couple things in that. I read, and I assume you would know this, that ICE may have to cut detention beds because it is underfunded. Is that correct?
I read that in the media too as well, sir. That's my only knowledge of that.
Right. And in this bipartisan bill, it would have significantly funded ICE for additional detention beds, right?
That from the proposal, sir, that I have read in that bipartisan approach, yes.
And now, one of the things that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, instead of actually participating in negotiations on legislation, they spent the last couple months trying to impeach the Secretary of Homeland Security. And one of their arguments is that he was violating the law in failing to detain everyone who came over the border and would be subject to detention. In your experience working for Immigration and Customs Enforcement, is it actually feasible to detain everyone who would qualify under that statute?
Sir, we're talking about the detention of hundreds of thousands of individuals. Just the safety risks alone, logistics, staffing, security, et cetera, it would be monumental in hundreds of billions of dollars. Just to the point I made earlier, of those that the key question, I think, and challenge is the removability of people once their legal pathways are no longer there to stay in this country. You're saying in the last, just for example, in the last 3 to 4 years, 1.2, 1.3 million Cubans have sought asylum here in this country and left communist Cuba. There's some stats that show at least 20% of the Cuban population are on the move across the Western Hemisphere. There's absolutely no way to sort of upend and pull those asylum seekers and refugees and that community up out of their communities and sort of detain them until we have the foreseeable, reasonable ability to remove them back to communist Cuba. That's just for one example, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your indulgence, and I think the point that you're making is that we need additional funding in order to comply with the law. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce 2 documents into the record by unanimous consent.
Sure.
The first is a press release from the USCIS which documents that fiscal year 2023.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object to that. If I want to read it, I'll read it. If he's going to put it in, he should read the title, and that's it. Yeah, he's already.
This is not on my time.
Yeah, no, I know that, but I don't know that you need to read it to me.
I'm reading the title.
No, you weren't.
Completing an unprecedented 10 million immigration cases in fiscal year 2023, USCIS reduced its backlog for the first time in over a decade by 15%. And the other article I would like to introduce is by Mr. Hauser, entitled, "The GOP's border proposals are a human trafficker's dream." And I yield back.
Without objection.
Mr. Biggs.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Can any of you on that panel tell me the number of encounters at the border the last year President Trump was in office? Okay, so I'll just give you one sector. How about the Yuma sector? Yuma sector, 8,600 encounters, about 125 linear mile border, right? That sound familiar to you? So that was the last year President Trump was in office. You know what they're hitting about every 10 days there, Mr. O'Brien?
Every 10 days, I would say it's something in the neighborhood of 100,000. There's been, in a number of the sectors, 10 to 11,000 people coming across a day.
Right, I'm just speaking to the Yuma sector, which is now about every 10 days blowing through 10,000 people. So that's kind of what you're getting in the Yuma sector. You know what you're getting in the Tucson sector? Let's just talk about the San Miguel Gate, Tohono O'odham Reservation. Nearest place south of the border, Caborca, 40 miles away. Anybody want to tell me what they think that they're getting on a daily basis? Ms. Vaughn.
I suspect it's similar to Yuma, but that's ground zero for the gotaways.
That's correct. So you're getting, they're dropping groups of 700 to 1,000 people a day at San Miguel Gate. There's nothing else there. Nothing else there. I've been down there so many times. And you go, and now what you're seeing, where you previously you might see 5, 10 people, you're seeing hundreds at the same time. Lukeville, Arizona. What's that number? Anybody know? Lukeville's blowing between 700 and 1,500 a day. So what I'm bringing this up is because of this radical left-wing Democrat, their subservience to Joe Biden's policies prevent them from even acknowledging the crisis on the border till now. Now it's a grand crisis, but in grand chaos, general chaos. That's right, I couldn't read my writing there. Now it's general chaos, but they couldn't tell you that it was chaos there until just a few weeks ago. They refused to even acknowledge it. And I'm going to suggest to you that the reason is purely political, that now they are saying, oh my gosh, Joe Biden's in trouble on this issue, and we're going to do what Joe Biden wants us to do. That's what my colleagues across the aisle are doing. They're doing what Joe Biden wants you to do. But you know what needs to happen? You need to close the border. And Mr. O'Brien, you told us he's got authority already there to close that border. Tell us about that.
So Section 1182F of the Immigration and Nationality Act says that the president, by proclamation, can decide to suspend the admission of all or certain classes of aliens when he determines that their presence may constitute a threat to the United States. And the Supreme Court has held in Trump v. Hawaii that the decision of how long, under what circumstances, and when to close the border has been entrusted to the president by statute.
Yeah, now let's take a specific example. Under Joe Biden, you remember the Haitians coming into Del Rio?
Yes.
And the average, they were reported 15,000, but the reality is there were about 22,000 coming in, and they were moving about 5,000 or so a day, so that's why it looked like 15,000. Do you remember when the Mexican government finally intervened? What triggered that? Do you remember? Anybody remember that? It's when we closed the port of entry on the bridge above where the Haitians were. That was what we call a deterrent. And Piedras Negras across the border, they said, look, we can't take that for more than 2 or 3 days. Calls went into the Mexican federal government. They said, no more bus loads. We're not going to facilitate bus loads coming to the southern city. so they could come across. That's the distinction. So, with all due respect to Mr. Hauser there, I do agree with him. The dedication and resilience.
Is still not with us in person. However, there's a proposal to potentially move on to other witnesses. Why don't we start with the state? Ms. Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, in order to be efficient with the court's time, we have a witness here that I'm prepared to take out of order, and it sounds as though there's no objection from the defense, so we can do that at the court's convenience.
We don't have any problem taking him out of order, but it's our understanding it's Governor Barnes that is here to establish that he was the first choice of Ms. Willis, and she testified to that, so I think she's familiar with it. I don't know why we can't call him to establish the fact that's already been established. We're not refuting that fact. He's on that fact.
Ms. Cross, I think did she say it was her first choice? Did she not say who was her first choice?
I think I don't believe that the governor's name was mentioned. I think there are some facts and circumstances surrounding the search for someone to take over the lead of this investigation at that time. Now, prosecution is something that, given the allegations in the case, is certainly relevant.
All right, and it doesn't sound like it would be all that long a witness
I don't think
anyhow. All right, so in that case, we can transition over, and Ms. Cross, I'd like to call your witness.
Thank you. The state would call Governor Roy Barnes.
And Judge, just so I'm clear, so you had told us not to ask questions about qualifications, so we did not ask any of our witnesses about qualifications, so the state's now going to bring in evidence of that. We would just ask how be able to go into that.
Sounds to me, well, Ms. Cross.
If you want to ask Governor Barnes about his qualifications, I mean, that's certainly something he'd have knowledge of. I don't know what his basis of knowledge for anyone else's qualifications might be, but I also don't think that opens the door to anything other than what my understanding of what the testimony was.
As I hear it, the issue of qualifications versus who was her first choice is going to be relevant to her intent, maybe, and perhaps that issue of the case in whole. I don't think that necessarily opens the door. We'll see how it goes.
I believe he's being brought up, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Cross, assuming this may be a 10 to 15-minute witness, does the state have other witnesses on deck that they'd like to go forward with as well?
Yes, we called to gather everyone we could, so we can go forward with another witness, I believe, after this.
All right, appreciate it. I do.
Roy Eugene Barnes, Royeugene, Barnes, B-A-R-N-E-S.
Say, good morning, Mr. Barnes. Can you tell the court a little bit about your background as it relates to your service in public service?
I was first elected to the state senate in 1974 from Cobb County, and I served 16 years there. And then in 1990, I ran for governor and was defeated. And 2 years later, I went back to the House of Representatives. I was elected to the House of Representatives and served 6 years until I was elected governor in 1998, and I served in that position until January of 2003.
And after serving in the position of governor, can you tell a little bit about what you transitioned into after your public service?
I did exactly what I was doing before I was elected. I went back to practicing law in Marietta, Georgia, with my daughter, who's now judge of the state court, and my son-in-law. And now we have, I think, 6 or 7 lawyers. Charlie Bailey back there was one of them at one time.
Okay. And Governor Barnes, would you consider yourself to be a trial lawyer?
Yes. That's,
okay.
We don't write contracts or we don't write wills. All we do is try cases.
And I want to direct your attention back to 2021, where you approached by the District Attorney of Fulton County, Fani Willis, about being a special prosecutor.
I was. I don't recall the exact date, but I know it was sometime in 2021. And she asked me to come down, and I met with her and Nathan Wade, and there were several other in the meeting. She asked me, said they were beginning this investigation, and she asked me if I'd be interested in being special prosecutor, to which I replied that I had mouths to feed at a law office, and that I would not do that. And also, I just had a bad, well, I won't say bad because it happens from time to time, but I just had a FBI to report a fella, a militia trainer, to me that said they were concerned that he was making threats against me. And because I thought it was because of the flag, but I asked him and he said, no, it was because I was too close to the Jews, quote unquote. And I told D.A. Willis I'd lived with bodyguards for 4 years, and I didn't like it. And I wasn't going to live with bodyguards for the rest of my life.
So ultimately, you turned down?
Yes. Yeah, I told her. I said, I'm not interested.
Nothing further from the state.
Ms. Merchant.
Morning, Governor Barnes. How are you?
Just fine. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
You said it was sometime in 2021. Do you remember?
I think it
early?
was. I don't remember the dates. They all go. I could look it up on my calendar at the office, but I don't have that.
Well, I want to ask you about some statements that Ms. Willis made March 28th, 2021. She was talking about assembling a team for this case. Are you familiar with her work assembling a team for this case?
Well, I assume that's what she was talking to me about. But besides that, I don't know.
And I know you had said you had a meeting with some folks, and Mr. Wade was at that meeting?
Correct.
Okay. So he was with the district attorney interviewing you about taking this case?
Well, of course, I know Nathan very well, as you do.
Yes.
And I exchanged pleasantries with him, but the conversation was with Ms. Willis.
Okay, with Ms. Willis. Were you aware at the time that her team consisted of Brian Watkins, Megan Vargas, Sonia Allen, Shannon Trotty, Sal Chan, and John Floyd? She had reported that was her team on this case.
I know John Floyd was involved, and she probably told me the others, but Listen, I barely remember what case I tried last year, much less every word that was said in the conversation.
I understand, fair enough. But she said she was looking to hire more lawyers and investigators to work on this case.
She told me, it was to me, she said, would you be interested in being special prosecutor in this case? And I gave the reply that I've already known. I mean, about hiring other lawyers or whatever, I don't know. All I can testify to is what she told me.
Did she tell you at all why she wanted to hire special counsel and not use someone who was an ADA, not have an actual employee?
No, she did not. I mean, we did not discuss that, and but I would assume it was because in a case as big as this that you'd have to have some physician help. I know John Floyd has been in some cases over the years out in Cobb County, for example, and others.
Would you agree that an employee of her office, someone who was paid a state salary or a county salary as an ADA, could handle a case like this?
I couldn't tell you that unless I knew the person, knew their experience, and really had been with them in a courtroom.
All right.
Has an opinion on that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Say no.
Hello, Mr. Sadow.
It's been a while.
It has been a while.
I hope you're well.
I'm doing fine, just getting older, but that beats all time.
That's true, but that applies to all of us, I believe.
Yes.
I think you indicated that if you had your calendar, you'd be able to pinpoint a date for us.
I would.
Is there a way for you, for example, at a break before you actually leave to contact your folks to see if you can get a date?
I guess I could. I don't know how far back we archived those, but I assume I could.
Would you be willing to give that a shot for us?
I mean, I'll do whatever the court instructs.
So if I ask the court and the court says, go ahead and you could do it, that's all right?
I'll do whatever the court instructs.
I hear you.
And you should too.
I try to live by those words. I'm not always successful, but I try. If I pinpoint a date, for example, I think the record is clear that Mr. Wade was hired for the position on November 1 of 2021. Does that help you at all?
No, it does not.
Okay. Then let's go to the meeting. It sounds like it was just one meeting.
Yes.
And could you tell us where that meeting took place, if you remember?
It was in the conference room adjacent to the district attorney's office.
So it was in this, or the adjoining building?
It was in the Lewis Slayton building.
And District Attorney Willis was there, obviously, right?
Yes. Yes.
And Mr. Wade was there?
The best I recall, now I could be mistaken about that, it's like anything that far away, but that's my recollection.
Do you have a recollection of anyone else being present?
Yeah, there were some other folks, but I don't remember.
Do you remember, were you introduced to Mr. Wade by anything other than you already knew him? Was he given a title or anything?
Known him.
So at least as you're there, if I heard you correctly, Ms. Willis did all the talking, Mr. Wade did not.
I mean, we exchanged pleasantries, but as far as the basis of the conversation, the reason I was there, Ms. Willis did the talking.
And would you be able to give us an estimate of how long this meeting lasted? Just rough.
Probably an hour.
And during the meeting, you made it clear, but it was the thanks for the offer, but no thank you.
Oh, yes, I did. As I said, I started off as a prosecutor, and for about 10 or 15 years, I did nothing but criminal. And then, but I've tried to move away from it and do primarily civil now. Mr. Gillen and I have done some white-collar cases over in federal court. I've got one over there right now. But it's generally business related, where I have a client that's got a kid or him getting indicted. And the case I have over there now is an alleged fraud case.
Fair to say that based on your career and the work that you've done, you've handled high-profile cases, correct?
I have. I've handled some pretty good cases. I sued Syria one time for beheading a client of mine, recovered $82 million. I guess that's the best high profile, but that was in D.C. I tried that up in D.C.
And what would be considered complex cases, you've handled those as well, correct?
Yes. I mean, we regularly do mass torts, class actions, business torts, breach of contract, and most of those are complex, requiring many experts. We also do malpractice. I did malpractice defense for about 25 years, but since I've returned from the governor's office, I try not to represent an insurance company anymore, and I just tried a malpractice case before Judge Edlin in November. And those are complex cases because of the type of, medical knowledge and that you have to have, and also because of the many experts that you have.
Thank you. Did Ms. Willis, and this is the last question, did Ms. Willis tell you why she had sought you, why you had been her choice?
No, I hadn't, but, I get consulted fairly often on major cases.
Would you believe, based on circumstances in which you were given the offer, that it had to do with the fact that you had handled complex and high-profile cases in the past?
It could have been. I know her very well. I tried a case against her. She worked for the JQC, and I represented Judge Robert Crawford, Matt Crawford, and she prosecuted him, and I defended him. She beat me at the trial. I turned it around at the Supreme Court.
So you had some experience with
her? I had plenty of experience with it. She's a very qualified young, well, everybody's young to me, but she's a very qualified young woman.
After that one occasion, did you have any other contact with her in reference to the position itself or who she might be considering?
I had some conversations with her or Jeff DeSantis or some of those, but not really an in-depth, about who she should hire or anything like that.
Did the name Nathan Wade come up in those conversations with her? No. Right?
No. Nathan was there, I thought. Now, I could be mistaken, but I thought Nathan was there when I...
For the
I
conference?
think Nathan was... I'm not positive Nathan was there when I met with him.
Right. And my question was probably poorly worded, but what I was asking is after the conference and whatever consulting you might have done.
Yes.
Did Ms. Willis or Mr. DeSantis bring up the name Nathan Wade as a special prosecutor?
I don't think so. I don't recall one. I mean, Nathan is a good organizer. Nathan can organize stuff. I've watched him over the years. So I wasn't surprised that he was acting as a special prosecutor.
And Mr. DeSantis, for the record, who was that? Jeff DeSantis?
Jeff DeSantis.
Do you know who he is?
Oh, yes.
Could you tell us who he is for the record?
Jeff works in the DA's office. I knew him when he worked for Thurber Baker.
You know what his role in the DA's office is?
I have no earthly idea.
Is he in media? Does that sound familiar?
He has done media in the past. Jeff has generally been, I like Jeff, and I'm very close to him, but he's generally been on the other side of my campaigns.
All right, so we're talking, the best of your recollection, conference, we don't have the date, I'm asking if you could possibly get it, but the conference you have, Mr. Wade could have been there.
Yes, I'm almost sure he was there.
And Ms. Willis, obviously, and Mr. DeSantis was there.
I think Mr. DeSantis was too.
And as far as whether there was anyone else there, you don't have a present recollection?
No.
Okay.
Next time I'll take a picture so I'll have an exact.
Next time, hopefully, you won't have to be here.
Well, hopefully not.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
All right, Mr. Stockton.
No questions, Judge.
Thank you.
Mr. Durham.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDougall.
No questions for the governor, Your Honor.
Mr. Rice.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Gillen.
I've been waiting for this.
I couldn't give up the chance getting up here, Governor. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, Craig.
We've done some work in the past together, haven't we?
I consider you a crackerjack lawyer.
Well, I will say to you on the record that I can understand why they came to see you, because you're the finest lawyer that I've ever worked with.
Thank you. I need to put you in the next day.
Yeah, there we go. We'll get that. But one or two more questions.
Okay.
You and I working together when it's appropriate. We've had no qualms about filing motions to disqualify the DA, have we?
No.
Matter of fact, you and I successfully disqualified the DA out in Cobb County in the Brown case, didn't we?
We did.
So whatever needs to be done should be
You
done.
represent your client.
You got that. Thank you so much.
Mr. Couture, are you still with us by Zoom?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions?
No, sir.
All right. And Mr. Cromwell for Ms. Latham?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect, Mr. Abadi?
I got it.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your
Your Honor,
Thank
is there a way that we could potentially ask through you for that date if you can get it?
The question is, you want the exact date that the meeting occurred?
Yes, if we can get that.
And I'm wondering if we can, if it's really material, the exact date rather than just its proximity to the November 1st hiring. Is that fair? If he knows whether it was far earlier in the year versus maybe closer, would that obviate the need for the exact date?
If you can't get the exact date, of course, we'll take the best we can get.
Okay, let's start there.
All right. Let me
think, well,
look
you
around.
may take care of it for us, just if we hold in place here.
I'm not sure of this.
Well, let me try this first, Governor Barnes, before you do a deep dive in the email there. Do you recall what time of year it was when this meeting occurred?
I'm afraid not.
Okay.
I mean, you know how this is. The cases and the days move together. I had a fellow a few years ago that said I represented him in 1978, and I told him I'd take his word for it.
Now, I gotta ask, though, you wouldn't do that if it was a question of him saying he just paid you.
No, I would not. I will tell you, I believe lawyers should be well paid, Mr. Senator.
All right, so sir, is that something
I'll have to look. It didn't come up right.
Okay. All right, we'll ask this witness to step down subject to recall. And that might be something the state can present with stipulation as well. All right, thank you, sir. Do we have an update on Mr. Bradley?
Lawyer. Lawyer should be here. He's probably outside.
The last estimation I heard was about 11:30.
Okay. If that's still the case, then Ms. Cross, did you have another witness available?
But having brought over, it's Mr. John Floyd, not the special prosecutor John Floyd. John Floyd, District Attorney Willis's father.
Okay. And is he heading this way?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Ward, we're just holding in place for taking witnesses out of order. Do you have any updates on Mr. Bradley?
Yes, so he is still in this appointment. He may last a few more hours. However, he's going to make himself available for Zoom if that's possible. Either listen to the easiest way or provide his testimony.
All right. Ms. Merchant?
I was outside looking for them.
Sure. We found them.
I'm sorry?
So he has asked whether the defendants would accept his testimony by Zoom.
As long as I can show him documents, if he needs his memory refreshed, then that's fine.
It is not with us.
It is
With all
not.
due respect.
Yeah, the state would have an objection to this witness not appearing in person.
Understood. All right. Mr. Ward, I think we're going to need continual updates from you and also some kind of expectation of what this afternoon is going to look like. I was never informed of a medical appointment, and I think the notice in this hearing indicated it would last at least 2 days. So right now, I think he's in violation of his subpoena.
Again, Your Honor, I believe that the counsel's giving notice of his doctor's appointment. He missed one yesterday. He took a stand yesterday. We were hoping that he would finish his testimony yesterday. I stayed here all day. This appointment started at 9, and it's out of his control in regards to, again, the issues involved with it, as well as going to be 2 days at one time.
I'm just trying to get more. I mean, we initially been told maybe it was going to be 9:30 and 10. Do we have any better idea to get a realistic expectation of when we think we can have him here?
If it's Your Honor's will wish, something come on in, and we have to go back to
Is he, without getting too much into the particulars, has he already been seen by the doctor and he's waiting for results, or is he still waiting to be seen by a doctor? I'm just,
both. He's been consulting with the doctor, and they're waiting for it.
And after he gets those results, he was supposed to have another meeting with them today as well. But potentially that meeting could occur later.
After they're able to figure out the purpose of the actual appointment.
Okay. If you can get any kind of an update on how much time they think that those results are going to take. If it's more than an hour or two, I think we would want to start bringing him here, and he can have that follow-up consultation later. All right. Thank you, sir.
Did you ever want to take up the 1.6 motion?
At this point, I think we've got something else that can occupy our time, and I think we need to move forward with that. All right. Of course. Yeah, absolutely.
And I didn't learn about the equipment.
Right. Okay. Understood. Ms. Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Abate will,
They call Mr. John Floyd.
Mr. Floyd, if you could have a seat, sir.
may I approach the witness quickly? Just
Thank you. I do.
Please state the spelling full name for the court.
My name is John Clifford Floyd III.
Say, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell the court, are you currently retired?
Yes, I am.
And prior to being retired, can you tell the court a little bit about, did you work in the legal career? Were you a lawyer?
I was an attorney. I practiced law. I've probably tried 1,000 cases. About 50% of my practice was criminal law. 25% of it was family law. And the rest was whatever walked through the front door could pay for it.
Okay. And
Could we wait 1 second? The governor's come back. He might
I
have.
do. My calendar shows it was October 26, 2021.
All right. And would defense counsel accept it as a stipulation, or is there any follow-up questioning needed on that? Mr. Barnes is still considered under oath on this point. All right. I'm just going to look for a show of hands or for someone to speak now on Zoom, and hearing none. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
And, sir, can you tell the court, are you from Atlanta?
No, I grew up in South Central Los Angeles. I spent most of my legal career. I would say in Washington, D.C. was kind of the circle, but I've tried cases all over the country, and I tried the longest. I was the first lawyer to try an international criminal court. I was with the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda. I was in trial there for 4.5 years in Arusha, Tanzania, and Hague in the Netherlands.
Okay. And when you weren't there, it sounds like your kind of center of gravity was Washington, D.C.
Correct, but I've tried cases in West Virginia, Maryland, Florida, California.
All over.
Yes.
And do you, sir, can you tell the court, do you have any children?
I have one daughter, Fani Willis.
Okay. And I want to direct your attention back to 2019, okay?
Yes.
Back in 2019, can you tell the court, did you move here to Atlanta?
I was living in Johannesburg, South Africa. And unfortunately, for some reasons, I could not get an extended visa. When I retired from the practice of law in 2018, I moved to South Africa. And I had to leave South Africa, and I did then come to Atlanta.
Okay, and do you, sir, remember about the time period in 2019 when you moved in with your daughter here in Atlanta?
It would have been the spring or summer of 2019.
And after you moved here, did you get a driver's license to kind of confirm your residency within Atlanta?
Well, my driver's license for the District of Columbia was going to expire on my birthday, which is in October. And yes, I did get a license here in the state of Georgia.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
You can just take a look at what's been marked as Stacey's.
Okay, Your Honor, would you, if you don't mind, my eyes are very bad, which is one of the reasons I retired, and so I need a magnifying glass, so I'll be constantly. Thank you. Yes, I see it was issued on 9/28/2019.
Okay, so before we get there, do you recognize State's Exhibit 2?
Yes, just my driver's license.
And is State's Exhibit 2 a fair and accurate copy of your physical driver's license?
Absolutely.
This time, Your Honor, the State would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2 into evidence.
No.
Seeing no other objections, it's submitted. State's Exhibit 2 is submitted for the record.
Now, and for the record, Your Honor, the State is going to supplement State's Exhibit 2 with a redacted copy of the license. The current copy is not redacted with the address and things of that nature.
All right, and do we need to mark that differently in any way?
I will mark it as State's Exhibit 2A.
Perfect.
Now, you talked about when your driver's license was issued. Can you tell the court when was that driver's license here, your Georgia driver's license issued?
It was on 9/28/2019.
Okay, so September 28, 2019. Now, when you moved into District Attorney Willis's home, who lived there?
Well, my daughter lived there. I lived there, and from time to time, my grandchildren would come.
Okay, and did your grandchildren, were they at school coming and going?
Exactly. I think they were in school in various jurisdictions.
And during the time, how long did you live at or with Miss Willis and at her home here in Fulton County?
She was forced to move after she was elected. I don't know if you want me to go through the whole thing, but that, Your Honor, if Your Honor will indulge me. After she was sworn in on January 1 of 2021, and on or about the 3rd of February, at probably 5:30 a.m. in the morning, there were people outside her house cursing and yelling and calling her the B word and the N word, and just, it was bizarre, okay?
Sorry? Pause, sir. Mr. Abani. Here's the objection to you.
I would say it's effect on the listener. He was present while all of these things were occurring. But I can...
No, that's... And he's saying he was personally present to hear these things?
Yes.
Okay, overruled.
Okay, and fortunately, the neighbors called the police and disbanded, disbanded the group, and, it was just, it was just, I hadn't seen anything exactly like it before.
Okay, and after that happened, can you tell the court, did Ms. Willis have to move from her home?
Yes, she was forced to leave.
Okay, and can you tell the court, after she was forced to leave, shortly after she was sworn in, did you remain at her home in Fulton County?
Yes, I stayed there really until 2022, I guess.
And from what you described, did you fear for her safety?
Absolutely. Not only did I do that, the South Fulton police, they brought somebody, a man with a dog, because there have been so many death threats. And they said they were going to blow up the house. They were going to kill her. They were going to kill me. They were going to kill my grandchildren. On and on and on. It just, it became, and I was concerned for her safety.
And after those concerns came to your attention, and after what you heard and saw that day, you remained at the house?
Yes.
And can you tell the court, with what you just described, why did you remain living at the district attorney's home here in Fulton County?
Mr. Bob?
I believe it's relevant based on a lot of the questions that were asked yesterday of Ms. Willis as to about the security threat and the fact that it was implied that those threats were not necessarily real, in the sense that Mr. Floyd remained in the home. There were many questions about the fact that he remained and her children could still come and go to the house. I think it's relevant based to the testimony that was elicited from defense counsels yesterday.
Overruled.
Well, these South Fulton police, first they put a car in front of the house that was there permanently, a police car. That was thing one. Thing two, they brought a person with a dog sometimes more than once a day, twice a day, and they would circle the house to look for bombs. I knew that was a house that my daughter had worked for. It was a brand new house. She's the only one who had ever lived there. It's a 4-bedroom, brand new house, and somebody needed to protect the house, and I stayed there to basically take care of the house, to take care of the yard, to take care of that. Also, somebody sprayed, again, the B word and the N word on the house, and I don't think my daughter even knew that. I cleaned it off and called the police, and South Fulton police, they have, I'm sure, all the records of all the things that happened. And all of the neighbors, I notified all the neighbors to look out and to watch out. And it was so crazy. It was just so crazy. We'd have people would show up and park car. There was a guy parked for probably 8 hours out in front of the house. It was just, and we'd call the police, and,
Now, at the time that you lived there with Ms. Willis, and I guess even when you remained, so during the time period of 2019 to the end of 2020, are you aware if Ms. Willis was dating someone?
Yeah, she did. She had a boyfriend when I first got there.
Okay. And did you meet her boyfriend?
Yeah, I met him often.
Okay, and did you know him by any specific nickname?
Yeah, Deuce.
Okay, and can you tell the court while you were living there, how often would you see him?
Sometimes every day, sometimes, every other day. He was a disc jockey or something, and he had all this paraphernalia that I'd have to move out. It was a thing with the keyboard, things that play music and so forth and so on. So.
Now, when you moved in 2019 and then throughout the years in year 2020, 2021, had you ever met someone named Nathan Wade?
I did not meet Nathan Wade until 2023, about a year ago, when a reporter by the name of Esquire interviewed me. I met him. That was the first time I had met him.
You said that was in 2023?
2023, right.
And I know you said you hadn't met him until 2023, but when you were living at Ms. Willis's house in Fulton County, did you ever meet Mr. Wade in the year 2019?
Absolutely not.
How about in the year 2020?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever see Mr. Wade at Ms. Willis's Fulton County house in the year 2021?
Never.
And is it your testimony that the only time or the first time that you met Mr. Wade was in 2023?
Let me say something. Mr. Wade said that he remembers seeing me, and I do remember some banter. I'm a member of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity, and there's kind of this thing that goes on between fraternities, and Mr. Wade is a member of Alpha Phi Alpha, and they, you know, so they, I do remember there was some kind of banter when my daughter was sworn in to be district attorney between me and a couple of guys, and he said he remembers me. I don't remember him.
And prior to that experience that you're talking about, as well as, I guess, your official meeting in 2023, had you ever even heard his name?
No, never.
I don't think I have any further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Merchant.
Yes, thank you, Judge. How are you?
Fine. How are you, counsel?
Good, thank you. Just got a couple questions. On Monday, we heard you were in California. Do you have a place in California?
People always ask me about where do I live. I guess I live right here, sitting in this seat right now. But yes, the answer is I have a place in Los Angeles.
Okay, you do. All right. So do you share time or split time between Los Angeles and Georgia?
Actually, I'm working on a documentary film, and I'm supposed to be being filmed not for this trial, but I'm supposed to be being filmed right now. It was planned, and we had to stop it because they asked me to come here. But the answer is I'm working on a documentary, and I'll be in California until I finish the documentary if we don't have another actor strike and we don't have another writer strike.
So do you own property in California?
No, I don't. I live with a friend of mine.
Live with a friend of yours. Okay.
Yeah.
And when did you first move? Let me qualify with the dates. Did you spend any time in 2019 in California?
No, and the reason I didn't is that when I first came here, the answer is no, I did not. What happened was COVID. Once COVID hit, I was just paralyzed. I couldn't go any place. I couldn't go anything. I mean, I'm a theater buff. I used to go to theater at least once a week. But when COVID hit, I just couldn't. I couldn't go to the dentist, which I need to do. Or, you know, it was just a thing. So I was just stuck. I was just stuck there.
I may be wrong, but I believe COVID hit in 2020. So I was asking about 2019. In 2019, did you spend any time in California?
Before COVID was even here in the United States, remember I lived in South Africa and I've traveled the world. I knew COVID was coming before. I knew COVID was around before. They may have announced it but in fact, I knew about it and I knew it was happening in 19.
Okay, so let's through 2019 then. You said September. So
no, I didn't say that. I moved here probably prior to September. In September is when I got the driver's license. I probably moved in the springtime.
I'm sorry, you did. You said spring, summer. I see that in my notes. So spring, summer 2019 is when you moved here. So up until spring, summer 2019, where did you live?
I lived in Johannesburg. I lived in Washington, D.C., 2018. I had planned to retire for the rest of my life in South Africa. I had worked for Nelson Mandela and the Free Mandela and getting that, and someone I'd gone to law school, he had located there after Mandela was freed from prison and became president. I was going to live there for the rest of my life, but unfortunately, because of political reasons, I could not stay in South Africa, and I was forced, in a sense, to come back to the United States.
Okay, so let's just focus in on the period from, let's just October 2019, okay? We'll call that the relevant period. October 2019 until the end of 2019. Were you in Georgia every single day?
Absolutely.
So now let's move to 2020, okay? And every single day, before I move on, every single day in 2019, you slept at your daughter's house, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's start in 2020, all right? So 2020, the entire year, did you travel anywhere?
No.
Okay. You didn't travel at all that year?
No.
So,
and I didn't go to these, which upset me also.
So that entire year, 2020, you remained here in Georgia?
Right.
Okay. In 2021, did you go?
No.
Okay. So when did you move back, or when did you start this documentary film in Los Angeles?
What I had been doing to occupy time as I was writing my own memoir. As I delved into my family background, I discovered something, and that's what got me to working on the documentary. So I want you to understand what was going on in my life. I pitched I have a movie script called Bad Blood. I have a movie script we're trying to sell. So I tried to sell that, and I just happened to mention something that happened during the civil rights movement. SNCC, it's called the SNCC 5. David Simmons was interested, and with Peter Fitzsimmons and Leah Smith, we're now doing the documentary. So.
But what I was asking was when you moved to Los Angeles, not what you moved there for.
Well, you keep saying moved. I haven't moved to Los Angeles. I spent more time in California, in Oakland, if you really want to just be, because Peter is basically San Francisco based. So we're working on the documentary.
Okay.
I was in Los Angeles because I was going to the Pan-African Film Festival, and that's why we were there. And the way Hollywood works is, you know, when you make connections in film festivals to try to sell ideas and meet people and organize things.
You still own property in Washington, D.C., correct?
No, I don't.
You don't own property at 1467 Roxana Road Northwest?
That's where I used to live.
That's where you used to live. Did
Right.
you own that property?
Yes.
Okay. And you owned that property when you moved here in 2019?
Yes.
And you owned it in 2020, correct?
Well, that where you talk a complicated issue. I left the property. There was a dispute between me, and I had gotten a reverse mortgage company, and dispute between me and that, and I just I walked away from it.
Okay. You walked away from it with almost $300,000?
Yeah, what is the relevance of that?
Where he lived and registered to vote. That's what they brought in. So that's.
Why is the money he got from the sale relevant at all?
It's the only proof I have of that he owned that address. So I can move on though. Right. Okay. When did you sell that property?
Mortgage company took it.
Oh, okay. So in 2019, when you got your driver's license here, next day you registered to vote, correct?
I think it may have been the same day, but maybe it was the next day. I don't remember.
But you didn't own property here in Georgia that day?
No, I was living with my daughter.
Okay. You said that you met Mr. Wade, that you remember you met in 2023. That was the time you
Correct.
remember? Okay. And I wasn't really clear. You said something about meeting him. Was it with Mr. Isikoff, or did Mr. Isikoff tell you?
No, I was being interviewed by Mr. Isikoff.
Okay.
And he walked in, and I met him. That was the first time. He walked into the office, and
Where were you being interviewed?
at the district attorney's office.
And Mr. Wade walked into that interview?
Yes.
And so Ms. Willis had not told you about Mr. Wade prior to that?
Absolutely not.
So she didn't tell you anything about their relationship before you met him that day?
No.
But Mr. Wade remembers meeting you in 2020?
He said that at my daughter's swearing in. I do remember that we having some banner about fraternities, but other than that.
Oh, at your daughter swearing in. Okay.
Right.
That's all I have. Just one moment. Nothing else. Thank you.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you, counsel?
I'm fine. I'll try to ask you some specific questions if we could, okay?
And I'll give specific answers if I can.
Perfect.
Okay.
The driver's license address, I'm not going to publish. That is State's Exhibit Number 2. Is the address on that driver's license the home that you're referring to as your daughter's in South Fulton?
Absolutely.
Okay. And it was unclear to me, maybe no one else, but it's unclear to me, when did you stop living at what I would call your daughter's home in South Fulton?
Things got so bad and threats got so many, even against me, that the house became basically uninhabitable. You know, I got tired of sleeping in one room one day and one that. I would say December of 2022, something like that.
December of 2022.
Right. That's about right. Yeah.
Now, let me change and go back for another date. You had indicated, and I didn't hear it, when was your daughter, Miss Willis, when was she sworn in as district attorney?
On January 1, 2021.
Okay. And did you indicate that there was an incident, and I know you've described it, was that incident on February the 3rd, 2021?
That's my best recollection.
Okay. The question then is, after February 3rd of 21, how much longer did Miss Willis stay at the house before she moved somewhere else?
Very short period of time, and I cannot be precise, but I would bet all the money I ever made, it wasn't more than a month and a half, if that long.
Okay, so we're talking about, best of your recollection, end of February into the beginning of March, give or take, of 2021, when Miss Willis would have moved to a different location.
Exactly.
Okay. And did Miss Willis return to the house, that is, the house that you were in, at any point in time that you can remember?
From time to time, she and her security show up for her to pick something up or take something or something, okay. But she always would come with her security.
Okay. My question was poorly worded. I apologize. Did she come back permanently to her house?
Oh, absolutely not. Okay, absolutely not.
So as far as you're aware, that once Miss Willis left her house, South Fulton House, so the record's clear, either late February or into March of 2021, best of your recollection, she turned to that home to live.
No, it became uninhabitable. I mean, it just, I mean,
that's okay.
I would have to walk around that house looking out of every window. I made a habit of having to walk around the whole house. I got lights so that if somebody would come at night in the back, so that those kinds of reflecting lights, I had those put up.
I don't mean to cut you off.
Okay.
All I was interested in is whether she had ever returned.
No, the answer is no.
Okay. Now, when Miss Willis, when your daughter left the home, time period, end of February, beginning of March, give or take, 2021, do you know where she moved to?
No, and I didn't want to know. I intentionally did not want to know. Because I'm not, if somebody stuck a gun to my head and I could tell them, I wasn't going to tell them, or I'd have made up something, but I didn't want to know.
Okay, so would it say that if you didn't want to know, you never visited her at the place that she moved to?
Oh, I never did.
Never did?
Never did.
Okay. Do you know how long she stayed at the first place that she went to after she left her house before she moved to a second place?
What I know, and this is hearsay, counsel, is that my daughter has had to move something like 4 times.
But do you know any potential?
No, I don't know any place. I was taken one time for Christmas Day. I've only seen my daughter, and this is very hard for me to say, but During the period my daughter left, I've only seen my daughter 13 times because I can't, and we've never seen each other more than maybe 3 hours because of, you know, the nightmare threats against her and me.
And I understand that, and from the perspective of being a father myself, I understand what that means. So I'm going to move away from that. I was just trying to get an idea of date-wise, okay? So let me try to get one more date. In 2023, when you were being interviewed by one of the gentlemen that wrote the book at the DA's office, and Mr. Wade came in, can you give us, other than 2023, what the date would be?
I'm sorry, I can't, Counsel.
How about spring, summer, any idea?
I would guess spring or summer, but I can't. Okay. I don't. I'm sorry.
And you've already indicated, at least to your recollection, that was the first time that you'd met Mr. Wade.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, I'm not arguing with you about that. I want to go to Ms. Willis's boyfriend that you referenced. Okay, you met Ms. Willis's boyfriend, as you've characterized it, when you came here in 2019.
Correct.
And you met him on one occasion, several occasions?
Oh, no, I saw him often.
Oh, so you mean there was no secret that she was dating this man?
Not from me.
Not from you.
And not, he was a disc jockey of some kind. I think he had a government job during the day. I don't know what it was, but apparently would do weddings and so forth and so on. He was a disc jockey, play music. So he had all his stuff was always in the way, and I was always having to try to push it aside. And, you know, anyway.
But Ms. Willis, your daughter didn't keep him from you, correct?
No.
No, I mean, there was no doubt he...
I mean, we lived in the same house. I mean, you know, he came and went.
Right. Now, when did you learn that her had a romantic, personal relationship with Mr. Wade?
Well, about 7 weeks ago, when it, as a matter of fact, I just found out when other folks found out. Okay.
That is, your daughter, as I understand it, never told you one time in the year of 2022 that she was dating Mr. Wade, correct?
That's correct.
And until recently, you didn't know from anyone, including your daughter, that she dated Mr. Wade, correct?
That's correct.
That is, whatever the relationship is between father and daughter, she kept that a secret from you, correct?
Correct.
That's all I need to know. Mr. Stockton.
No.
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
Floyd. Correct.
Good morning, Counsel.
When your daughter moved or left the house that she owned, did she say anything to you about having a large savings of cash?
Oh, no, no. See, maybe, excuse me, and Your Honor, I'm not trying to be racist, okay? But it's a black day. You know, I was trained, and most black folks, they hide cash or they keep cash. And I trained, you always keep some cash, because I've been places, and just because of the color of my skin, for example, I took a fellowship at Harvard when my, if I might, Your Honor, if I might, when I was just, she was just, you know, maybe 3 years old. And I remember going to a restaurant in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and I had a American Express credit card and maybe a Visa or whatever. And I had a lot of what they call travelers. I don't even know if they still have travelers checks, but travelers checks. And there was a sign said, you know, with the credit card. For whatever reasons, the man would take my American Express credit card. So I pulled out my Visa card, and he wouldn't take my Visa card. So then I pulled out my traveler's checks. He said, we don't take checks. Now, these were traveler's checks. This was money. I had a $10 bill. I'll never forget this as long as I live. And he said the bill for, at the time, Fani's mother, myself, was like $9.95, and I had a $10 bill. That was all that. Now that. But even before that, I've always kept cash, and I've told my daughter, you keep 6 months worth of cash always. For example, I had 3 safes in my house. I put some of my clients' stuff there too, things I didn't want other lawyers to be, because you're always in a firm, and I knew that there were special conditions, so some things I would bring home, put them in the safe. But I always kept safes. And as a matter of fact, I gave my daughter her first cash box and told her always keep some cash.
So is that a yes?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
That's all I got, Judge.
Mr. Durham.
No questions.
Mr. McDougald.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Rice.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Gillen.
It's still morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Counsel. How are you?
Just fine. Just a few questions following up. When you were talking about when you learned about Mr. Wade and your daughter, correct? Now, did your daughter tell you in around October of 2022 that she had gone on a Caribbean cruise way to the Bahamas?
The answer is I knew that my daughter had gone, but I did not know who she went with or what the circumstances were. So I knew that she had gone out of town, but I didn't know with whom.
I see. And did she tell you in November of 2022 that she had gone to Aruba and stayed at a Hyatt Regency resort there in Aruba for 3 days with Mr. Wade? Did she tell that?
The answer was, again, I knew she went out of town. I didn't even know where she went. I knew she was going out of town. She told me she was going out of town. I think she might have said she was going out of the country or something. She'd be going. But other than that, that was all.
Okay. And did she tell you in March of 2023 that she was going to Belize for several days with Mr. Wade?
The same answer, that I knew she would tell me she was going out of town, and she may or may not have told me where she was going, but she'd be gone for.
Okay. Now, in 2023, you were in many days you would be out in California, correct?
Some days I'd be in California, correct.
Okay. Well, did she tell you in May of 2023 that she was traveling to Napa Valley with Mr. Wade, so maybe y'all could see each other when she visited California with Mr. Wade?
The answer is no.
And so the first time that you ever met Mr. Wade or learned about Mr. Wade, to your recollection, was in 2023?
That's correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Kucherov. On Zoom.
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple quick questions. Good morning, sir. I know I can't see you.
I can't see you either, but
we can take a moment.
Good morning, Counsel.
We can take a moment. Let's just pause, see if we can change the screens to show Mr. Kucherov. Sorry.
Your Honor, I'm on a phone, so it's kind of difficult.
Can you turn your screen on, though?
I'm trying to. Does that work?
Just to hold one more moment? All right, there we go. You can proceed, Mr. Kucherov.
Sir, you seem to know about the issue of cash in this transaction. You said it was a black thing. How did you know that the cash was going to be an issue in this testimony?
Because I was asked for it, and I was prepped by the lawyers, and they asked me about it. What else?
And did you speak with Mr. Wade about your testimony?
No.
Did you speak with your daughter about your testimony?
She may have been present when the lawyers were. I really don't remember.
If Mr. Wade and your daughter were dating, you wouldn't have known that unless your daughter told you.
What do you? Maybe I'm not understanding your question, Counsel. So maybe you want to restate. What is it that you're asking me?
Yeah, if it wasn't clear, I can re-ask the question. I'll rephrase it.
Yeah, right, yeah,
Mr.
please
Wade,
do.
if Mr. Wade and your daughter were dating, you wouldn't have known that unless your daughter told you.
I did not know that they were dating. And when were you talking about the cash? I didn't know that. I don't know what you're asking me. What I told child from the time she was is always have some money. Always have some money. If you go on a date so that people don't try to stick, you want to leave whoever. Always keep some cash, okay?
Mr. Floyd, you answered the question that the attorneys prepped you for that, so that's all I wanted to know.
Anything else, Mr. Sheriff?
That's it, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Cromwell.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Abadi?
Your Honor. Mr. Floyd, now, it wasn't common for your daughter to confide in you in romantic life at all.
No, and I haven't confided in her about mine before when I had one, okay?
Hate him.
And you wouldn't have known about her boyfriend, the disc jockey.
Hey, Debs.
Got an objection?
I think that might have just been still off mute.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
Now, you wouldn't have known about her boyfriend, the disc jockey, had you not been living with her, correct?
That's correct.
No.
I have nothing further.
Did he answer the question?
He did. He said that's correct.
All right. By show of hands, any redirect on those points only? Ms. Merchant.
Yes. I just wanted to know you were prepped by the lawyers when this prep session was.
I just got off the plane on, what was it, Tuesday night? I think I was probably drooling at the mouth. I was so tired. So it must have been, I got in Wednesday. It must have been Wednesday.
Okay. And did you talk about any of the testimony from yesterday or watch any news reports or anything like that?
Oh, absolutely. You can't cut the TV on without seeing this. The first thing, and I listen to conservative radio a lot, and, you know, last night for 5 hours, all they talked about was this case.
So you were aware of what the testimony your daughter gave yesterday was?
Yeah, unless you don't cut the radio on, unless you don't cut the television on, unless you don't read the AJC or any other, the New York Times or whatever, which I do every day, of course.
So is it fair to say nobody instructed you that you were under the rule of sequestration?
Right, and I'm not under subpoena either.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? Seeing and hearing none, thank you, Mr. Floyd.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. It's a pleasure to appear in front of you, Your Honor.
Take care.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Cross, let me check in. Was the state planning to call additional witnesses?
Not at this time, Your Honor. We're again trying to accommodate if there's a lapse in schedule to be able to this afternoon. But right now, that was last witness.
So even if Mr. Bradley testifies, it's still the potential that the state has no further witnesses?
At least one more will be available this afternoon, but that would be it.
There are potentially more state's witnesses. All right. I think the subpoenaed are expected to appear about the rule. I don't think the remedy is striking. I think it can go also to this credibility as well. So. Cross, you want something else to be heard on that? Do we have an update for Mr. Bradley?
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, he's here.
Do is have these preliminary conversations about privilege, see if we can make any headway, and then take our afternoon break. So to that end, counselors, I don't know if you just want to argue in place there or go to the table, whatever makes you comfortable. But Mr. Chopra, maybe it was relayed to you since you weren't in the court earlier this morning. We'd had some initial conversations about the distinction between the privilege and Rule 1.6, and it sounded like you wanted to be heard on that.
Your Honor, it was brought to my attention, and I apologize because I don't have things.
What do you need?
Well, a copy of the case in front of me would be helpful, but it's not necessary. It would just take me a second to keep looking at my respond to the court.
Whatever you need to do.
Your Honor, I believe the case forward in anticipation interpretation of piercing the rule 1.6 is on Corning fiberglass versus American CT. Is that correct?
It's difficult hearing counsel. Could you?
There's a microphone there at the jury box. You can try to
Hear what he's saying. Thank you.
either try to lift that microphone box or make your way over to the podium or table. Sorry.
Is that any better?
All right, and no, that was authority provided by Mr. Sadow over our morning recess, and I think that was indicated to go more towards a potential crime fraud argument. I don't think we've really gotten there yet.
It's not crime fraud per se. It's the same notion. It's fraud on the court, different proposition.
Okay.
But yes, and to attorney-client privilege waiver.
Right.
1.6 confidentiality.
That I had cited to this morning, showing the distinction between the two, was tenant health care. So that's where we were. Did you have something that you wanted to address on that?
I have not been able to review that, Your Honor. I was unfortunately unaware.
All right, Mr. Ward, you're co-counsel with Mr. Bradley?
I'm not here.
Remind me why you are here.
I'm not here to just assist me. You just assist me.
Okay, so you are co-counsel on this.
Well, this morning when you were asking where he was, I had to make sure everybody knew there was no one was here. That's what I was doing this morning.
Okay.
Oh, this is, the judge is saying it's 10.
Right, and the citation for that is 273 Georgia 206.
Judge,
And I'll give you time to review that. In the meantime, what other things that you want me to know? And perhaps at this point we just take our break now, unless you also want to talk about the questionings that are provided by Ms. Merchant, seeing if there's anything we can achieve.
so that I can be clear, it is apparent that at this point we're going to go into whether or not 1.6 provides privilege for Mr. Wade, even though he has specifically stated that he does not waive that privilege. Therefore, it would be incumbent upon the court to issue an order to demand that Mr. Bradley, over and above the privilege afforded in 1.6, is required to testify. Is that correct?
That's right. That's what we covered this morning.
And I would ask the court, is the court then going to travel under the fraud exception?
We haven't quite gotten there. We haven't decided whether attorney-client privilege applies. I think there are some other things that we would have to do to, I think we got held up yesterday on 1.6. As I understood it, I was waiting to hear from you whether we are now beyond that. And then if we're in the land of attorney-client privilege and overage, so Rule 505, then I think Mr. Sadow has some arguments on crime fraud, and I think there's also just the general arguments of, does it exist? Were certain statements in furtherance? Does Mr. Bradley have any knowledge independent of those?
Certainly,
Right?
and in order to keep the court abreast, yes, we are still traveling under, there should be a privilege afforded to Mr. Wade under 1.6, and we are aware of how they will try to convince the court that that should be overcome. So hopefully I can read this case in less than 5 minutes.
All right, that's fine. Anything, I guess, as he reads that, assuming we do get beyond 1.6, if you can work with me here, anything we want to add to that?
I'm afraid I would have to hear what the arguments were that got us past 1.6, Judge. I'm not here to insinuate to the court that we would do something else. I don't know.
But there was a line of questioning that Ms. Merchant decided to write out and share with the parties. Were there any initial thoughts, comments, reactions to that? Again, just trying to make sure we make the best use of Mr. Bradley's time once he arrives.
Your Honor, I just want to say that might just reiterate that my client has not waived the attorney-client privilege. The questions that we reviewed this morning, Mr. Bradley is not able to testify about anything relating to marriage or dating history after December 2018. That's going to be the operative date. Nor does any of the questions does Mr. Bradley cite to any external knowledge or sources. Anything he will say would be derived entirely from privileged communication with our client, so we just want to renew our objection.
Okay, so certainly the assertion of the privilege is confirmed and for the record, and I think, again, this is where we got held up yesterday, is that I know you're asserting that certain answers to these questions be covered. I think there's still some boxes we would need to check before we can and we'd have to check those boxes with Mr. Bradley before we can get. If there's nothing else, then let's break until 1 o'clock. All right. Thank you all.
Western Hemisphere. The last time I was down in Lukeville, which is just a few weeks ago, it wasn't just Western Hemisphere folks. I went up and I talked to them. I said, "Where are you from?" "How about you?" "Burkina Faso." "How about you?" "Guinea." "Where are you going?" They take out laminated cards with phone numbers and addresses and say, "I'm going to the Bronx." I said, "You ever been to the Bronx?" "No." "You know anybody in the Bronx?" "Wait, where'd you get the card?" "Don't know." That is the crisis. And so when you tell me that there's not enough money, you know why there's not enough money? Because this administration has incentivized the world to come in, and there is virtually going to be enough money to take care of housing these people and providing the support we need to remove them. Because why? Because this administration, that my colleagues across the aisle are obeying Biden's wish. That's why, because they've caused this. And with that, I have some documents I'd like to get in, Mr. Chairman. Washington Post from today, chance of mass release by ICE. Document called Executive Office for Immigration Review Adjudication Statistics. And a document from Axios saying exclusive, how Biden botched the border.
Thank you. Well, so ordered. Thank you. Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know what the American people want more than anything else? They want authenticity. They want not your truth or my truth. They want the truth. They elect us to come here and do, honestly, they like to do the Democratic thing or the Republican thing, American thing, what's in this country's best interest. So just a little housekeeping. With the Democrats is it's all Donald Trump's fault or we're taking orders from him. I have never talked to Donald Trump about the border. Being from Texas, I don't need his advice on it. I can see it with my own eyes. Or that we need to spend more money on this issue. You know how much weight Mexico would cost? Nothing. And he has that authority, and it works. And if you go down and talk to Chief Raul or anybody that works on the border, you know what they're going to say? Weight in Mexico, the illegal crossings by 70%, and it costs nothing. And then the last, they invariably always, one of them will, at least one, will throw in this racial element, that it's somehow that because people, they're people of color, see, there's an element of on the Republican end that don't want them in the country, which is absolutely patently absurd. For instance, in Starr County in Texas, which is 96% Hispanic, Hillary Clinton won that by 60% in 2016. Donald Trump was president for 4 years, and he damn near won the county. He only lost by 5%. 96% Hispanic population. Hidalgo County, much bigger county, 93% Hispanic population. Donald Trump lost it to Hillary Clinton by 40% in 2016, and he magically won it by 17% in 2020. Why? Because those fine folks down there are sick of the crime, the corruption, the chaos, and the cartels. That's a matter of fact. So, Mr. Hauser, read your testimony, listened to it. You said, and I quote, Secretary Mayorkas has consistently demonstrated a steadfast commitment to upholding the rule of law. So I would assume you think he's doing a good job. Fair?
Sir, I think that the Secretary, in my personal view, has been handed a broken immigration system.
Do you think he's doing a good job?
I think.
Okay, thank you. So here's your definition of a good job. In both past administrations, one Democrat, one Republican, in this 3-year mark in office, had roughly 1.7 million illegal encounters. Joe Biden's had 8.5 million. The last year President Trump was in office, there were 3 people caught on the terrorist watch list crossing the border. Last year it was 169. In fiscal year 2017, 300,000 illegal crossings or encounters. In December, it was 300,000. So it's 500% increase, 56% increase, 1,200% increase. Let's look at Chinese nationals. I think we'd all agree that Beijing does not have America's best interests at heart. FY 2019, 2,000 Chinese nationals apprehended on the southern border. Last year, 53,000, an increase of 2,650%. If just them are sleeper agents, because most of them are military-age men, I shudder to think what will happen in a free and open society if they invade Taiwan and those agents are activated. 170 countries represented by illegal crossers. Costs probably $155 billion. Opioid deaths have doubled, and our national security is at risk because we don't know who these people are. And Mr. Hauser, you also said that you believe that Secretary Mayorkas was a stalwart advocate for the men and women of our immigration and enforcement agencies.
Every day.
Stalwart advocate.
Every day.
Does a stalwart
We're gonna
advocate lie
expand on that,
about, excuse me, do the stalwart advocate lie about what happened? Were any Haitian migrants whipped by Border Patrol agents? No, they were not. But you know what? It's interesting because he got an email saying just that. You know what he said? Our nation saw horrifying images that do not reflect who we are. We know those images painfully conjured up the worst elements of our nation's ongoing battle against systemic racism. I didn't know that controlling a horse with reins had anything to do with systemic racism. And then he said, to see people treated like that, they did, horses barely running over people, being strapped, it's outrageous. Was anybody strapped?
Sir, I'd have to direct you to the
No,
CPC on
no one was strapped, Mr. Hauser. Chief Raul Ortiz, too. Everyone that was there said that didn't happen. And that lion SOB said it anyway, and he threw his Border Patrol agents under the bus. I don't think that fits my definition of stalwart advocate. The guy's a bum, and I'm glad he got impeached. And he got impeached because he richly deserved that. So you're a compassionate man. You use the word compassion. Do you know, are migrant deaths at an all-time high?
Sir, the flow south of the border is driving these migrants into areas where, yes, they're
It's all-time high. So they'd be better off if they didn't come in the first place,
yes,
because the drug cartels, as Ms. Vaughn pointed out, are making record profits. So you're a compassionate guy. How many migrants are you housing personally in your home?
None, sir.
None, exactly. And I bet you my Democratic colleagues also have that same answer. None. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. The ranking member here introduced a document regarding court appearance for illegals. Yeah, my colleague, Mr. Raskin, had passed on his recognition, reclaiming my time and restoring my time. The ranking member introduced a document earlier regarding illegals showing up for court. Let me say the quiet part out loud for America. Pay attention. This is how this town works. Democrats will tell you one thing, Republicans will tell you another thing, the totally opposite. America says, what the hell is going on? What's the truth? Here's the truth. They do show up for court. Once. So take a generalized statement. The illegals that are under summons from the time they've been released on some program, do they show up for their court proceedings? Yeah. In the beginning, they do. In the end, they don't. That's the truth, America. Pay attention. You journalists out there, do some work. You've got to peer through the veil of this town to seek truth. So, yeah, they show up for court in the beginning, they don't in the end, when they would be subject to removal and final adjudication. Mr. Hauser, your former chief of staff for ICE, former deputy chief of staff at DHS, senior advisor at Customs and Border Protection. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In your background?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever a cop, sir, or are you an administrator?
No, sir. Military officer, but no, sir.
Ever held the hand of an American as a life left him from violent crime or drug overdose?
Sir, I was deployed in combat in Afghanistan in 2015.
Roger that.
Yes, sir.
But on the streets of America, have you held the hand of an American or held him in your arms and prayed with him while his life left his body?
No, sir.
Thank you very much. You see, this is the problem, America. You got senior advisors to this liberal administration that we've got in our White House that's given advice based upon, very respectable backgrounds, but it's not from the street. They don't get it. We got 300,000 Americans dead from opioid overdose in the last 3 years. It's insane. The wave upon wave of of violent crime hitting communities in our country that's never been touched by that kind of crime before. We have laws in this land for a reason. Enforcing the law at the border is like executive branch 101. That's where the executive responsibility really begins. If you can't secure the border, if you're going to wave in millions and millions and millions of migrants, quarter upon quarter, month after month, year after year, then you have totally failed the American people when it comes to the sovereignty of our country. There's no escaping that, my brother.
Sir,
That's like the reality. So
sir, could I
I'm
expand
going
on
to
that,
ask, I appreciate you, but I'm going to ask Ms. Vaughn. Illegals have been released into our country that, millions, but many of these immigrants, they've been waved in, they have no nefarious intent, but many of them do. They all came in illegally, but many of them do indeed have nefarious intent. They're connected with gangs, with criminal networks across the country, with drug trafficking, sex trafficking, all manner of criminal networks that they're plugging themselves into across the country. They're having a serious impact upon American society. Ms. Vaughn, could you speak to that impact in my remaining 30 seconds, ma'am?
Yes, there are certain kinds of crime that are most definitely have a nexus to failing to control our border, whether it's the increase that we have seen in transnational gangs who are exploiting our loose policies at the border to move their operatives in, whether it's the cartels who are sending their operatives in to both manage their affairs here and set up new forms of criminal enterprises like retail theft and illegal marijuana grows and all sorts of other crimes. We have human trafficking because these migrants, many of them, end up in forced labor situations and having to work essentially for traffickers in order to avoid harm to their family members back home or to themselves here in this country. Because we cannot vet people, or we have no machine that can read people's minds as to their motivations for coming here, we are being taken advantage of. They know our border policies better than most Americans do.
I thank the good lady for her response. I thank our panelists for being here, and my time has expired. So I recognize my friend and colleague, Mr. Raskin, for 5 minutes for his question.
Thank you kindly, Chairman Higgins, and wonderful to be here with you. It may just be you and me left here on Capitol Hill. Our colleagues seem to have made their way to the airport. But I'm glad we're going to get a chance to discuss this after a very eventful week or two. I believe the Speaker sent us into recess. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Higgins, but I think that we're going to be away for a couple weeks now. But here's where I think we are, and Mr. Hauser, I wanted to get... Sorry?
You can stay.
Oh, good. I appreciate that. Democracy and freedom are under siege all over the world right now. And we have terrorists in the Middle East. We have Vladimir Putin, who has executed a filthy, bloody, imperialist invasion of Ukraine to destabilize their democracy and take over their country. We have the communist bureaucrats of China destabilizing the Indo-Pacific. And so President Biden has said we need to get aid, $60 billion to our allies in Ukraine who are under the gun with Russian military drones and attacks on civilians. The Israeli government is responding to Hamas's brutal terrorist atrocities of October 7th. We have a besieged, suffering population in Gaza, which would be the partial recipient of $10 billion going out in humanitarian relief, both to Gaza and to people in Ukraine, and then money also going to the Indo-Pacific. But what we heard from the Republicans is, no way, we're not going to help our Democratic allies and besieged peoples all over the world unless we deal with the border first. And so the Democrats and the Republicans in the Senate got together and miraculously, after decades of lethargy and indifference and sandbagging and sabotage, arrived at a border compromise package with billions of dollars of new investment for border patrol officers, immigration and asylum judges, better surveillance and detection technology for fentanyl and other kinds of drugs. And then the fourth branch of government, Donald Trump, acting with the fifth branch of government, Vladimir Putin, blew up the whole package. Why? Because Donald Trump doesn't want a border solution. He wants a border problem to run on. And of course, Vladimir Putin doesn't want $60 billion going to President Zelensky and the people of Ukraine trying to defend their land and their people and their institutions. And so they just wrecked the whole thing, to the shock and dismay of Senator McConnell and the Senator Lankford, the other ultra-conservative Republican senators who spent time negotiating that deal and getting the vast majority of everything they wanted. And you've got the Republican leaders in the Senate saying, we will never get a better deal than this. And they destroyed it because Donald Trump didn't want it. And so everybody got in line like a bunch of lemmings and walked the cliff with Donald Trump. And I think what happened in the 3rd District of New York, replacing Mr. Santos, with our colleague, Tom Suozzi, demonstrates to them what America understands. They think America doesn't understand. America does understand who was serious about the border and immigration and who is serious about defending democracy and freedom in our allies around the world. Now, I want to ask you the question, Mr. Hauser, am I properly characterizing what happened in the Senate and what's in that package?
Sir, from what I've read concerning the bipartisan bill, it was a great step forward in a lot of regards. Not only in the way of asylum processing, but it also shows the importance of the entire immigration continuum being supplied and resourced in the manner in which it needs to.
Have there been any other bipartisan legislative breakthroughs like that in your time in office? You were at ICE. You were the chief of staff at ICE, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any bipartisan legislative breakthroughs while you were on the job like that?
No, sir. In many parts of the bill, you talk about the issues that we care about at ICE and CBP and others. There's many resources and capabilities within that legislation that would provide the ability to go after fentanyl, to go after drugs, to go after human smuggling, go after trafficking, and give our officers what they need.
So the real question is, do we want immigration solutions, border solutions, or do we just want problems to run against to divide the country and to try to polarize the situation? And do we want to do the bidding of Vladimir Putin, who obviously doesn't want us supporting our allies in Ukraine? And I noticed that the former President Trump basically invited Russia to march into any European country he wants at this point. So I think I admire the audacity and the courage of my colleagues for calling this hearing, but I am baffled why they think this is to their political advantage or to the benefit of the people of America. I yield back.
Mr. Timmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for letting me wave on to the subcommittee hearing. I am really just kind of shocked at what I just heard from the ranking member. This is one of the most ridiculous conversations I've ever had in Congress. For the last 3 years, President Biden has allowed millions and millions of people to cross the southern border illegally. The policies under Secretary Mayorkas have destroyed your cities, your beautiful Democrat bastions of socialism. These cities are destroyed. And all the Democrats now think this is a problem. Just a year ago, the administration was saying, there's no problem, there's no problem. The southern border is secure, the southern border is secure. Literally, the vice president, the president repeatedly said this. And finally, we agree there's a problem. We agree there's a problem now. Shocking, it only took 8 million people crossing the southern border illegally, hundreds of thousands of people dying from fentanyl overdoses. New York Washington, D.C., Chicago, San Francisco in ruins because the amount of government benefits that are being absorbed by the millions of people that have crossed the southern border illegally are destroying your cities. Just 2 weeks ago, a Brooklyn school shut down. All the kids went remote because they didn't have any place to house immigrants. You have mayors screaming from the rooftops. Elected officials in Chicago recently said, we earned this. The progressives, their policies of open border, of sanctuary cities have caused these problems. They said that. These are Democrats that are saying this. So now you say, well, we tried to fix it in the Senate, some bizarre deal that involved $100 billion plus to Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel, completely unrelated, for a little teeny step in the right direction for border security, which still allows 5,000 people every day to cross the southern border. That is not a solution to this problem. We need to secure the southern border. And by the way, we don't need legislation to do this. We don't. All that Biden has to do is undo what he did in the weeks after he got sworn in. He needs to end catch and release. He needs to reinstate remain in Mexico. He needs to continue funding border wall construction. Those are the first three things. I've been on the border 5 times in the last few years, and the last time I was there, the Customs and Border Patrol agent didn't say, we need more money. He said, we need to turn the spigot off. We have way, way too many people crossing the southern border, and the current policies in place do not allow them to process them effectively. We have no way of knowing who's coming into this country. It's outrageous. So for you to say that the Senate border deal was the solution and we're not serious about it, your party wouldn't even agree there was a problem until a couple months ago. And now that there's an election coming up, all of a sudden it's a problem and it's the Republicans' fault? President Trump is not the person that caused this. It is President Biden. And the fact that President Biden said that it's Trump's fault is the most ridiculous thing in the whole world. I just want to start out. Mr. O'Brien, is it within President Biden's executive authority to reinstate remain in Mexico, to end catch and release, and to continue construction of the border wall, all of which he stopped within weeks of being sworn in? Can he do that right now?
Yes, he can. As a matter of fact, I think stopping construction on the border wall might not have even been lawful.
Does Congress need to do anything to address 90% of this problem? We don't need a law. We need a man at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue that doesn't know where he is or what his last name is to sign it.
Now, this is a simple matter of applying the Immigration and Nationality Act as Congress wrote it and following through on other legislation that Congress has passed, like those relating to building a wall. We've had the Secure Fence Act in place in at least since 2006, and there may have been an earlier version of that.
And again, walking away from the negotiated terms that President Trump had with Mexico, saying they created a National Guard. They said you're going to have to deploy tens of thousands of soldiers to secure your side of the border. And by the way, all these people that are coming over, that are trying to come into our country illegally to get asylum for some whatever credible fear means to anybody that cares about it, no, you can come and try, but you're going to stay in Mexico until you get your hearing, which by the way is 2, 4, 6, 8 years away. So look, I'm just so thankful that my colleagues across the aisle agree this is a problem now. I'm just so thankful. But you're not going to blame this on Trump, and you're not going to blame this on the Republicans in Congress, because all President Biden has to do is sign his damn name. That's all he has to do. Problem solved. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Both Mr. Raskin and myself are going to have an opportunity to ask questions for 1 minute. Mr. Raskin.
I'm sorry, my colleague just exited the room. He offered some provocative suggestions. One was in talking about our beautiful democratic bastions of socialism. I'm not quite sure what he's referring to, but certainly not the ugly bastions of communism that Donald Trump celebrates every day, like his man crush, the dictator of North Korea, or Vladimir Putin, the former chief of the KGB, who's his clear puppet master, or the Chinese leader Xi, who Donald Trump has praised more than 20 times in tweets or X's or whatever he sends out to the world. In any event, he says that all we needed to do was to execute the negotiated terms with Mexico. Again, I'm not quite sure what he's referring to. Donald Trump promised that he would build a wall and Mexico would pay for it. And I think on his first day in office, Mexico said that it wasn't going to pay for it. And of course, there's been no wall. And of course, that's not an answer to the problems we have. But there was an answer that was negotiated in the Senate. And in fact, the Republicans understood that we needed legislation. They passed legislation, H.R. 2. That's what I wanted to ask Mr. Hauser about, if I could just give him a second. Would H.R. 2 solve the problems of the country?
Sir, operationally, if you look at, from my personal belief, if you look at the restrictions on Border Patrol agents' ability to utilize technology, to utilize their resources to move migrants for processing, for screening, you look at the sort of mandatory detention that it would create across the southern border in soft-sided facilities that are extremely dangerous, as some of the congressman mentioned earlier, in Arizona and some of these more desolate areas. You're actually creating the environment where Border Patrol, along with those agencies that support Border Patrol, to be pulled into just manning hundreds of thousands of people within soft-sided detention facilities, pulling those Border Patrol agents off the line, moving them away from the mission set of counterterrorism, counter-narcotics, human smuggling, human trafficking, and you create literal chaos in the aggregate within that bill if you actually put those restrictions on law enforcement officers in the manner in which that bill did.
Okay. Now I'll ask Mr. O'Brien a question about people who commit crimes after they get here, not overstaying. First of all, there are people who feel that the people coming across our border, arguably illegally, are just all good, hardworking person. Could you comment on what you believe the crime rate is about people sneaking in here as opposed to the native-born population?
Well, sure. When I was at FAIR as the director of research, my colleague Spencer Raley and I looked at the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, which is funding that is given to the states by the federal government to cover the cost of bed nights when illegal aliens are arrested for crimes. And we found that people who are here unlawfully, apart from beginning their relationship with the United States by committing the crime of improper entry by an alien, do commit crimes in much larger numbers than both U.S. citizens and people who reside here permanently, and in some cases it was as many as 3 to 4 times higher.
My goodness, you mean these people coming here maybe committing crimes 3 or 4 times the rate of people who are already here? That's what you're telling me. So that's interesting. Okay, next question for you. Is there any specific crimes that you think these people are more likely to commit?
Generally speaking, from what we saw in the data, it was violent crimes, and sexual assault was one that was of particular concern.
Okay. Dramatically more sexual assault? Sexual assault of what kind?
Generally speaking, sexual assault involving minors. So in some cases, statutory rape, but in other cases, charged under different sections of the law.
Okay, so we're letting people across the border and disproportionately getting people who assault young girls. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay. Final question from Ms. Vaughn again. Do you want to? Well, we'll wrap it up now. I'll let Mr. Raskin give his closing statement since Mr. Garcia is not here, and then I'll do a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're no more than 48 hours away from the fraudulent impeachment of the Secretary of Homeland Security, who was impeached simply for performing his legal duties under severe resource constraints. And this took place at the time that the Secretary was actually negotiating the successful bipartisan package in the Senate, which the Republicans then denounced and rejected. As we've proven time and again, House Democrats are ready to work with anyone to enact common sense legislation to address the decades-long broken immigration system. But the majority's just proven they don't want border solutions, they want border problems to run on because abortion is no longer available to them because Donald Trump packed the Supreme Court with his Federalist Society hacks. They destroyed Roe versus Wade. And when it went out to the public, what did they discover? America is a country that believes in freedom for women too. And from Kansas to Ohio to California to Maine, the people have been rejecting all of their anti-abortion tactics and attempts to pass a federal law criminalizing women's health care. Just yesterday, a 20-year veteran federal law enforcement officer from the U.S. Border Patrol told the Washington Examiner he's demoralized because Republicans in Congress are abandoning his agency and forcing it to fend for itself. The agent, a registered Republican, told the reporter that Republicans are now, quote, sheep in wolves' clothing, and that their inaction and passivity is akin to leaving a soldier in the missing of an ambush. When Trump was president, his policies put kids in cages, and his officials illegally spent appropriated federal dollars meant to provide care for vulnerable detainees on dog food and vision night goggles. We should take him at his word when he threatens further inhumane action and when he walks away from serious bipartisan legislation. To fix immigration, Congress needs to address it from the roots. As our witness, Mr. Hauser, stated, this problem neither starts nor ends at the border. People who migrate to the border do so at great peril. The question is why? What are they fleeing? And how can we be part of a solution that prevents them from having to make that deadly choice in the first place? I want to restate that we're ready to craft serious, bipartisan, humane policy solutions, the kind that Democrats and Republicans came up with in the Senate. We hope the House Republicans will remove themselves from the spell of Donald Trump and join us in doing serious legislation instead of just blowing everything up. And we hope that they decide to go this way fast. We have 3 legislative days before the government completely runs out of funding. And under our friends in the GOP, we've just been lurching from crisis to crisis. ICE is so strapped for cash, it's forced to make extremely difficult decisions right now. Let's do our jobs, let's get together, and let's get serious for the American people. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. First of all, before kind of my wrap-up, I'd like to respond to this idea that Donald Trump is behind actions of the Republican Party. I have never talked to Donald Trump. I haven't talked to Donald Trump in over 2 years. I think anybody who sees the bipartisan solution will realize that bipartisan solution will do a fraction of getting us back to where we were 2 years ago. We've seen an increase in the number of people being allowed in this country over the last 2.5 years from 20,000 to 370,000, which is intolerable. We have heard testimony today that we don't even have to negotiate something in Congress to end that. President Biden can, whenever he wants, either for health reasons or just as his general powers as described under the Supreme Court, he has the ability to close the border and stop that tomorrow. We heard interesting testimony today that as far as the people coming here, and we shouldn't be taking unlimited people regardless, but the people coming here are committing crimes at a much greater rate than the native-born population. The Biden administration is doing very little compared to past administrations to remove people after they commit crimes, including violent crimes, including sexual assaults of young women. But again, the number of people deported for committing crimes after they're here, a fraction of what they used to be. We heard from Ms. Vaughn that we have people taking advantage of public benefits, that's to say welfare-type programs, despite the fact that they're not supposed to be able. This is not a surprise to anybody who talks to their local social services department, talks to people, even people who hire illegal immigrants will tell you stories of them taking advantage of our welfare benefits, which is a problem. As far as minors are concerned, I think under the Biden administration, we're having about 9,000 minors a year unaccompanied by either parent. They're escorted into this country. I think it's absolutely appalling. If we had an American child lost somewhere, the police would, track down the parents, deliver them to the parents, make sure that child is safe. Here we have 9,000 kids a month come here without either parent. We don't make an effort to track down the parents after we give them to a sponsor. Who knows what's becoming of them? New York Times has reported over 80,000 kids missing. I don't believe that number, but I bet 30 to 40,000 unaccompanied minors they can't keep track of. So if we don't solve this problem, it's a grim problem. I am still hoping the Biden administration will wake up and do some serious negotiations as far as holding down this amount. I think the press has done a bad job of asking him questions. I personally would like to ask President Biden, we're right now up to 370,000 a month from 20,000 a month. How many people does he exactly feel it's appropriate to let into this country unvetted? I'd like to know that. Nobody asks them that question. Nobody nails them down on what we should do when people who commit serious violent crimes who are not in this country, should we deport them or not? And as the result, we continue to have this crisis of the border. I personally don't think we can even allow it to go another 12 months until the next president, or 11 months until the next president is sworn in. But in any event, I would like to thank all three of you for being here. I know...
Mr. Chairman?
I was going to say one thing. With that, and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses. If there's no further business, without objection, I want to thank you for coming here all the way from South Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to submit one thing for the record by unanimous consent, which I guess means your consent, but it should be pleasing to you. It's from the Cato Institute. It's in a recent report called New Data Show Migrants Were More Likely to Be Released by Trump Than Biden. If I could be.
Sure. If there's no further, first of all, we'll accept that. If there's no further business without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
At any time. Before I move on to opening statements, I want to go ahead and advise members, although there are very few here, that may be an advice I give again, advise members and remind them of all the rules of decorum. The issues we are debating are important ones that members feel deeply about. I understand that. While vigorous disagreement is part of the legislative process, members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards of decorum in debate. This is a reminder that it is a violation of House rules and the rules of this committee to engage in personalities regarding other members or to question the motives of a colleague. Remarks of that type are not permitted by the rules and are not in keeping with the best traditions of our committee. It's a very serious matter. The chair will enforce these rules of decorum at all times, and I urge all members to be mindful of their remarks today. If the chair finds the member to be in violation, the member will be suspended from speaking for the remainder of the proceedings. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning. Vaccines are a crucial public health tool which save millions of lives. As a physician myself, I've administered many doses of vaccines, especially COVID-19 vaccines. In 2020, I even volunteered to participate in the Moderna vaccine trials. Having this hearing is not an anti-vax hearing, and I am not anti-vax. I shouldn't even have to say that. But unfortunately, I do. I'm sure as I sit here, there are people getting ready to use that very pejorative to discredit this hearing. Unfortunately, in an era of sound bites and news cycle whiplash, it seems there is little time for nuanced conversation about these topics. Today, I hope we can have that nuanced conversation about process. Sometimes we don't know any weaknesses in a system until it is truly tested. Now is the time to safeguard for the future, and about how we can do better next time if there are things we recognize that could have been done better. It's now a time to look at the things we did well as well. But we need to restore trust in public health in the process. I'm very concerned with the hesitancy by so many today to vaccinate their children. That's a grave concern of mine. Testifying before us today are two senior officials who lead the government's post-marketing vaccine safety systems. These systems are absolutely critical to keeping the American people safe, but also to earning and preserving their trust, and the trust of the physicians that care for patients. Our witnesses will discuss how these systems work, what they can do, what they can't do, and the challenges that they face. That's a fair process. Their testimony is important to design better systems in the future as needed. One such system, the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, or VAERS, as it is well known, is perhaps the best known of these surveillance systems. VAERS has been the source of attention and controversy since the beginning of the COVID-19 vaccine rollout. However, concerns about these data are usually met with dismissive replies. Unfortunately, they often point to the fact that VAERS is unable to prove causality, and it contains reports of people being hit by a car after vaccination. They say that VAERS is being misused by anti-vaccine advocates and that it is misinformation. These are all legitimate concerns of the American people, especially. This seems to ignore many legitimate questions that have been raised. For example, how does the government utilize this data? We want to know. During her testimony before this committee last June, Director Walensky assured us that the CDC had a responsibility to comb through every single report to VAERS, if you will. It's unclear if that has happened or if that's true. People who have submitted reports to VAERS have told my staff that they were never contacted by CDC or FDA officials. A recent British medical journal investigation found this too. It seems that both sides agree that there is something wrong here. Further, while serious injuries caused by vaccines are rare, the government has assumed the responsibility to compensate for them. In doing so, vaccine manufacturers have been shielded from liability. Therefore, the government has an important duty, one that is essential in preserving trust in vaccines and how we message completely and honestly about them. Appearing before us today is Commander George Reed Grimes, Dr. Grimes. Dr. Grimes.
I'm heading off to East Palestine in a moment, but I wanted to say a few things this morning about Alexei Navalny. You know, like millions of people around the world, I'm literally both not surprised and outraged by the news. Reported death of Alexei Navalny. He bravely stood up to the corruption, the violence, and all the bad things that the Putin government was doing. In response, Putin had him poisoned, he had him arrested, he had him prosecuted for fabricated crimes, he sentenced him to prison, he was held in isolation. Even all that didn't stop him from calling out Putin's lies. Even in prison, he was a powerful voice for the truth, which is kind of amazing when you think about it. And he could have lived safely in exile after the assassination attempt on him in 2020, which nearly killed him, I might add. But he was traveling outside the country at the time. Instead, he returned to Russia. He returned to Russia, knowing he'd likely be imprisoned or even killed if he continued his work. But he did it anyway, because he believed so deeply in his country, in Russia. Reports of his death, if they're true, and I have no reason to believe they're not, Russian authorities are going to tell their own story. But make no mistake, Putin is responsible for Navalny's death. Putin is responsible. What has happened to Navalny is yet more proof of Putin's brutality. No one should be fooled, not in Russia, not at home, not anywhere in the world. Putin does not only target his citizens of other countries, as we've seen what's going on in Ukraine right now, he also inflicts terrible crimes on his own people. And as people across Russia and around the world are mourning Navalny today because he was so many things that Putin was not. He was brave, he was principled, he was dedicated to building a Russia where the rule of law existed and where it applied to everybody. Navalny believed in that Russia. He knew it was a cause worth fighting for, and obviously even dying for. This tragedy reminds us of the stakes of this moment. We have to provide the funding so Ukraine can keep defending itself against Putin's vicious onslaughts and war crimes. You know, there was a bipartisan Senate vote that passed overwhelmingly in the United States Senate to fund Ukraine. Now, as I've said before, and I mean this in a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching the House of Representatives. The failure to support Ukraine at this critical moment will never be forgotten. It's going to go down in the pages of history. It really is. It's consequential. And the clock is ticking. And this has to happen. We have to help now. You know, we have to realize what we're dealing with Putin. All of us should reject the dangerous statements made by the previous president that invited Russia to invade our NATO allies if they weren't paying up. He said if an ally did not pay their dues, he'd encourage Russia to, quote, do whatever the hell they want. I guess I should clear my mind here a little bit and not say what I'm really thinking, but let me be clear. This is an outrageous thing for a president to say. I can't fathom from Truman on, they're rolling over in their graves hearing this. As long as I'm president, America stands by our sacred commitment to our NATO allies, as they have stood by their commitments to us repeatedly. Putin and the whole world should know, if any adversary were to attack us, our NATO allies would back us. And if Putin were to attack a NATO ally, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory. Now's the time for even greater unity among our NATO allies, to stand up to the threat that Putin's Russia poses. You know, I send my deepest condolences to Alexei's staff and supporters. We're going to continue his work despite this loss, despite all of Putin's desperate attempts to stamp out the opposition, and most of all to his family, especially to his wife, his daughter, and his son, who've already sacrificed so much for their family and a shared dream for a better future for Russia. So I just want to say God bless Alexei Navalny. His courage will not be forgotten, and I'm sure it will not be the only courage we see coming out of Russia in the near term. Thank you. I'll be happy to take a couple questions.
Sir, first, was this an assassination?
The answer is we don't know exactly what happened, but there is no doubt that the death of Navalny was the consequence of something that Putin and his thugs did.
And to be clear, you warned Vladimir Putin when you were in Geneva of devastating consequences if Navalny died in Russian custody. What consequences should he and Russia face?
That was 3 years ago. In the meantime, they faced a hell of a lot of consequences. They've lost and or had wounded over 350,000 Russian soldiers. They've made them in a position where they've been subjected to great sanctions across the board, and we're contemplating what else could be done. But what we were talking about at the time, there were no actions being taken against Russia. And look, all that's transpired since then.
Can you say whether you're looking at increasing sanctions on Russia right now?
We're looking at a whole number of options. That's all I'll say right now.
Is there anything you can do to get ammunition to the Ukrainians without a supplemental from Congress?
No, but it's about time they step up, don't you think? Instead of going on a 2-week vacation. 2 weeks! They're walking away. 2 weeks! What are they thinking? My God, this is bizarre. And it's just reinforcing all the concern and almost, I won't say panic, but real concern about the United States being a reliable ally. This is outrageous.
Are you more confident now that you'll get the Ukraine aid, given what's happened today?
Well, I hope to God it helps. But I mean, the idea we need anything more to get the Ukraine aid. I mean, this is in light of a former president's statement that saying Russia, if they haven't paid their dues to us, go get them. Come on, what are these guys doing? What are they doing?
Sir, how concerned are you about the anti-satellite capability that Russia is developing, and what is your administration planning to do in response?
First of all, there is no nuclear threat to the people of America or anywhere else in the world with what Russia is doing at the moment, number one. Number two, anything that they're doing or they will do relates to satellites and space and damaging those satellites potentially. Number three, there is no evidence that they have made a decision to go forward with doing anything in space either. So what we found out, there was a capacity to launch a system into space that could theoretically do something that was damaging. Hadn't happened yet, and my hope is it will not.
Thank you all.
Mr. President,
I'll take one more.
Thank you, Mr. President. Switching gears for a moment, have the Israelis presented a credible evacuation plan for the nearly 1.5 million displaced Palestinians sheltering in Rafah? And what would the consequences be for Israel if they move ahead with a full-scale ground invasion without clear measures to protect civilians there?
Well, first of all, I've had extensive conversations with the Prime Minister of Israel over the last several days, almost an hour each. And I've made the case, and I feel very strongly about it, that there has to be a temporary ceasefire to get the prisoners out, to get the hostages out. And that is underway. I'm still hopeful that that can be done. And in the meantime, I don't anticipate, I'm hoping that the Israelis will not make any massive land invasion in the meantime. So it's my expectation that's not going to happen. There has to be a ceasefire temporarily to get those hostages. By the way, we're in a situation where there are American hostages. American citizens are being held hostage. It's not just Israelis, it's American hostages as well. And, my hope and expectation is that we'll get this hostage deal, we'll bring the Americans home, and the deal is being negotiated now, and we're going to see where it takes us.
An FBI informant at the center of the impeachment inquiry into you has been indicted for allegedly lying. Your reaction to that, and should the inquiry be dropped?
He is lying, and it should be dropped, and it's just been an outrageous effort from the beginning. We did. No, I'm serious. See you in Ohio.
Thanks, Paul.
didn't have any personal knowledge of any of this. That was my understanding of the testimony. I believe that was Mr. Bradley's sworn testimony yesterday. And my concern is that the gossip part, the unsourced hearsay, is where we're going to get to really fast.
Sure. And I think that's a fair point. I think she's following the script that she already provided you, so we have more than enough notice of when that might be coming. I think the second she asks a question that you think might weigh into that, make the objection, and we can rephrase if necessary. All right, Ms. Merchant, you can re-ask that last question.
You read an article that was on September 11th discussing how much you and Mr. Wade and Mr. Campbell had meet, correct?
That is correct.
And you called me that same day and left me a voicemail on my cell phone asking me to call you back.
I do not recall that, but I do not recall that.
You don't recall that?
I do not.
So it's possible that happened.
I do not recall calling you after the article came out. I was shown the article, but I do not recall calling you after the article.
Can you tell us your phone number?
It's 334-717.
Wait, hold up. Why is that relevant, Ms. Merchant?
Because I need to establish that his phone number is the one that all of the texts that he had with me.
Can you just ask him if he has texted you at some point? We can stipulate that as a matter of record. We don't need that on the record.
Okay, we don't have to put it in the record. How about this? Can I show him a copy of his what he saved in my?
Sure.
I'll just do that. May I approach Judge?
You may.
Take a look at that and just verify if that's your number and your cell phone.
That is my number and my cell phone.
Okay, and is that also your email address?
That is my email address.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I'll keep that separate, Judge, and we can redact it. So after whether or not you left a message on my voicemail, the next day, we were all in court in front of Judge Harris on September 12th, 2023. And how do you recall that?
I do recall being in Judge Harris. Yes, I do.
And your attorney, B.C. Chopra, was there, and I was there, and another attorney, Burt Cohen, were there, correct?
Those people were there at the time. BC was not my attorney. I didn't realize I needed an attorney until I was subpoenaed.
But B.C. Chopra was there.
I'm going to object to the relevance of this.
Ms. Cross, as I see this line of testimony, much of it is I'm taking in response to the original, how we started off this whole hearing, that Ms. Merchant had no basis whatsoever to bring this and she should be sanctioned. And I think she's laying that out. Okay. All right. Ms. Merchant.
I recall it was in a conference room in the front. I don't know. I know you were handling a case in Judge Harris. I think I was speaking to Burt about a case, and BC was there to speak to Burt about a case. Yes, I think I do recall that happening, but I can't recall who else was there. It was a regular court date.
That conference room, that's sort of in Cobb County, there's a conference room in front of it.
Correct.
And it's not a public room, it's sort of like the jury room.
Correct.
And it was the four of us in that room talking.
I don't recall if anybody else was there. I will say that I do remember at some point it was myself, you, BC, and Burt there, but people were coming in and out of the courtroom, so I cannot sit here and accurately say that somebody else wasn't there at the time. Correct.
And based on that phone conversation, I told you I had been submitting open records requests and I was going to continue to submit open records requests, correct?
Based off what phone conversation?
Based upon our conversation in court.
Oh, okay. Correct. You said that you were doing some open records requests, correct?
And then based on our conversation, I told you I was going to do some additional open records requests.
Which open records request are you talking about?
Just any. I'm just asking if we talked about that I was going to be doing some follow-up to Fulton County.
Because I recall open records requests being made for other things, and so I don't know which one that you're referring to.
At that time we talked about getting, I guess it's called a county card, and getting access cards and things like that for coming in and out of Fulton County for you, Mr. Wade.
Okay.
and all of the access that you all had to
Yes,
the office.
yes, and you asked me, did I have an access card?
And you are the one that told me that you and Mr. Wade, or that Mr. Wade at least had an access card.
I told you that the three of us had an access card because we had a contract with the DA's office or the county. I told you what those contracts were and that we had an access card that will allow us to pick up the documents, go into a specific office, and leave out.
Right, okay. And so we talked about that badge access card and asking for that, and I was gonna ask for that, right?
Correct.
And then a couple days later, I sent you a text, and when I say a couple days, so that was on September 12th when we had that conversation.
Do you mind if I pull out my phone?
Not at all. On September 14th, at 6:38 p.m.
And what day was this?
It was September 14th.
September 14th, correct.
And I sent you a screenshot of a Fulton County openings records request I did.
Yes, and I said, wow.
And then, and then we continued to text.
Wait.
Okay, sorry.
And then you sent another text about a badge, and I did not respond. You sent another text about an entrance card. I did not respond. You sent another text about some other badges and with a circle around it, and I did not
I
respond.
object, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm sorry, thank you.
All right. Mr. Bradley, if you could just respond to the question asked and only the question asked.
That was
Thank you, sir.
actually, I have an additional.
Okay.
Thing I want to raise. There's some text messages that she let us know that she was going to refer to. The text messages are inconsistent with Mr. Bradley's exchange as he apparently is reading it off of his phone. So if I could ask Ms. Merchant, is this it is true, accurate, and complete, and perhaps we can see what's on Mr. Bradley's phone. But more importantly, I am going to object. I understand the court's leeway about Ms. Merchant being able to establish contact based on previous statements made. But I'm concerned about going into the content of the statements without putting things in the buckets that I've identified.
Sure. And so am I, Ms. Merchant. I'm not seeing so much the relevance of it back and forth. I'm allowing you to establish, the contact that was made and line with the outline you provided me, and I think we're on track with that. Were you planning to tender these text messages?
I was planning on discussing them with him. Now, if yesterday he said we didn't text about this case, so that was his testimony again today, then yes, I will at least show them to him to refresh his recollection or to impeach him. But their first part of their argument is validation, is what I'm assuming. They're saying all of these. They're not all relevant. I can give you all of my texts, but they're not all relevant. And so they asked for screenshots, and so I took screenshots. If there's a way to submit my entire text history with Mr. Bradley, then that's fine. If they want us to read every single text, that's fine. I just don't want to be in a position where people are saying that I'm not.
Well, I also want to avoid the situation where you as counsel of record are having to just lay the foundation and do that sort of thing yourself. So I don't know how much further we can go with this before we get into that. So.
Well, I'm not sure what their objection is. So I asked him about one question, and he read
Sure.
off several other.
Why don't we just go with your next question, and we'll see where we go from there.
All right, let's move on.
But, so.
Mr. Bradley, when you wait for her to ask a question.
And I understand that, Judge, and I'm not
Well,
trying to.
apparently you don't, sir. Wait for her to ask a question, and you'll have a chance.
So I think the last thing I asked you was about September 14th. So those texts that you're talking about, those refer to the issue that we're here today about, though?
Some text did, yes.
Yes, okay. And then you called me again on September 15th, 2023, and we spoke on the phone.
I do not recall that.
Well, I texted you and said I needed to call you back, and then I later called you back.
I'm not sure. I do not recall.
You don't recall that? Okay. And do you recall the following Monday,
Your Honor, I appreciate the question as it is on the form, and if the question is what she's going to read, I object to it even being asked out loud without knowing, number one, the relevance of it. If the witness is going to answer the source of information, and I feel like it is so inflammatory as to say out loud, without knowing where Mr. Bradley falls on that, then I do have an objection to the question.
Okay.
All right. With all due respect, if I might just for a moment. Why is it that we're not allowed to ask a question, and then when the question is asked, there's an objection made, either by the state or the lawyers for this particular witness? It appears that what the state would like to do is force us to tell you in advance every question we're going to ask before there's an objection raised. And I don't understand why they get to do that when we are obviously in the same position to say to them, tell us every question you're going to ask first. I realize it's a privilege, but that can be the questions asked, state objects, Chopra objects, and the court rules. But not being able to put it on the record because it's inflammatory or it's somehow prejudicial, I don't think that, I'm just suggesting.
Sure.
I don't think that.
So, Mr. State, I'd agree with you in the general sense of things, but in this situation, Ms. Merchant offered to provide essentially her list of questions in advance, giving us a preview of what she's going to say, and that puts us in kind of a different posture in that respect, where we can actually have some sense of what's going to come out. But, Ms. Merchant, I think knowing what your next question may be, since usually we don't have that opportunity, does it presuppose some knowledge on his part that we have yet to establish is inside or outside of privilege?
Well, the first thing, Judge, is I gave these questions so that you wouldn't be in a situation where we were objecting and having 4 different lawyers talk about privilege, confidentiality, every single question. So I was hoping that we would ferret that out ahead of time. So this is the first that I've heard that objection to question 18. I did give the state copies of it as well, trying to be completely transparent. I also, I have to establish that his information, there have been statements in this court that I lied, multiple statements yesterday. I can't even tell you how many times that was said under oath yesterday, and that I did not get this information, and so I have a right to
which I've already said we can do and we can go over, but and we've already started doing that. But the next question, as you plan to ask it, may presuppose again some information that he has that we need to determine whether it's inside or outside of privilege. Is that right?
No. Well, I don't believe so, no. I mean, if we're going to talk about the privilege, I wanted to talk about it beforehand, which is why I gave all of these. I didn't know the state had objections on these questions to privilege. If we're going to talk about the privilege, I'm happy to ask him the substance of the question, but that is what I'm getting objections for. So I'm trying very carefully to craft something to avoid that. But I'm happy to just ask outright the question.
Right. I don't see a way around that, Ms. Cross.
I understand, Your Honor. I'm going to do whatever you tell me to do. The problem in the context that Ms. Merchant is posing the questions is, this was our communication, this is what I asked you, this is what you told me, and here are these texts that are supporting it. I understand the court's ruling that based on how things have gone, if Ms. Merchant feels like she needs to establish there was contact and communication, then I don't have an objection to that. However, number one, the text message that exchange that Ms. Merchant gave me is apparently not complete. And so I don't know, without making her a witness, how the state can, we're entitled to, if she's going to refer to text messages, we're entitled to an accurate representation of what those are. Mr. Bradley's looking at his phone, and that's what he's got. He is under no obligation. Ms. Merchant provided this to us, and I appreciate it. But I can't tell as I'm sitting here to object to an incomplete or an inaccurate recitation if what she gave me isn't complete.
So a couple things come to mind. One would be that anything the witness is referring to on the stand, counsel at any point has the right to inspect. And so if that's what you're asking for, Ms. Cross, then I think you have a right to do that if you decided to do that. The other is as I've seen it so far, I don't think these texts are coming in as substantive evidence, but more for impeachment, in which case extrinsic evidence would never be coming in to prove them up, and he either takes her answer or he doesn't. That's how it works. So I don't see the foundation issue or the completeness issue really playing into it as it comes to impeachment.
Okay.
And Judge, they asked me for the relevant screenshots. I took them. He doesn't have an iPhone. I can't download the entire text message history. I told him they could go through my phone. Like, I'm hiding something thing.
All right, Ms. Merchant. I think at this point, again, I don't see anything extravagant about the next question on his face. I think we need to deal with it as it goes. So proceed.
I asked you where I could get an affidavit from about the affair, and you responded no because you didn't think anybody would freely burn that bridge. Isn't that true?
If you say so. I mean, I don't.
Do you have your text if you need to refresh your memory? September 18th at 3:11 p.m. if you need to.
Can you repeat the question?
The question is, did I text you asking you if you knew who I could get an affidavit from about the affair? And you responded no. No one would freely burn that bridge.
Yes, I do see that.
Then I asked you if Chris Campbell knew, correct?
No, you asked me if under oath he would testify.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object to the source of the witness's information about that, whether that's firsthand information or not. And Mr. Campbell, of course, has a privilege too.
Well, since Mr. Campbell hadn't even been brought in to this proceeding at all, I'm also wondering about just the relevance of asking questions about Mr. Campbell.
It's been objected that I'm not asking about all the texts and I'm selectively asking, so I'm trying to go through all of them. I would much rather just ask the very relevant ones.
Well, I have an objection to her asking. I can't tell if the statements or the testimony provided is consistent or inconsistent without a complete set of this text exchange. And it's not clear in the text exchange what the source of Mr. Bradley's information that he's providing is. And so that is, I'm struggling,
Sure.
and I know everybody else is too.
And again, I think you're focusing more on the merits than the impeachment value, right? If the sole purpose this is coming in is under those grounds, then you being able to match them up word for word, I don't see that as being a necessary prerequisite. But as it relates to Mr. Campbell, he's not a witness yet. He hasn't come in. I don't think he's come up really at all other than passing and maybe the firm. So why don't we skip ahead to the next questions, and you could always come back to that if somehow he has made an issue in this case.
That's great, Judge. I needed some clarity because the state is objecting that it's not full and accurate. I'm keeping things out, and then they're objecting that I'm putting too much in. So I'm just trying to avoid every question having an objection, Judge. So on January 5th, 2024, we had a text exchange where we talked about that I had discovered that Nathan took Fani on a cruise and a trip and paid for it with a business card. You told me you were on a plane home from Dubai, but you would call me as soon as you got home. Do you remember that?
So what I have is a text message from you saying, oh my God, Nathan took Fani on a trip to Napa and paid for it with his firm.
Okay, continue reading.
And you said, is he that dumb? And I said, wow, I'm on a plane from Dubai, land at 3. We'll call you as soon as I land.
So that is accurate. That's what you told me.
That I will call you as soon as I land, and wow?
Yes.
Yes, that is accurate.
And then you told me that you weren't surprised because they took many trips to Florida, Texas, and California.
Okay, so I don't have that, but and I can show my phone, but I don't have that in my phone.
So the question is just, do you recall?
I do not recall.
Communicating that to
I do not recall.
All right.
Do you recall telling me that it was when she had to move her daughter, a trip to California.
I do not recall that.
And, Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. It's in the packet I gave you. Oh, I see it. See if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, I see this.
Okay. Does that look like, does it refresh your memory?
It does not. I mean, I see what's on the text chain, but you said this happened January 5th?
I can tell you exactly what happened. Because there's no date and time stamp on that. Let's see. It was, I think it was January 5th. Just give me one.
Judge, I just want to, on behalf of Mr. Wade, just review the question again. We still.
To which question?
To the current question, we still don't know the source of this information, whether it was privileged or how we obtained it.
I'm wondering now if there's a timeliness issue on the objection, since he already, well, he said he doesn't recall.
Right,
So there's,
he just gave the date, he didn't start answering.
well, his question, or his answer was he doesn't recall, and his memory has not been refreshed. So I think it's time for the next question.
May I approach the witness?
Okay.
Can I see what you're approaching the witness with? So is this the complete text chain?
Yeah, it's the complete text chain. While they're looking at that, can I just ask you, did you delete any text messages?
I have several messages in the phone with you. I've never deleted. I mean, there are messages about family and my health and things like that. You asked me to be on some panel.
Yes.
And so I think it's complete, but.
Well, no, my question was, did you delete any?
No, I haven't deleted anything.
Okay.
I have not.
And I offered them to look through my phone earlier if they are welcome to.
You never provided it to us.
I said you
Physical phone, you never provided it.
It's the only phone I have, Judge.
Yeah. I understand and I don't want to keep popping up, but my concern, of course, is that these exchanges are just two lawyers gossiping about information. And I'm concerned about it coming into the record in this way. I understand impeachment is a thing, but if we could do it in a way that the substance of this gossip is not, that part is not impeaching, the contact is impeaching. So
I don't think we've gotten to that point quite yet, Ms. Cross, but you can review objection if you think we have. So right now, the sole thing that Ms. Merchant is trying to do is hand him an object to refresh his recollection again. So we'll see where we get with that.
And I don't have any way to download it. It doesn't have my phone.
May I, one
Mr.
thing?
Shana.
The court is a trier of fact. You're going to be able to determine whether something that has come in that you choose is hearsay, whether it's admissible, whether it's relevant, whether it's impeachment. You're in a position that if it all comes in, but you reserve the right, or all parties reserve the right to object, we can deal with it. This is not a jury. We don't have to worry about the jury hearing something that it will no longer consider. All we're doing now, with all due respect, and I understand there's a process, the state doesn't want something to be heard.
I object to that.
They've repeatedly attempted to stop questioning. Your Honor can hear it all and then decide what is and is not relevant or admissible. We don't have to go through every single one of these. The only time you have to go through this is if it is in fact a communication, and it's a privileged communication, and an argument has to be made at that point as to whether or not it should be elicited or it is subject to being stated in open court. Otherwise, all of this could come to the court, and the court can then decide how it wants to treat it. That's a suggestion.
I appreciate that, Mr. Sadam. I think it's certainly accurate that we could have an approach where if it's a close toss-up on an evidentiary question, we can have it all come in and sort it out later on the record. I don't think we've quite reached the point where I need to do that. I think we still have time to get into these, and it'd be my preference to keep the record as clean as possible and without questionable evidentiary issues. But we may get to that point. So the question from Ms. Merchant was to approach the witness and with an object to see if that would refresh his recollection to the last question asked.
Yes. Now, I'm sorry, the state scrolled through it, so it's not right there again.
No, we didn't move it. Can't move it.
No, I mean like it was on the screen. Now I can't find it. So I'm going to move on to the next question that I actually can't find, and then I'll find that and come back to it. I sent you a statement and said, upon information and belief, Willis and Wade met while both were serving as a magistrate judge and began a romantic relationship at that time, and you corrected me and say, no, it was in municipal court. Is that correct?
I think that's pretty accurate.
And is that based on your personal knowledge?
But what question, was it municipal court or when they first met, or?
My question was, is this accurate? Upon information and belief, Willis and Wade met while both were serving as magistrate judges and began a romantic relationship at that time. And you wrote, no, that it was municipal court.
Okay.
So I answered.
Mr. Brown, just a second. Mr. Chopra has risen.
All right. Your Honor, I do have one purpose here, and that purpose has now been met. Any information that Mr. Bradley may possess would in fact have come from his representation of Mr. Wade. This falls within the purview of his divorce proceedings, which, as we testified earlier, commenced in December of 2018. There's no Pierce or Shield associated with it, and so we would say that under Rule 1.6, we should not be compelled to give any further information.
Okay, and as we discussed about before the break, Mr. Chopra, if I ruled earlier this morning that this witness is going to be directed to respond to any question to the extent it falls outside of attorney-client privilege and only attorney-client privilege, meaning 1.6 is not going to bar his testimony in this case. What would be your response then?
Then Mr. Bradley would have to consistently assess on his own, unless I'm jumping up and objecting for him, whether or not this came within his knowledge based on his representation. Now, I can say based on the phrasing of the question from Ms. Merchant, it would in fact come within information obtained from his partner client at the time associated with the activity in question.
All right, Mr. Evans, same issue.
I just want to reiterate that it's a compound question anyways, so it needs to be separated out, but it's still based, we just renew the objection that it's still based on gossip, either gossip or privileged communication. He doesn't ever cite the source of where any of this information is coming from, so I just wanted to make that objection.
Okay.
Judge, as far as privilege, any privilege objection, it's been waived, particularly for this issue because Mr. Wade
He did testify on this subject.
testified on this subject.
Well, he didn't testify as a communication with his attorney about any subject. He testified factually about what trips he took and events that occurred. He didn't testify, to my recollection, about any communication with his attorneys.
But he testified about the subject matter of the question that was just asked, which was when apparently they first met.
Furthermore, Judge, my client wasn't privy to that testimony. We have been under subpoena and therefore under the rules, so we do not know what was or was not testified to. Everything he says would be a violation of that privilege unless we know specifically what all has been waived.
Sure, unless I make a finding that there was an express waiver on behalf of the client.
Yes.
Per question.
Okay,
And,
sure, got it.
So for this question particularly, Judge, we would ask that you find that there has been a waiver of the attorney-client privilege because Mr. Wade testified to something directly different than what this witness, we believe, has knowledge.
Yes, Mr. Wade testified as to when they met. That is not the entire substance of the text message that Ms.
And began a romantic relationship.
Yes, he did not testify that they were serving as magistrate judges when they began a romantic relationship.
And we testified differently.
Okay, Ms. Merchant, I think you're going to need to establish whether this witness ever gained that knowledge independently or during the course of a attorney-client relationship.
Did you have any, thinking back to the source of your knowledge, and let me just, before I do that, let me remind you of what is covered by attorney-client privilege. It is communications that relate to matters in which legal advice is sought, and communications that have been maintained in confidence, and no exceptions to the privilege. So it's communications that are in furtherance of legal advice. Your knowledge that their affair began, that their romantic relationship, began while they were both serving as municipal court judges. Is that from your personal information, your personal knowledge, or is that from?
I'm going to overrule that objection, Mr. Chopra. He can answer that question.
State that question again.
Your knowledge?
Is any knowledge, if any
knowledge, of Nathan Wade and Fani Willis's relationship, romantic relationship beginning while they were both serving as judges, is any knowledge that you have from your own personal knowledge or something that was told to you in furtherance of legal advice?
I have no personal knowledge of when it actually happened. I was not there. I do not have any personal knowledge, so I would choose not to answer that question under 1.6.
Mr. Bradley, we made a distinction earlier.
Yes, sir.
That it's a bit narrower than that.
Okay.
1.6 is.
I have no personal knowledge, Judge. I apologize.
Okay.
If you were,
that's not a problem. The issue is attorney-client privilege, and so whether what you learned, if anything, was during communications with the client.
It was.
Okay, Ms. Merchant.
and was it that any knowledge that you had as to the truth of that statement, was it told to you in furtherance of legal advice?
I'm going to object to that. If that statement is true,
that's all right.
And the witness has already testified he has no personal knowledge about that. So whether he represented at one point it was true or not true, he has no personal knowledge about that, so could not testify.
Prior inconsistent statement, Judge. Do it all the time. That is what the state does regularly. They bring in, if it's a prior inconsistent statement of another witness, Judge. Mr. Wade testified. Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Wade testified.
That their relationship did not start.
But you can't impeach him with a prior inconsistent statement that's privileged. And so we haven't gotten over the privilege hurdle.
The privilege hurdle we've gotten over with fraud on this instance.
Well, that's the first time you use that word. So if you want to make the argument of why that applies, you can do that now.
Yes, Judge. The crime fraud exception, it applies because of the crime fraud exception.
Which crime and or fraud was committed here?
So there's a couple different things, and I want to just because he's raised 1.6 and also raised attorney-client privilege. Where the crime fraud exception says the privilege doesn't apply if the existence of it, essentially if he has to keep something secret to allow a fraud upon the court to continue. So we've got that. We've also got...
no, it has to, the legal communications have to have done in furtherance of a crime or fraud. How has that been established? And what crime or fraud are we talking about?
We're talking about perjury, lying to the court.
In the affidavit filed last month?
Yes.
And so what have you done to link the communications that he made maybe, I don't know, years ago to the affidavit filed last month?
The communications he made years ago, it's proof of the affidavit being incorrect, being false. He's given a prior inconsistent statement.
But the legal communication has to be in furtherance of a crime or fraud.
Right. Right, but he also can't protect, so, and I think it's more under,
So if he had no idea, an affidavit wasn't even going to need to be filed until a month ago.
Right.
And these communications and everything happened well before that. How is anything that they communicated in furtherance of that affidavit that they didn't even know would have to be filed one day?
it's been waived. Because he filed the affidavit. So you can't file something that's false and then your lawyer know that it's false and then say, oh, well, privilege, my lawyer can't correct that. When he waives the privilege. And he waived the privilege. He testified about this yesterday.
Okay, Ms. Cross.
I don't think that's even close to an accurate representation of what the law in this area is. And beyond the real kind of throwing out fraud and crime, which what you have, Your Honor, is a conflict in the evidence at this point. Which way that's going to be for the court to judge, but conflict in the evidence, that is not a crime. That is not a fraud. That is not perjury. That is a conflict in the evidence for the court to decide.
So I agree with you there that you would have to first establish a crime or fraud occurred by a preponderance. Got it. And anything else?
Just that she can't, for the impeachment of this witness, number one, establish that. Number two, the witness has already said he doesn't have any personal knowledge of that. And there is the kind of specificity that is required to lay the predicate for a crime fraud exception to the attorney-client privilege is nowhere close to being met here.
Okay. Anyone else want to be heard? Mr. Sadow.
Yes, Your Honor. This is what I said to the court earlier. This is fraud. The scenario in the case I said, you want me to cite it for the record?
Go for it.
Okay. Owens Corning Fiberglass Corporation versus American Centennial Insurance Company et al. And it is at 660 Northeast 2nd, 812, out of the state of Ohio, Lucas County, Court of Common Pleas, Ohio. And it, let me make sure I get the right page here. 256. Be a party or a witness chooses to testify falsely, and our position is that Mr. Wade testified falsely when he claimed the relationship did not begin until 2022. That if there are attorney-client communications and the same individual witness has told his attorney something contrary to that, inconsistent with that, here that the relationship, the personal romantic relationship between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis began prior to November 1st of 2021, which would be the day that he was hired, that if that communication took place, that is the attorney communication, that the fraud upon the court is Mr. Wade lying under oath about the starting date, and the attorney-client privilege under those circumstances for that material fact is pierced, and the attorney may be forced to testify to the contrary or inconsistent statement so that the fraud on the court no longer holds. In our situation, that is precisely what we are trying to do. If this witness's testimony, again, and the court may have to hear some of this ex parte in camera to determine, but if this witness is able to testify that Mr. Wade told him, under whatever the circumstances may be, that the relationship with Fani Willis began before November 1st of 2021, then we know from what the witness has testified to, Mr. Wade, that he lied under oath to the court, and that's a fraud upon the court, and the attorney-client communication to that specific matter is pierced and needs to go into the record. Now, how best to do that? The only way to do that, if it's not in writing, and apparently it's not, is for the court to hear in camera, ex parte, what the communications were that are sought to be kept privileged. If the court deems that it is not inconsistent or contrary to what's testified, then you wouldn't pierce the privilege. If, on the other hand, this witness honestly, that is, now we're talking about Mr. Bradley, actually testifies to what he has told in text messages to Ms. Merchant on behalf of Mr. Roman, that he absolutely knows that the relationship started before November 1st of 2021, then he's testifying that his client took the stand and lied under oath and therefore did a fraud upon the court. So my request is, in this regard, the court's going to have to hear from counsel and from, that is, the counsel for Mr. Bradley, and for Mr. Bradley to determine whether or not he actually said what he said to Ms. Merchant, and whether or not it was based on communications, whenever it took place, with Mr. Wood.
All right, Mr. Sato, I understand. Thank you for clarifying your argument there. So I understand this fraud upon the cart theory, and what I've been going back and forth with Ms. Merchant on earlier was that, as I understood, crime fraud applied in Georgia was that the communications had to have been in furtherance of a crime. And to me, that presupposes the existence of a crime at the time, or the forming of one at the time of the communications. The theory you're putting forward is one where we go back in time and can reopen that box because it's now become relevant for something completely, potentially unconnected to the communications whatsoever. Is that fair?
That falsity has occurred now by the very person who is attempting to use the communications as a shield to protect his lives.
Okay.
And when I say crime fraud, it's a fraud waiver, that's what Millich calls it, is essentially. Millich says that it doesn't offend the privilege to ask an attorney to testify to matters already freely discussed by the attorney and a client at another hearing or proceeding. Allowing a client to selectively waive and reassert the privilege as tactics suggests that the client is using the privilege as a sword and not merely a shield.
So I think it was quite explicit that Mr. Wade never waived anything regarding to communications between him and Mr. Bradley. He was willing to discuss the subject matter, but he was never willing to get into communications that occurred between him and Mr. Bradley. So as to Mr. Sadow's point of this fraud upon the court theory, my question is going to be, has it ever been applied in Georgia?
So the answer to that is, it does not appear to have been applied in Georgia. I cannot find a case in which it has been applied. The cases that I have, case that I gave you plus the cases cited in there, are the only thing I've been able to locate. Although I think that the bar rules, if we want to go back to those, and I don't have them in front of me, that a lawyer should not allow his client to commit a fraud upon the court. And I think that, along with this, gives the court the discretion to do that. And the only way to make the record, even if the court suggests that this is the law that the court should apply, but even if the court disagrees, there's no way for there to be a record about it unless Your Honor does it ex parte in camera to determine the nature of the privilege, which of course Your Honor knows from earlier days is how judges can do it with the Fifth Amendment privilege. They can do it with any privilege as long as it's ex parte in camera. So what I'm asking the court to do, because when I get up I'm going to ask the director, I'm not going to go through this that's going on now, to find out whether or not Mr. Wade has ever told Mr. Bradley, in his capacity as his attorney or otherwise, that the relationship started earlier than what Mr. testified to.
All right, understood. So the big takeaway I'm hearing from Mr. Sadow is that once again we're hearing the words "a matter of first impression" here, and noted. Mr. Gillen.
Yeah, very quickly, Your Honor. Number one, he apparently, now he's claiming a privilege, which he certainly did not assert when he was communicating a text with his version.
Sure, but do we have any indication Mr. Wade waived it and allowed him to communicate by that text?
Well, we know what he did. We know what he did.
So how's that not applied?
And I would assume that as the attorney, that he would know whether or not he should protect a communication.
That's a pretty big assumption, right?
Not all communications are protected, number one. Number two, let's not forget how we started on this journey with the state getting up and making very serious allegations against Ms. Merchant, asking for sanctions, saying all of her representations were inaccurate. And now they are doing whatever they can to block access to that information, which shows exactly what she said was exactly the truth. What they're trying to do is they're trying to say to the court the 100% accuracy of Mr. Wade's declaration and of his testimony. And by the way, please, Judge, don't let Mr. Bradley tell you what he knows. Because what he knows is that this relationship based upon what we see from the text and what we've seen in the context, it would show that the relationship started before November 2021. So I think we have a waiver issue, and parenthetically on the issue of crime fraud, Your Honor, the issue about crime fraud is whether or not in any context the communication would be not in furtherance of a crime at that time, but it could be for any particular crime committed by the client in the future as well. It doesn't have to be something that's being committed at the time. I will also note that when you look at the attorney-client privilege, the law basically says, look, this is a privilege which blocks evidence from coming in. And so in order to have that, they have the crime fraud exception, which is a very low standard once a prima facie showing has been made, which I believe has been done by Ms. Merchant.
All right, let me clarify one thing, Mr. Bradley. When you testify to personal knowledge, does that include anything you may have seen, heard, outside of communications with a client? When you say you lack personal knowledge, does that include anything you may have seen or heard outside of communications with a client? And you can tell me if that question is horribly phrased. I can try again.
I'm trying to rephrase it for me, Judge. I'm sorry.
Okay. When you say you lack any personal knowledge,
Yes, sir.
does that also mean that, and include anything you may have seen or heard outside of communications?
Outside of communications with my client. That's correct.
Okay. And the communications that were made, if any, that relate to the subject you were asked to, were there any other third parties present that may have resulted in a waiver of privilege?
Including texts.
Am I answering your question or her
Answer my
question?
question.
Okay.
Were there any other third parties ever present with you and a client that would have resulted in a waiver of these privileges?
No, Judge. I can't recall anybody being present. I mean, we ran an office. We had people around the office, but no, I can't say that there were other people present.
All right. And did you ever receive any kind of a waiver from your client at any point?
I have not received a waiver.
And anything that you learned regarding the subject matter at all, if anything, was it in the course of legal advice, of receiving or giving legal advice?
That's a broad question, Judge, to answer, because the advice was given, and then you have interaction. I mean, it wasn't, hey, this is for, to say specifically, this was for that, or, I can't sit here and say that. So I don't know how to answer that question, Judge.
Okay. All right. So
I was given a case that may reflect the same proposition that was argued from George. It's old case. It's Atlanta Coca-Cola Bottling Company versus Goss, G-O-S-S. 50 Georgia Appeals 637. Appears to be a 1935 decision. I've not had the benefit of shepherdizing it, so I can't say that certainly has been limited or overruled. And looks like it's in reference to maybe head note number 2, at least from what I'm looking at on the computer, and language that is in the case, okay, is as to violations of law or commission of fraud, the protection extends only to communications after the act or transaction is finished. It does not cover communications respecting proposed infractions of the law and the commission of a crime or the perpetration of a fraud. And then it cites some cases. And then it goes, the privileged communication may be a shield of defense as to crimes already committed, but it cannot be used as a sword or weapon of offense to enable persons to carry out contemplated crimes against societies, frauds, or perjuries. So our position, as I indicated before, is the witness, Mr. Wade, has committed perjury on the witness stand and called into question the statement.
All right, understood. Mr. McDougall.
Your Honor, this is adjacent Georgia law, perhaps not controlling, and I'll explain that in just a second. And that's Rule of Professional Conduct 3.3A2. A lawyer shall not knowingly fail to disclose a material fact to a tribunal when disclosure is necessary to avoid assisting a criminal or fraudulent act by the client. A4, and the reason I would qualify that, since we're talking about candidate report, I need to do that. I believe this rule is regarding the conduct of advocates representing clients in court. It might not govern or control the situation where the lawyer has been put on the stand, but it's adjacent to the point Mr. Sagal made earlier.
All right, fair point. Okay, Mr. Trump, anything you want to address on that?
Briefly, Judge, and clearly there's a lot of smarts in this room, but this whole thing is a deductive fallacy. It is suggested that the truth of the conclusion of the argument necessarily follows from the truth of the premises given, when in fact the conclusion does not necessarily follow the premises. They're, called him a perjurist. He has officially succeeded in saying the thing itself is true, therefore we must ask these other questions. And Judge, it's a fallacy. It does not exist as such, and the privilege should still apply.
All right. Thank you all. So I think here is what we need to do, as I understand the law. As I find it, the crime fraud exception only applies when by preponderance we found that communications made in the existence of a relationship or in furtherance of a crime, or the client at the time knew or reasonably should have known that a crime, that the attorney was being used to further a crime. I don't think that's been established here. Maybe something happened afterwards, and that's something that can be argued during closings, essentially. So I don't think the crime fraud exception covers this. The objection is preserved for the record. Mr. Bradley has indicated also that anything he learned about this subject occurred during those communications. There's some uncertainty on that point, and so in order to preserve the record, at the conclusion of the hearing, I think I can go in camera with Mr. Chopra and Mr. Bradley, and we can put in a sealed filing exactly what the extent of those communications were, if any were relevant. Or excuse me, not relevant, but just what they were, and those would remain sealed until some time if we're ever directed otherwise. However, at this point, the question, getting back to the question asked by Ms. Merchant, as asked, would be sustained on the issue of privilege to premise. He may have told you something, but it does not appear that there's any evidence that the client ever waived and allowed that information to be conveyed to you. Next question.
Thank you, Judge. All right, let's see. So we talked about Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade coming to and from your office and security details following them. Do you recall that?
Do I need to look at my phone?
No.
Just asking if you recall.
Do I recall?
Yeah.
I think I did, yes.
Do you recall security taking Ms. Willis to your office?
I'm going to object to that.
Does he recall
Actually, I
Ms.
take that
Willis
back. No,
taking?
I don't object to that.
But you can answer the question, sir.
I do recall security detail bringing Ms. Willis to my office.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when that was?
I do not.
And was that on more than one occasion?
I remember 2 occasions.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you tell me about those?
I can't remember when they were.
Were they before she became DA?
So I don't know if she had a security detail before she became DA. So, I mean, if she was sworn in, or I don't remember the dates, but I do remember. I think she was DA.
Maybe during her transition team period, was that?
No, it wasn't. Trying to remember. She would have had to have been the DA, I think, and I don't want to go on, I think, but I do remember twice her coming to our office, correct?
And she had a security team both of those times.
There was yes, she had a security team with her.
Okay. And do you believe that it's a different security team than she has now?
I don't know her security team now.
Well, let me ask.
However,
I'm sorry.
I don't know her security team now. I don't know her security team now.
Do you remember telling me that it changed at some point, her security team?
Yes, I think I recall saying that, yes.
And that the most likely people that could testify or had seen things about them having a romantic relationship early on would be the original security team.
I don't recall saying that, no, but
Do you recall talking to me about other people that might have known about their romantic relationship?
I recall.
Yeah, I mean, objection based on we don't know the source. This is either based on privileged information or it's hearsay. Neither one is.
It's neither. I asked if you recall.
You need to clarify it. If you're actually going to think, if you think that this draws on information from outside the relationship that he's already testified to, then you need to lay that foundation. Sustained.
Are you aware of other people that you believe would have known about when their relationship began?
I object to the relevance of that. Again, the witness has testified he has no firsthand information of it. Anything he knows about the topic came from representation. Who he thinks might have been able to say something else is speculation, not relevant to anything, and a backdoor to get in the gossip and innuendo that has been pretty much this entire.
All right. Okay, Ms. Merchant, I think we're getting to the point where, you know, the reason I thought this line of questioning was appropriate was to rebut certain inferences about why we were here in the first place.
Right.
But to go into it at the granular level, I'm not as wild about. So if maybe you can ask more overarching questions, and if you have anything else you think that's relevant, then you can get to those as well.
Isn't it true that I gave you a copy of the motion to disqualify in this case? I emailed it to you, and you read it, reviewed it, and emailed me back that everything in it was accurate, to your knowledge.
You emailed me, and
Objection.
Okay. All right. So there are things contained within that, Ms. Merchant, which he has now said fell within the privilege, and that he did not have the ability to waive. So I think that's where we have to leave it there.
And I believe I still have to ask the questions, and then if he wants to assert the privilege.
Well, I think we've pretty much already established the privilege, and the objection has been made, and I think it's a valid one at this point based on the record. So the answer was he did acknowledge that you sent him the motion, and I think we leave it at that.
Let's see. And you had knowledge about an apartment. I'm not asking what Mr. Wade told you in furtherance of legal advice, but you had knowledge about an apartment in East Point or a condo in East Point that was owned by someone, and Miss Willis was staying there.
Judge, privilege.
I think in the way the question's phrased, she qualified that. So
I did not have knowledge.
You did not have knowledge.
I did not have personal knowledge At all, no.
So no knowledge outside of what is privileged.
That's correct.
Did you have texts between yourself, Ms. Willis, and Mr. Wade?
Do I?
Have you ever?
I have. Maybe once or twice, but
Did Mr. Wade ever ask to use your credit card to pay for trips?
Objection. On privilege, I think it's still the same thing.
Just asking you to use your credit card, how's that in the nature of furthering a divorce proceeding?
We would try to do
I had a business card, and we would use my business card. The firm would use my business card.
For travel?
Are you asking if I use my business card for travel?
Would Mr. Wade use your business card for travel?
I recall I recall a trip, but I don't know if that trip has anything to do with this case. So I do recall him using my card once.
When was that?
I don't even know when that was, and that sounds true. I recall him using my card once, but I cannot remember what that was for. I do remember it was a trip, but I cannot actually state, where it was and who it was with or anything like that.
And he paid you back for that trip in cash?
I can't remember how he paid. I think it was. I mean, I'm not certain if it was cash or a check. We routinely would use my card for filings, for paper, for whatever stuff with the office.
But this
And
was
so-
Oh, I'm sorry. You're done, sorry.
And so he would, whether he paid me back in cash or whether he wrote a check, it was paid back to the business card.
But this was the only time he had used it for travel.
I cannot recall. I don't even have that business card anymore. But I do recall at least once for travel, yes.
And that was when you were still law partners with him, though, correct?
That is correct.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I do not.
You did not go on that travel with him, though, correct?
I did not.
Okay. And so he asked you to use your card for the travel.
Yes, I mean, I'm assuming. I mean, we would use the card for firm stuff, and so it was a business card.
Your business card, though.
It was my business card, yes.
Right.
The law office of Terrence A. Bradley, correct.
Okay. So it showed up on your accounts.
That is correct.
Okay. Wouldn't show up on his accounts, though, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
Do you know if this was before he became special DA in this case, special prosecutor?
I cannot recall.
Did you see he and Ms. Willis together? You said you were in and out of the office, in and out of the DA's office. You saw them together, correct?
In and out of my office or the DA's office?
The DA's office.
Correct.
You saw them together in and out of the DA's office?
Did I see them in and out?
Yes.
Well, if you preface it like that, no. I saw him in and out of the office when I would be there doing my filter work for the tank team.
Okay.
He would come by. I rarely saw Miss Willis and Mr. Wade together in the DA's office.
So brought up the taint team. Let's talk about that for a minute. Tell me about, you did work as, you had a contract as a taint lawyer, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that was in the anti-corruption unit?
Yes, I think so. Yes, correct.
And how did you get that contract?
What do you mean, how did I get it?
How did you get the contract?
It was.
Bid? Did you apply online?
Oh no, it was proposed.
By who?
We were. It was proposed by. I guess it came from the district attorney. I mean, I didn't speak directly with her.
Okay.
It was with Mr. Wade, and he asked if we would be interested in having a contract with the Fulton County.
Okay. He asked
I said,
you,
what?
Mr. Campbell?
I think so. I mean, I can't recall if he asked us both together or not. Rarely, we all handled several, different things for the firm.
Okay.
Criminal, personal injury, things like that, family law. And so rarely were we together there at the same time, like for an abundance of time. So he may have called me, and then he may have called Chris. I can't remember, I can't recall how we got the contract, but.
Did, was Mr. Wade, to your knowledge, part of the transition team for Ms. Willis?
To my knowledge, he was part of the transition team.
Did he spend a lot of time at that office during this transition period?
He did.
So from when Ms. Willis took office to when you left the firm, did Mr. Wade spend most of his time at the DA's office?
When you say most of his time, you're saying just working business hours?
Yes,
or
working business hours.
I would say he spent I would probably say he spent majority of time. If you say over 51%, I would say yes, he spent over 51% of his time.
Okay. And that was the entire time from when she took office to when you left the firm?
I can't say that that was the entire time, but yes, it was majority of, it was I can't pinpoint specifically when the time that he would spend. I think if my memory serves correctly, getting to the majority of the time, it would have been whenever he started with this, maybe.
As a special prosecutor?
When you say majority of the time.
Right. Okay, so let's talk about the time before he became special prosecutor. Did he
His office, correct.
And so, just so we're clear, you were hired first on January 25th. Both you and Mr. Campbell were law partners, and you were both hired by the DA January 25th, 2021. Is that correct?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
You and Mr. Campbell both were hired on a contract basis by DA Willis January 25th, 2021, correct?
Which contract are you talking about?
The first one, the taint contract. Not the first appearance contract, the taint contract.
Well, you said the first one, and the taint contract wasn't the first contract, and so.
Okay, so what was the first contract?
To my knowledge, the first contract was the first appearance.
Okay, so let me just mark these. Let's see what number are we on. 23, 24, 25. What is this contract? Judge, when they're done reviewing, can I just open these contracts? Bradley, showing you it's been marked as exhibit 23, 24, and 25. You can just look at those.
Okay, I see that.
So on, now that you've reviewed those, is it true that on January 25th, 2021, you got your first contract as a taint lawyer?
As a taint lawyer, yes, I see the date on that as a taint lawyer, but I'm also looking at this contract here for first appearance, and there must have been, I don't have it before me, but there must have been a contract before this.
Okay, so you think there's a fourth contract?
I can't say that there is or isn't. What I do know is that we did first appearance during COVID, and it was before 2021. So I don't know, if I had a written contract at that particular time or anything, but I do know, I think that you could look at the recordings, because everything was recorded at that time, as to when the first appearance contract started and the taint contract started.
So when the three of you were partners, you had at least 2 contracts to do taint work, which is filter work, and then at least 2 contracts to do first appearance work, pretty much throughout that entire 2 years, right?
Well, it renewed, so it just renewed. So yes, if it was the same contract, but it was a renewal of
Okay. And so how did you, and you said that you got these contracts through, Ms. Willis gave them to you, but it was through her knowing Mr. Wade, correct?
Yes, I didn't have a meeting with Ms. Willis or anything. It was brought to the attention that a contract was going to be needed or awarded, and if I was interested, because this was off of mine, and I said yes, and so
Mr. Wade brought that to your attention?
He asked if I was interested in doing the contract, correct. And then after that is when Ms. Willis, would come in, or I think we actually came down here or something, and signed the contract.
Okay. And so that is how you were paid from Fulton County, these contracts?
From Fulton County government? Yes, ma'am.
And you shared, your partnership, you shared 1/3 of all your profits with Mr. Wade?
At that time, yes.
And so his contracts, he got a contract that same year, 2021, and he shared 1/3 of all his profits with you, correct?
Yes, that should be fairly accurate.
Okay. So during 2021, 2022, you all had 2 filter taint contracts. You had 2 first appearance contracts, and you had Mr. Wade's special counsel contracts, correct?
My firm had what I have here, correct?
But Mr. Campbell and Mr. Wade were part of your firm, correct?
So we didn't, I don't think at this time we had established WBC.
Okay.
At this time, I think it was, I had mine, Chris had his, Nathan had his, and we operated in the same building. But if you asked me, did we fee share or, you know, without everything that came in, yes, that is correct.
So you weren't actually partners, you just fee shared?
At this time, well, yes, at this time, we were not. We were, at this time, I had Law Officer Terrence Bradley, Chris Campbell, PC, and whatever Nathan's was, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just...
And all these, the taint contracts and the Nathan's special counsel contracts, all of those were under the anti-corruption unit, correct?
First appearance was not under that. The taint contract, if I recall, was under the. I don't think they called it. What are you calling it?
You can take a look at your contract if you need.
Okay.
And I'm not asking about the first appearance. I'm asking about the taint contracts and then Mr. Wade's contract, which has already been admitted in evidence. If you need to look at that. Let me know when you're done reviewing.
Well, I see on the first page where it says taint attorney, and I'm trying to go through and I see where it continues says taint attorney, but it always says Fulton County District Attorney's Office. Your question was specific as to the anti-corruption unit, and I'm looking for the verbiage of anti-corruption unit, so I apologize.
No, take your time.
And see, on both pages, I mean, it starts out Fulton County District Attorney's Office, and then it just goes to initials FCDA, unless I'm overlooking, it says the anti-unit, then the contract was with the FCDA. Does you want to show me something?
I'm just asking you, and I didn't know if that would refresh your memory. Those contracts were for the anti-corruption unit, right?
Well, they were for the
Is that who you
district.
worked for?
I worked for the DA.
Okay.
I worked for the DA.
Okay, so just in general, the DA.
Correct. I worked for Fulton County District Office in as a contract person, as it says here.
And when you had to report to Sonia Allen?
I did not.
You did not. Who did you report to then?
I can't remember his name. His first name was Brian.
Okay. And let's see. So I know you said you met with Ms. Willis when you signed those contracts, right?
Yes, I know I met at least one time to sign these contracts, or to sign when I signed the contracts, yes.
Did you meet with her any other times?
I did not personally meet with Ms. Willis any other time. When you say meet, what do you mean meet? What?
Talk with her, meet with her.
I mean, I would see Ms. Willis in passing if I'm walking through the office and something like that. But no, I don't have any meetings with Ms. Willis.
Okay, so the only times you met with her were when you signed those contracts.
Clarify meet with. I mean, I
Sat down and had a conversation with her.
I signed these contracts, so when I signed these, I met with her to say that I sat down and spoke with Ms. Willis, are you saying in life, and you saying during this time? What are you asking me?
I mean, if it's voluminous, I can narrow down the times, but I wasn't in.
Ms. Merchant, I haven't really heard a point in a while. Can we get along to something,
Yes,
or we're gonna have to wrap it up?
So I had one more question about your text. Have you ever been in any group text with anybody other than, with me, and somebody other than Mr. Chopra and Mr. Merchant?
You gotta narrow that down. I'm sure I sent many
I
texts.
can look at my phone.
No, with him, if there had been any other texts. And I think that state had some thing in rebuttal they mentioned, so I was just trying to clean that up before it got there.
Can you try the question one more time?
Yeah. Isn't it true that the only texts that you and I have ever had have been between me, you, and Mr. Chopra, or me, you, and John Merchant, correct?
Can I look at my phone?
Sure. They've said multiple times that there's this third party that we've talked to, and I'm trying to establish this with a third party. And I don't know why it was relevant, but the state's argued it, so.
Well, if Ms. Merchant doesn't know why it's relevant, then maybe it become relevant later, but right now.
Ms. Merchant, I think you've been able to show what maybe launched this and answer the state's initial claims, and so let's get back to the core of what we were here for this hearing. Do you have anything else relevant to ask this witness?
Yes, just a few more questions. After it became known that you were placed under subpoena, did you get a call from Gabe Banks?
I did.
And was he trying to determine if you were going to be giving information in this case?
I don't know what he was trying to determine. He stated it was an odd, I had not spoken to Gabe in a while. Colleagues, we are friends, we are in the same fraternity, Gabe and I. And when he called, it was out of the blue, but he did call, yes ma'am.
Okay. And you relayed that to me as well, correct?
I did.
And then you also got a call from your best friend who was relaying a message to you from Mr. Wade, correct?
No, I got a call saying that he got a call, not that a message that was supposed to be relayed to me. The call was
I'm going to check if there's a hearsay. It's the response to the call for hearsay. Thus far, it hasn't. But
Sure. So hearsay objection as to the contents of the call, Ms. Merchant.
I believe the contents of the call were to remember your privilege. I took that as a threat. I think Mr. Bradley took it as a threat, and I think he would testify to that.
well, he hasn't testified to it. And he also said it wasn't even relayed by Mr. Wade or any party.
Well, no, he didn't say it was by any
You're right,
party.
Mr. Wade.
So, assuming he did hear something from a party, what's the hearsay exception for that, Ms. Merchant?
I believe that it was a threat, so it's a statement against interest. I'm sorry, it's a, if he took it as a threat to influence his testimony, then it's not hearsay, then it would be admissible.
So,
I did not take it as a threat.
If you're saying it's to the effect on the listener, perhaps?
Yes.
Then we'll go from there.
Were you told to remember your privilege?
No, the witness just testified he didn't take it as a threat.
Understood. I'll overrule the objection and the testimony given the weight it deserves.
Can you repeat the question?
Were you told to remember your privilege?
I was not.
A witness, there may be a potential witness now in the courtroom because the person that Ms. Merchant is referring to is sitting in the courtroom.
Well, if that witness hasn't been told to testify, then I don't see any sequestration issues.
I don't know who it is. I don't know his name.
Okay, and so were you told anything to that effect, Mr. Bradley?
Question one more time, but so I was not told remember my privilege.
Something about remembering that.
I do recall privilege privilege being mentioned, but it wasn't remember your privilege or, you know, a threat of any sort.
But you immediately called me after.
No, I called someone else after.
You quickly thereafter then.
I talked to you that day, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Sit down.
Your Honor, because this is a defense witness, is it the state's first cross? I think that's how we had been doing it yesterday.
No, actually, we're doing it just this way.
Yeah, I've been.
Okay.
This is the first time he's gone, and then we go through all the defense, and then you'll have your chance.
Some foundation questions to begin with, please. Your testimony as you began representing Mr. Wade as his attorney on what date or what approximate date?
I didn't have an approximate date.
And give me an approximate date when you began acting as Mr. Wade's attorney.
I would say it was, you know, if I'm speculating.
I really don't want you to speculate. I mean, you're the one that was the attorney and Mr. Wade was the client.
Correct.
So give us the ballpark figure of when it was that you began acting as his attorney.
Maybe 2017, 2018, I think, maybe.
And the purpose for which you were retained?
His divorce.
So, according to you, from that time period, your communications with Mr. Wade with regard to the divorce or any matters related to the divorce position are confidential, are privileged, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. Now, did you ever meet with Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade prior to, and everything I'm asking you is prior to November of 2021, okay? Keep that in mind. That's.
Why are you yelling?
I don't be yelling, Mr. Bradley. He's just speaking up. All right, Mr. Sit down. Let's go.
Thank you. Prior to Mr. Wade getting his contract with Fulton County, which was November 1st of 2021, okay? Just please keep that in mind.
November 1st of 2021.
Right. Did you ever socialize with Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis prior to November 1st of 2021?
I've never socialized with Mr. Wade or Ms. Willis in any setting. If you're asking, have I ever met with them, then I would say yes. But when you say socialize, what do you mean socialize?
Have you ever gone out to eat with both of them?
Before 2021, I do not
Or
think.
November 1st of 2021?
Out to eat with them before. When was she sworn in? I'm sorry. When was she sworn in? There was a dinner before. When she was sworn in that I attended. Shaquille O'Neal was there, so it was like her inauguration dinner. So I'm thinking that's before 2021. So I would say yes.
Let's assume, for purposes of my question, that
Yes,
that's
sir.
in early January of 2021.
Oh, that is early January 2021. So yes, it will be. So if it was January, yes, that dinner would have been in. I'm gonna say January.
Okay. And any other time that you socialized, went out to eat, went to anyone's home, you know what socialized is?
Exactly. So no, I did not socialize with Mr. Willis. With Miss Willis and Mr. Wade.
So prior to November 1st of 2021, did Miss Willis come to your offices? Your offices, the offices that you shared with Mr. Wade.
I think she came once or twice to our office, correct?
And the purpose for which she came?
I don't know. We had separate offices. I do recall. I do recall some type of meeting happening at our office, and I don't know what that was about. I wasn't a part of those meetings. There was a meeting. There were other people there. There were other people from the, I want to say DA's office there, maybe.
Okay, let's go back to the basics. Ms. Willis came to your offices, together offices, on a couple different occasions.
I recall Ms. Willis coming to my office at least twice.
Okay. And on at least one of those occasions, or you tell us, did Ms. Willis meet privately with Mr. Wade in his office that you observed or heard?
I can't recall.
You can't recall?
No.
Did she ever meet with you in your office? Ms. Willis now.
Privately in my office? No. I've never met privately in any office with her outside of signing this contract.
Did Mr. Wade, prior to November 1st of 2021, ever talk to you about socializing with Ms. Willis?
I can't recall.
You can't recall?
You're asking me if he ever mentioned to me that he socialized
with Ms. Willis, correct?
And I'm saying I cannot recall if he socialized with Ms. Willis, if he ever mentioned to me that he socialized.
Did he ever mention to you that he ate or went out to dinner with Ms. Willis? Again, time period before November 1st of 2021.
Did he, repeat your question?
Mr. Wade ever tell you prior to November 1st of 2021 that he had socialized, gone out to eat, visited Ms. Willis in anything other than a professional setting?
I'm sure he did, maybe. I don't recall any specifics of any dinners, any specific places. It's been 3 years ago, the time frame, but I do not recall at this time whether or not he ever mentioned any dinners or socializing.
Did Mr. Wade mention to you that he visited Ms. Willis at Ms. Willis's then current abode, which would have been a place, not her original house, but a place she was staying in the period of 2021 before November 1 of 2021? And his question is, did Mr. Wade ever tell you that he visited Ms. Willis at her house?
I don't think I can answer that.
Yeah, privilege based on communication with my client, also based on hearsay.
Mr. State, if you want to try and rephrase the question, you can, but otherwise that would be sustained.
On both grounds or just on the privilege ground?
Just both. I didn't hear a second ground. What
It was the hearsay ground.
Oh, that would be on privilege alone.
Did you talk to Mr. Wade at all about his relationship with Ms. Willis prior to November 1st of 2021?
I think he's just laying a record, Mr. Wade. It's okay. And so on those same grounds, Mr. State Allen, all subsequent grounds, apparently the relationship with Ms. Willis in any way is covered by privilege according to this witness.
Well, I think the key words, respectfully, Your Honor, are according to this witness. So I'm trying to drill down to see if there are communications that are not within the privilege.
Sure.
I can.
So then we need to acknowledge the privilege in the form of your question, right?
You're asking me to ask it as in a way saying, are there any non-privileged?
Essentially.
Okay. Did you ever communicate with Mr. Wade prior to November 1st of 2021 about Ms. Willis that was not privileged?
I mean, we we discussed this contract, but
This contract doesn't help. You have to give me a exhibit number, please.
you said before November 2021?
Yeah, November 1st of 2021.
Before November, this contract for 1/25/21 is before that. So I mean, we discussed this contract.
Okay. And if I remember correctly, again, just give me that exhibit number so we can reference it.
Exhibit 23.
Okay, hold on 1 second. 1 second. On exhibit 23, did I understand you to say that it was Mr. Wade that in effect brought you and Ms. Willis together for the contract?
That would be accurate, yes.
Okay. And what did you understand was the relationship at that point between Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade, for Mr. Wade to be able to bring you to Ms. Willis for the contract? It's not a hard question. It's
No,
fairly
I'm
simple.
just, say that again?
Mr. Wade is the one that basically says to you, go see Ms. Willis about this contract, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a yes, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
So Mr. Wade had to have some knowledge, you would assume,
Yes.
right? That you going to Ms. Willis might bring you the contract,
I
right?
never went to Miss Willis. So I stated I never went to Miss Willis.
No.
I was told about that there was a potential contract, and I was asked by Mr. Wade if I would be interested in doing that contract.
And my question to you is, what was the basis that you understood Mr. Wade being able to essentially offer you that contract on Ms. Willis's behalf?
I'm going to object to that. That's a mischaracterization. Mr. Wade offered it to him. I think he said he expressed interest. And also, I don't see the relevance of this at all.
So just in terms of relevance or phrasing, I'll overrule on those grounds. So the question is standing unobjected to, Mr. Bradley?
Can you repeat the question?
You've explained to us how the contract
Yes.
came to you, correct?
Yes.
And my question is, what was your understanding of the relationship of Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis for it to have been offered, or whatever word you want to use, for him to have said, expressed to you whether you had an interest in the contract?
Privilege.
All right. Mr. Evans is invoking privilege on my question, so Mr. Sadao, I think you need to clarify whether...
Was it a privileged conversation that you had with Mr. Wade that let you know about the contract?
Or, no, it was the relationship was the question you're focused on.
Is the nature... No, I'm trying to do it in such a way, and I understand what the court said. Was the relationship that I asked you about just now between Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis that gave rise to the contract, did you know about that relationship as a result of an attorney-client communication?
No, I knew of that through whatever work they did together as municipal court judges.
And how did you know that? Who told you about the work that they did together as municipal court judges?
Mr. Wade told me that they did work at some conference.
Okay, now, this would have been something that Mr. Wade said, according to your time period, at the time that you were representing Mr. Wade, correct?
Say that again? Ask that again?
Mr. Wade would have told you what you just told the court after you had established an attorney-client relationship with Mr. Wade, correct?
Yes, but when he told me of them being at a conference, I mean, I'm not understanding how relate. I'm trying to understand your question.
Well, my question is basically, you had communications with Mr. Wade directly that
Yes.
were not attorney-client privilege, right?
I've had conversations with Mr. Wade that were not attorney-client privilege, yes.
That involved Ms. Willis, correct?
I just stated that they were at a conference. I don't know whether or not that involved her or not.
Well, if he's talking about her, that is, if Mr. Wade is telling you about Miss Willis and Mr. Wade having met at a conference, right? Then he's talking about Miss Willis, correct?
Yes, but he also told me about other people that he met at the conference.
But he told you about Miss Willis as well, correct?
I think so, yes.
Okay. So there were communications in which Miss Willis was at least a topic that was not covered by attorney-client privilege, correct?
This particular instance, I was told about a conference. And
when were you told this?
I can't remember the dates of the conference. It would have been after the conference.
Okay, I'm trying to get just the time period here. After the conference, I want you to understand from the record, I believe we've shown that the conference was sometime in October of 2019. Okay? So could you give us an idea, that being a fact, when you would have had this communication about meeting with Miss Willis at the that is, Mr. Wade meeting Miss Willis at the conference?
If that's the conference that they were at, yes, then I don't know how many municipal court conferences there are. I do know that at the time that I was in the firm, Mr. Wade was he had some position with the municipal court.
Yeah, right now my only question is time-wise, assuming it's October of 2019, when do you tend to remember? What's your best recollection of when Mr. Wade told you about?
I can't remember because I didn't even remember that it was October 2019 until you said that.
Okay. So you don't have a present recollection?
I do not remember that, no.
Had to be before the contract, though, in January of 2021, correct?
That they met?
No, that you were told about Mr. Wade and Miss Willis meeting at the conference had to be before.
Oh, yeah,
right?
Yes, it would have been before that, yes.
So, what other communications did you have with Mr. Wade about Miss Willis that are not privileged? We know of one, about the meeting at the conference. Are you suggesting that that's the only one you ever had about Miss Willis that isn't?
I cannot recall any. I cannot recall.
You cannot recall whether there were any other communications that weren't privileged?
No.
I'll be specific, and I understand there's probably going to be objections, but I want the record to reflect. Did you have a conversation with Mr. Wade prior to November 1st of 2021 about Mr. Wade dating Miss Willis?
Mr. Wade has risen. An objection is sustained for the record. Excuse me, Mr. Evans.
Say that again.
You don't have to answer the question, Mr. Brown. Next question, say that.
Well, I understand it's been objected to and the court has sustained the objection. Can you tell us the circumstances in which, that is, under which Mr. Wade may have told you about dating? What I want to do is try to figure out if we can, you tell me if you want me, if I can do this. I'd like to know how the communications themselves took place, where they took place, how they took place, under what circumstance, whether he was at the time providing advice or seeking advice. So those are the basics. If I can ask you as to all those, but if the court's going to sustain the objection to those, then I don't want to waste your time.
And that's something I'll cover in camera. So I'll note the question and your question for the record, and I'll sustain the privilege objection to that.
Okay. All of this prior to November 1st, 2021. Okay? I'm going to show you two text messages. I don't have a hard copy.
Text message?
This is one.
What's that one? That date. What do you
This is the first one. These are text messages.
Okay, you want to get into the content?
I'm going to set up a question based on here's the
Okay, so I'm going to have objections.
Of course you're going to have objections. I realize that. I want to be able to show it to him, and then I'm going to frame the appropriate question, and then you're going to object. We'll see where we are. May I approach?
You may, sir.
Look at this text message. Of course, of course. Okay. Kind of hard to object. I haven't asked the question. And I know it's coming. Okay. Then you must be a soothsayer. Mr. Bradley, I showed you 2 text messages, correct? Both of those text messages occurred on January the 5th of 2024 at approximately 11:56 a.m. Am I correct?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And the text messages would have been between you and Miss Merchant, correct?
Didn't see it. Yes, it should be.
Okay. And I've shown the same 2 to prosecution, so we're talking about the same 2. In the text message to Miss Merchant, you indicated knowledge of some activity on the part of Mr. Wade, correct?
I'm going to
I haven't asked him anything about what the...
flag for the court that this is a topic and a specific exchange that Ms. Merchant went into, and there were objections that were sustained.
All right, understood. Yes.
And it's your testimony that the information that you imparted to Ms. Merchant in these 2 text messages is based entirely on confidential communications between you and Mr. Wade, correct?
An objection. He's referencing specific knowledge. The specific knowledge comes from Mr. Wade, which is we've already established as privilege.
Well, another question. He didn't get into anything. He just said, "Are these 2 text messages about privileged communications?" We haven't actually. He's tested. I don't see an issue there.
Yes. And is it your testimony that the knowledge that you have, which you imparted in these 2 text messages, came from Mr. Wade and Mr. Wade alone?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us when it was that Mr. Wade imparted this information to you?
Objection.
All right. And I think
that's what you're going to do.
Sure. So I'll sustain that on privilege.
And I'm going to introduce for the record when we finish these 2 text messages so that Your Honor has those back there so that you can.
Sure. What would they be marked as?
Here you go.
I have a whole set.
Okay.
We are up to 3 more.
I'm going to go ahead.
I think you're in the contract. I think you're in place. And the new one will be 26.
Once I put a staple in it, I think it'll be Defense Exhibit 26. All right. You have to give me a real pen that works.
All right, so this is marked and on the record it's Defense Exhibit 26, but not necessarily for its
This is not admitted
evidentiary
26.
value.
This is for purposes of the court conducting the in-camera review. And put a staple in it if you make sure that you see it. No charge?
Nope, it's free.
All right, Ms. Seda, what else?
All right, so
there was also reference, if I remember correctly, to some email correspondence in which Ms. Merchant sent you the motion that she was going to file to disqualify Ms. Willis and Mr. Wade for your review. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was sent to you in an email?
That was correct.
And did you respond to it in an email?
I don't think I responded to her in an email.
Ashley, do we know?
He responded by text.
He responded by text. I'm sorry, I mischaracterized it. He responded by text?
If I can look at my text, I can, but I'm assuming I did, but.
Okay, I'm going to get it for you because I don't want there to be any assumption. As soon as we have it. Let me show you. This is here's. I don't have anything besides what I just damaged. Protected it through this
So, is that what you're?
I'm going to ask you. Okay. I'm going to show you if I might approach. I made reference to an email that Ms. Merchant would have sent you about the motion she was going to file. If you look at this, does this appear to be the email that you received? It's dated January the 6th, 2024 at 10:20, 5 or 6, 10:25 a.m.
Yeah, I see it, the email, yes.
So that's the email that you received, correct? Along with, obviously, the attachment, which is referenced.
Yes.
Okay. And then, did you respond to that email within the text message that I've just placed before you?
Yes, I said looks good.
So the answer is yes.
Oh, yes, I did.
Okay. Then we'll mark this as another exhibit for Your Honor to look at. Since you love my tongue, can I have a sit with you? Oh, sorry, I didn't catch that point. Somebody actually. Okay, I'm going to have these marked as 27. Okay? All right, so is it your position that what is reflected, let me hand it to you. Yeah. What's the court's rule? To ask or not to ask?
We'll take it case by case. I think he's doing all right, so we need to ask for this witness.
Is it your position that your response, which is the second page of Defense Exhibit 27, is based on a confidential or confidential communications that you had with Mr. Wade?
Do you want me to read the response?
No, I'm only asking you whether or not the response, you actually already said what it said. I don't want you to read it again. Is that response, based on confidential communications that you had with Mr. Wade?
Objection, this is privileged and cumulative.
All right, so now we're talking about the email, essentially referencing the motion as a whole. He hasn't been asked to actually confirm or deny any specifics, just to say whether his response is privileged. So I think we're just laying the foundation, just like we did with the text message. So you can answer that question, sir. Was my response privileged?
Based on knowledge that you received from Mr. Wade pursuant to confidential communications?
Yes.
Have you discussed with the district attorney's office this case, or your purported testimony?
Of my testimony?
Yes.
No.
At all?
No.
No prep, no conversations, no nothing?
No.
Have you given your attorneys, for this matter, did you give them permission to speak with the district attorney's office?
Well, he can assert his own privilege, but that's kind of crazy.
Is there a objection to be heard?
Absolutely, this is privileged communication.
Stay down. Next question.
Do you know whether or not your attorneys shared privileged information with the district attorney's office?
No, I don't know what my attorneys shared or didn't share. I don't know if they even met.
Last question. Have you spoken to Mr. Wade prior to today? No, actually, withdraw. You're no longer in the same partnership or fee-sharing arrangement with Mr. Wade, correct?
That's correct.
When did you leave that fee-sharing partnership, pseudo-partnership arrangement?
I don't remember the hard date, but maybe sometime like July, August of 2022, I think.
Okay. And what was the reason for the partnership or the fee-sharing arrangements? What caused the separation?
I wanted to leave and go out on my own.
And that's the only reason?
I wanted to leave and go out on my own, yes.
I understand, but that was the only reason. There wasn't any suggestions or allegations of any form of misconduct on either part, either on your part or Mr. Wade's part, correct?
Misconduct of what?
I'm trying not to get into the specifics. Was there any allegations made of suspected misconduct on your part or on Mr. Wade's part? That's a fairly simple question. Did he accuse you of doing anything? Did you accuse him of doing anything? Without getting into what it is, were there any accusations made by you or him against each other?
We had a disagreement, yes.
And had that disagreement have anything to do with Ms. Willis?
Oh, no.
Okay. Did it have anything to do with your conduct?
No.
Did it have anything to do with his conduct?
Hold on, wait. So we had a disagreement. Whether the disagreement was, we disagreed, and so we dissolved. I left the firm.
Right. And was the disagreement having anything to do with alleged or supposed misconduct by either one of you?
I don't. If you define misconduct, I'm telling you, we had a disagreement, and we.
Just tell me what the disagreement was then.
The disagreement is mine to know. I mean, I don't see the relevance of the disagreement that I had. It had nothing to do with this Trump case or any other case.
I'm simply getting a question asked, what was the disagreement? It's not privileged, correct?
No, that is privileged.
Oh, it is privileged. Why is that privileged?
Because it's privileged. I can tell the court in camera, but it was privileged.
Ask a few questions further to see if this is actually something that does fall within that privilege. We can take it from there.
Did it have anything to do with you representing Mr. Wade in any capacity? Excuse me.
It would fall in that line, yes.
But your testimony is that it has nothing to do with your representation of Mr. Wade in connection with Ms. Willis.
As it a connection to Ms. Willis, that's correct.
It's connected to the matter for which you were hired by Mr. Wade?
I wasn't hired by Mr. Wade.
I thought you were the attorney representing him in the divorce.
Oh, I apologize. I thought you were saying something else. Oh, yes. So will it apply as to whether I was hired during the divorce? Yes, that's correct.
I'm not sure what this correct means under that. You kind of got lost on it.
Yes, the question.
It did or did not relate to your representation?
It did relate to my representation.
In the marriage case?
It does.
And this was whose decision was, at that point, did you stop representing Mr. Wade?
wasn't at that point, no.
Was it before that?
No, it was after that.
Okay. And how much longer did you represent Mr. Wade in the divorce action?
I went to see the divorce proceeding to see Mr. Wade. I represented Mr. Wade for a time after that. He represented me in a construction case for a time after that. And I'll have to look at the filings. I ended up hiring new counsel for my construction case. He ended up, but it wasn't right at that moment. It wasn't in a matter of weeks. It was.
So you continued representing him in connection with the divorce case after you had the separation that you've made reference to?
And he continued to, yes, and he continued to represent me on the construction case.
But the separation, at least in part, if I heard you correctly, and please tell me if I'm wrong, had something to do with your representation of him in the divorce case.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Wade has testified that he did not have a relationship, a personal relationship, a romantic relationship with Ms. Willis until sometime early 2022. Okay? I'm leaving that as the premise for what I'm about to ask you. Do you possess information that counters that, that's inconsistent with that?
Any information Mr. Bradley has would be privileged, Your Honor.
Okay, let's say no. I think we.
Would such information be privileged in your mind?
I think this has already been asked during Ms. Merchant's direct, so we're covering the same ground. So I'll sustain that.
So I can't get an answer to whether he possesses information which is inconsistent without getting into the information itself.
I think the issue would be that we've already gotten an answer on that. And now we're asking the same question again. Ms. Merchant asked a variation of that, and he already answered.
I think the variation, Your Honor, is referencing whether or not he had what would be personal information, independent source information. Mine is not so limited. Mine is, I'm asking him point blank whether or not he has information from whatever source, including Mr. Wade, that is inconsistent with Mr. Wade's testimony.
Because if it includes Mr. Wade, it is privileged communication. So therefore, the answer is it's privileged. If it excluded Mr. Wade, that would be a different appropriate question.
And I just want to say, the answer is either it came from privileged information or it's hearsay. That's it. He's already testified that he has no personal knowledge.
Unless it's for impeachment at this point. But Mr. Seda, I think that might be too fine a distinction for me to see the need for the question. I think I'm failing to see the difference.
Well, I'm not asking, respectfully, I'm not asking you to see the difference. I'm asking whether I can ask that question and elicit a response which doesn't elicit the actual communications, which is what I'm attempting to do. And if Your Honor says I can't, then I'm finished.
And I think that this was another aspect of what came up before, which is, in my mind, even confirming the existence of the information goes into privileged communications, whether he does or does not possess information. If it came from that relationship, that's part of the privilege as well. So if I make that clear, then
so you're sustaining what the objection would be.
That's right. It'd be sustained on privilege.
And of course, all the questions that we're talking about as far as the foundation about when things are said and what is said, you're going to go into, if I understood correctly, ex parte in camera with the two exhibits we talked about.
That's right. My intent would be to make a record of the knowledge of when it was obtained and the extent of it in the different sources, and that'll be sealed.
And what was actually said?
That's right.
So I guess my question before I sit down is, if hypothetically you learn through this in-camera ex parte examination that the information that this gentleman has through the attorney-client privilege is in fact inconsistent with what Mr. Wade testified to under oath, then the court is going to then make a determination of whether it can be used here or whether it just remains in the record sealed.
So my intent would be to make the distinction of, from the in-camera hearing, if I still determine that everything is covered by privilege, then anything else that is said cannot go into the factual determinations or credibility determinations that need to be made. And so just the issue of whether the privilege did or did not exist is preserved.
Yeah. So, again, just to follow through to make sure. So, if the court knows that there's been a fraud upon the court through the lie of Mr. Wade, none of us are going to know that that in fact occurred, and the court's going to be in a position of making a determination on the motion, even though the court knows that it doesn't have all the information, truthful information.
I'll take a closer look at the case law you provided to see if that is actually a variation of the crime fraud exception. And I'll apply the crime fraud exception as I see it.
Right. And again, I'm not suggesting it is a variation. It is totally separate from crime fraud. It has nothing to do with using the legal advice of the attorney in order to commit a crime. It's you go ahead and commit fraud or lie to the court when you fully know that someone, your attorney, has information which is counter or inconsistent with what you've testified to.
And to that end, Mr. Sadat, that is something that you can, I mean, I've got this case from Ohio, but if you can find something more on point in Georgia before we schedule
Other
this
than the
for
one I gave you,
the
1935 case.
The Atlanta Bottling Company? I don't think it went that far. I think it just kind of said the sword and shield language, and it didn't go so far as to say that there's this alternative theory about fraud upon the court. But we can flesh that out in our research.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Stockton.
No questions, Judge.
Mr. Durham.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDougald.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Rice.
I have a few questions, Your Honor. Mr. Bradley, you were counsel for Mr. Wade in the divorce case when the interrogatories were initially served on opposing counsel on or about December 27th of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
And you were also counsel for him when the amended interrogatories were served on May 30th of 2023, correct?
That's incorrect.
So you ceased representing him sometime before May 30th of 2023.
That's correct.
At any point during the divorce proceedings, was a pleading filed with the court or a paper served on opposing counsel that purported to have your signature that you were not the one that signed or authorized your signature on it?
Say that again?
Did anyone sign your signature without your authorization on any pleading or any other paperwork served on opposing counsel in the divorce proceeding?
I don't think so. If you have the documents, I can authenticate my signature.
And you have testified that you also practice criminal law and divorce law and perhaps other types of law as well?
That's correct.
And are you aware that OCG 16-6-19 defines adultery as a misdemeanor crime in the state of Georgia?
If you say so, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. I would ask the court to take.
For what relevance?
Judge, I think it does go directly to the crime fraud exception. Because before we draw objection, because if Mr. Wade was providing information to him, to his counsel about his intent to either commit adultery or that he was committing adultery, then that would be a misdemeanor crime. It would implicate the crime fraud exception. And additionally, as we know from yesterday's evidence,
there. Isn't adultery, as a statute, just on its face, been found unconstitutional? You can't actually charge anyone with adultery anymore.
It is still current.
Then it can't be a crime.
It's still a current charge.
Let's move on to that next argument.
Additionally, Judge, with regard to the interrogatories, we have 3 different sets of interrogatories that were filed that came into evidence yesterday, 21, May of 23, December of 23, that contain false information. We also have the January of 24 that contains the invocation of privilege. So to the extent that this witness has information, both with the original interrogatories that were filed in December of 2021, and frankly with regard to the later ones, even though he wasn't counsel, that would be a false swearing and fraud on the court, which again is a criminal offense, and therefore the crime fraud exception would apply as well.
Okay. Understood.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Gillen.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bradley.
Good afternoon.
Been a long day. When did you sign your engagement letter with Mr. Wade to represent him in divorce proceedings?
It would have to be 2017, 2018. Same time frame, 2017, 2018.
So did you sign or have signed an engagement letter to represent him, or are you just speculating?
I can't recall. I mean, we were in we shared space. I can't recall if there was a contract or if there is a contract. I think there is a contract, but right now it would be speculation.
Right now, sitting here, you do not know whether or not you had a signed engagement letter with Mr. Wade discussing the parameters of your legal representation of him. Isn't that correct?
That's not correct. I mean, I can't say. I don't have my files or anything with me.
Well, sitting here, you do not have specific recollection or knowledge that you even had an engagement letter to represent him. Isn't that right?
I think I had an engagement letter, but I do not know specifically if I had an engagement letter.
Well, when did you open a file? Did you open when you represent someone, you open a file in your office? And when did you open the file on Mr. Wade?
I am going to object to the relevance of this line of questioning. There has been no dispute by the attorney or the client that there was an attorney-client relationship, and so I object to the relevance of the circumstances under which that engagement began, because as Mr. Gillen knows, that's not a factor in determining whether there was a true attorney-client relationship.
Well, Your Honor, it's not just up to Mr. Wade and Mr. Bradley, it's up to the court.
I agree with you there, Mr. Gillen, and so I'll give you a little bit of leeway, but I don't think we can spend too much time on this.
No,
so
okay,
we'll see.
Your Honor. Now, did you or did you not open a file in your law practice with Mr. Wade's name on it, yes or no?
Yes, I had a file with Mr. Wade's name on it.
When did you open that file?
I'm assuming 2017, 2018. I can't tell you the exact date. I've said that 3 or 4 times.
Well, let's approach it from another angle. When is the first invoice that you sent to Mr. Wade for your legal representation?
I didn't send him an invoice in that capacity.
So what we have here is you're not knowing whether you even have an engagement letter. You don't know whether you actually even billed him, correct?
I represented Mr. Wade. I signed the documents that we filed. I filed the documents. There's depositions that I had with the divorce attorney that was representing his wife.
I'm sorry, sir, that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is, did you bill him in your capacity as the lawyer that you're telling him?
I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, did you have any invoices where you billed him on an hourly basis?
I don't recall.
And the answer really is no, isn't it, sir?
I don't recall.
And the reason why it's no, isn't it, is because what happened is that you and Mr. Wade were in a law practice together, and it was a very small work environment, correct?
It was a work environment, yes.
A work environment where you and him would meet and talk literally every day, correct?
Not every day, no.
Well, almost every day.
Not almost every day. I stated earlier that I ran one side of a practice. Mr. Wade did, and we rarely were there at the same time. I stated that earlier today.
So Well, just give us totally how much money you got for representing Mr. Wade in this since 2017 or whenever you told us up until you dropped off the case in 2023.
I don't recall.
Would the answer be zero?
I do not recall.
Well, you would know whether you got paid or not, wouldn't you, sir?
I do not recall.
So you don't recall whether you as an attorney got a single dollar to represent Mr. Wade, correct?
That's correct.
Because you really did it as a friend, didn't you?
No, I did it as an attorney.
Well, an attorney that wasn't being paid. You were doing it pro bono for a friend, weren't you?
I'm going to ask me answer.
All right. So I'm just saying that, Mr. Gillen, I think the law is clear that money doesn't even have to change hands for that relationship. I'm making a finding based on the evidence that's already been presented, namely the fact that he signed pleadings to the depositions on Mr. Wade's behalf, that attorney-client relationship did exist.
Well,
at some point.
I was just laying the foundation to the circumstances in terms of the non-billing from the 2017 period and whether there was really an attorney-client privilege there. That's what I was trying to do.
Okay. If the dispute is just when it occurred, you can try to hone in on that, but the questions I've heard so far are more from you were never paid ever, it was from an overall angle.
Well, from 2017 until November of 2021, you didn't receive a dollar from Mr. Wade for your supposed or your representation of him, correct?
I don't have the file in front of me and I do not recall.
Okay. And the reality of it is, as I mentioned or asked you a few minutes ago, is that it was a small firm and you were doing him as essentially a favor as a friend and as a law partner, correct?
No, I was representing him as an attorney. Were we in the practice together? Yes. And were we, or are we friends? I mean, we were friends at the time, yes.
Well, you were friends and law partners, correct?
Yes.
And in a small firm, and I know because I'm in a small firm, people will sit around the office and talk about their social life and what they're doing, correct? Correct?
If that happens in your small firm, yes, yes.
Well, that doesn't happen, or did it happen in your small firm?
The witness has been asked very specific questions about conversations about socialization, and we've gone on through it, so I think this is asking actually.
All right, I'll answer this one question overruled.
Repeat the question.
Well, did you in your small firm have occasion to where people would sit around and socialize and talk about what was going on in their lives as opposed to merely talking about the law?
Yes.
And you had those conversations with Mr. Wade as a friend on a social basis, didn't you?
Objection, going back into the privileged communication.
Not yet, but it might.
I assume, yes, we talked about sports. We talked about, sports a whole lot.
You talked about life and about what was going on in your life and what was going on in his life, right? Right?
Sometimes, very rarely, yes, sometimes.
And that is what you do in a small work environment when you know people very well and you do favors for them, correct?
Again, I'm going to object.
Yeah.
Questions?
All right. Sustained. Next question, Mr. Gillen.
Now, in that capacity, didn't you have discussions with Mr. Wade about what was going on in his social life? That had nothing to do with him asking you legal advice.
Objection, to be more specific.
I think he's just asked whether he socializes outside of legal advice. So I think you can answer that question.
I did answer the question. I said we talked about sports a lot.
And I'm asking, sports is one thing. The social life, did you talk about each other's social life, like Mr. Wade, and who he was dating?
All right. So that'll be sustained on privilege.
Okay, Your Honor, just for the record, I would state that my objection would be that the privilege only protects communications in furtherance of seeking out illegal advice, not talking about something that might be personal or confidential, and that's the distinction that I would draw.
I think that's an accurate legal point. However, I think the witness has already been questioned and testified on this point. So, next question.
Now, you got into the fact that you were the initial attorney on the divorce case, correct?
That is correct.
Now, did you and Mr. Wade, without getting into discussions, did you and Mr. Wade together prepare his responses to the interrogatories filed initially in the work case?
I'm assuming we.
Objection. He's asking about the interrogatory responses, preparation of the case in the case. I mean, that's all covered under attorney-client as well.
Mr. Gill?
Well, I don't think it's attorney-client. Did they meet together? And when the interrogatory answers were filed, did he file them, and did he do that in concert with his client? There's nothing privileged there.
Did they meet and work together in that work, taking them talking back and forth to each other on the right responses?
I'll change a little bit. Did you review yourself interrogatory responses given in the divorce case?
I did.
And whatever knowledge that you had when you were involved in the interrogatory responses, you had the knowledge of all that material or information that you had without getting into the content.
Objection.
You had all of that knowledge and information. I'm sorry, I was like now
That's
before
what I was trying to say.
he objects. And when you filed those interrogatories, you had all the knowledge and information that you would obtain from Mr. Wade from 2017 up until the date the interrogatories were filed, didn't you, sir?
Okay, so that's the follow-up question to that is going to be incorporating knowledge learned during communications.
No, I'm not going to have a follow-up question. I just want to know whether is that the case? When he filed the interrogatory forms, he had all the information that he had discussed with Mr. Wade from 2017 up until the time. That's it. That's my final question.
Okay. In which case, without doing that extra assuming link that he based his answers on those communications, it has no relevance.
Well, it does in the sense that it shows what knowledge he may have had when he, the attorney, is filing interrogatory response. What it shows.
Okay. I'm still not seeing the relevance of his knowledge as the attorney filing the responses, unless you're linking this back to Mr. Wade.
It gets back, Your Honor, to whether or not, if you're an attorney and you're filing an interrogatory response, which you have reason to believe, or specific information to know that certain responses are not accurate, then you shouldn't be filing them. And now, so that's where I was going at. So if he's got a body of knowledge over here that's built up from his communications with Mr. Wade that everyone so dearly doesn't want everyone to know about, in spite of the allegations made against Ms. Merchant. Now,
so what if the question was, did you, when you signed your name to the interrogatories, did you commit any knowing fraudulent statement and submitting those to the court at the time? Would there be a problem with that statement or that question?
Well, I mean, I think that is a conclusion that others could draw, like the court. I just want to know that he had all that information at the time that he, as the attorney, filed the interrogatories. That's it.
We would object. This does fall under attorney-client, and he is making presumptions about when information may have or not have been disseminated to Mr. Bradley in his capacity as attorney. He didn't have to know about anything at the time of, in the middle of, at the end of. He may never have that information. There's too much presumption associated with it. The whole matter is covered under privilege.
One comment on that, Your Honor. We have spent almost a day talking about trying to block public the dissemination of what Mr. Wade said, either as an attorney or in any capacity, about his relationship with Ms. Willis prior to November the 1st, 2021. And questions about discussions in 2019, all objected to, claiming the privilege. And now to say, well, that doesn't mean that he learned something after. I'm talking about, what did you know at the time the interrogatories were filed? And everything that now they're claiming privilege, well, that's fine. The court will address that in chamber and in course. What did you know?
I'm sorry, I really don't see the distinction. So your question's noted for the record and your objection as well.
All right, and I'll follow up with this. Now, you're leaving removing yourself from the the case, the divorce case, correct? You withdrew from the divorce case, correct?
Correct.
Did you do that as a result of your concern about any of the accuracies or representations which have been made by your client in the divorce case?
No.
Objection.
Okay, so that's going to cover communications during the relationship?
Well, Your Honor, hypothetically, not saying this is the case, hypothetically, if Mr. Bradley, knowing, let's say hypothetically, that he speaking with Mr. Wade, was aware that the intimate or personal relationship, romantic relationship, existed prior to November the 1st, 2021, and started in 2019 or 2020, if he's armed with that information that he's obtained from Mr. Wade, but Mr. Wade would want to insist on responding to interrogatories which were contrary to the information that Mr. Bradley would have, then asking him whether he took steps as an attorney to say, I cannot be a part of that or countenance that, therefore I'm withdrawing from the case.
Sure. I still see that as covering their communications. So I'll sustain that objection.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Gill.
Thank you.
Mr. Kucherov, are you still with us? Anyone on behalf of Mr. Floyd still joining us? All right, moving on. Mr. Cromwell.
Just two brief questions, Your Honor. I think everybody's exhausted with this line of question, right? Let me go, Mr. Bradley. When did you withdraw from Mr. Wade's divorce case?
I don't have it in front of me. I don't have the file.
Was it sometime in 2023?
No. See, I left in 2022. It could have been anywhere between July of 2022 and maybe December of. It wasn't. I don't have the accurate date, but it wasn't when I left, and it wasn't.
I'll make it easier. You were not his divorce lawyer at the time the interrogatories were filed in May of 2023. Is that correct?
Oh no, I was not. Okay. Yes.
And as of today's date, Mr. Wade is still a married man. Would you agree?
I haven't kept up with the divorce proceedings, but I think they're still open.
Okay. So, and if they're still open, that means he's still a married man.
Yes, that's correct.
So, the fact that in a pleading there's a reference to the marriage irretrievably broken, that doesn't mean the marriage ends, does it?
I guess you have to ask the judge that's handling the case.
Well, it doesn't end until there's actually a divorce decree signed by a judge. Would you agree?
I would agree.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Cross, were you taking?
I am, Your Honor, and I'm going to have a minute. My cross-examination might be a long one, so we can go for about an hour and a half. So I have just a 5-minute break.
Sure. All right, we'll be back in 5. Okay, we're back on the record, and, oh, maybe number 9. We can get Mr. Bradley back. While he's coming out, Ms. Merchant, for planning purposes, based on Mr. Bradley's testimony was presented, do you anticipate calling any further witnesses? All right.
I think, Mr. Taylor had a copy of the church speech that I think he was talking to Ms. Cross about.
We'll handle that with housekeeping.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Ms. Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bradley, have you still got the exhibits 23, 24, 25 there in front of you?
I do.
And 23, that's one of the contracts for your personal LLC or PC, your personal legal entity, right? For the district attorney's office? Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I understood your testimony to be that any income that came into the partnership, when I say partnership, let me be more specific. You had an individual legal entity. Mr. Campbell had an individual legal entity. Mr. Wade had an individual legal entity. But y'all had a partnership agreement, right?
Yes, but we didn't have that the entire time.
There was a period of time that we've been talking, that we had talked about in 2022 prior to leaving the firm, that there was an actual entity for the 3 of you, correct?
That is correct.
And that was roughly during the time period where y'all bought a building together.
Yes, correct.
Right. And it made things simpler, or for whatever reason, you decided at that time that a joint entity made sense to own that building, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, but those contracts there, they're not with the joint entity, correct?
No, they're not.
Those are all with you individually, is that right? Can you take a look at 23, 24, and 25?
Yes.
They're all with you individually?
Yes.
Okay. 23, what's the hourly rate that you were being compensated? I think that was the first appearance?
23 is the, I don't think, no, 23 is not the first appearance. 23 is the taint, it says.
What's the hourly rate on that contract?
$150 an hour.
$150 an hour? All right. So the $150 an hour, the way I understand you all shared profits was you'd get 50, Mr. Campbell get 50, Mr. Wade get 50, and then y'all pay expenses jointly as well, correct?
Correct.
All right. What about exhibit number 24?
It seems to be the same.
Same amount?
I don't know if it's the same amount.
I'm interested in the amount. Can you tell me the hourly rate?
The amount was $65 an hour.
$65 an hour?
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's not a particularly high rate for an attorney in the Atlanta metro area, correct?
No, it's not.
All right. Was that a government rate that you were willing to accept at that time?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And so the $60 you're getting for that contract, again, that's split 3 ways, you, Mr. Wade, and Mr. Campbell, correct?
That is correct.
So when you were being
minus
asked,
expenses and stuff like that.
exactly,
yes.
exactly. That was the income, and then expenses come from that, and then profits, whatever's at the end, correct?
Correct.
All right. So when you were being asked questions about Mr. Wade, I think the phrasing, and I object to it, but I think you might recall the question, Mr. Wade brought you this contract, or Mr. Wade got you this contract. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I do.
All right. So we're talking then about a split among the 3 of you of about $20 a piece, right, for that particular contract?
For this one, yes.
All right. What about 24? You got 24 there? I'm sorry, 25. You got that in front of you?
I do.
What's the hourly rate on that one?
It's $150.
$150 on that one too? All right. And the same sharing went through the business the way you handled that contract as well, right?
That's correct.
All right. Who is Austin Dabney?
He was a probation officer that passed the bar, and we hired him and another individual. The other person didn't stay long.
And did Mr. Dabney and the other legal associate that you all had working for you at that time, did they do some work on these first appearance contracts?
Yes.
And that was a pretty good position for a younger lawyer to be sent to get some courtroom experience, correct?
That is correct.
All right. 2020, you're aware that Mr. Wade had a serious illness during that time?
I'm aware.
And you and Mr. Wade, I think you described your relationship in a lot of details earlier about specific circumstances. But you were business partners in, let's say, up till the time you left in summer 2022, correct?
That is correct.
You were business partners up until that time?
Yes, I said yes, that is correct.
Okay. And while you didn't socialize together frequently, you considered yourself a friend of Mr. Wade at that time?
Yes, we were friends at the time, yes.
All right. You are no longer business partners.
That is correct.
You are no longer friends.
I mean, if he's saying that we're not friends, then
I
yeah.
want to know what you think, Mr. Bradley. Do you consider yourself a friend of Mr. Wade?
I would consider.
It goes to potential bias.
Thank
Ms. Cross.
Would I consider myself a friend of Mr. Wade?
Mm-hmm.
I would.
You were asked questions, Mr. Bradley, about the circumstances under which you left the firm. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
All right. And you left the firm. The firm remained the same as far as other employees, Mr. Wade, Mr. Campbell, as the named partners of the firm. You were the one who left, correct?
That is correct.
And you termed it as a disagreement. You recall answering questions as though you left due to a disagreement. Yes?
Yes.
And that disagreement was that there was an allegation of sexual assault by an employee made against you, correct?
That is incorrect.
There was not an allegation that you that you sexually assaulted one of the employees in the firm.
That is incorrect, but yes. Yes.
Yes, there was an allegation that you sexually assaulted a member of the firm, correct?
Yes, there was an allegation, yes.
And as a result of that allegation, you left.
I did.
And you were no longer business partners with Mr. Wade.
That is correct.
The firm remained intact, and in fact, the employee involved remained with the firm, correct?
I'm not certain of that. They did leave the building, of course, and I don't know. Some employees did leave.
Mr. Bradley, you in fact paid that employee $20,000, correct?
That is incorrect as far as what was. No.
On or about the time that you left the firm, and on or about the time that the allegation of sexual assault was made against you, did you pay the person who had made the allegation of sexual assault any amount of money?
There was money left in an escrow that belonged to me. I don't know what that amount was.
And did that money that was left in the escrow that belonged to you, was that paid to the employee who said that you sexually assaulted her?
I never signed any, I never gave any money. I left the money in the escrow account. What happened to that money? I don't know what happened to it.
For what purpose did you leave the money in the escrow account when you left the firm?
I left the money in the escrow account.
For what purpose, sir?
There was no purpose.
You just left the money in the escrow account?
Yes.
If there's no connection to the money you left in the escrow account and the allegations of sexual assault that an employee of your firm made against you, why was it that you brought to my attention, or why did you respond the way you did about money in an escrow account when my question was, did you pay this employee any money?
I didn't hand any money It was money from an escrow account, to my knowledge.
To your knowledge, where did the money in the escrow account go?
To the employee.
To that employee. Was there one allegation or one incident of sexual assault with this employee, Mr. Bradley, or was there more than one?
Just one incident.
There were not two.
To my knowledge, there were not 2 incidents, no.
I'm asking for incidents that you have been involved in. Were there 2 incidents where you sexually assaulted this employee?
No, I didn't sexual assault anybody.
Was there another occasion where you paid any money as a result of an allegation of sexual assault against you?
No.
Did you sexually assault any clients of your firm?
No.
Never.
Never.
Who's Anna Rodriguez?
I don't even know their name.
You don't recall a client named Anna Rodriguez?
Anna Rodriguez? No, I do not.
Never met her?
I do not recall the name Anna Rodriguez.
Pardon me, Your Honor, I would object to this. I'm not sure what we're trying to do here. So I would object to responding to that question.
All right, Ms. Cross.
Your Honor, this clearly goes to the bias that the witness has towards Mr. Wade and other individuals, his motive in his involvement. And I believe it's an appropriate avenue to pursue based on exploring his credibility.
All right. At some point, though.
I'm not going to go much further.
Okay.
Judge, if this is allowed to continue in this way, it does appear a little bit harassing, then is Mr. Bradley going to be excused from his privilege because this is not...
That's what I was going to do. Don't do that yet. Just sit on it. I think she's already done that.
Your Honor, I'm asking in all seriousness, that privilege, although...
Based on the answer right now, I think now we've opened up a whole area. What he has just responded to, he previously said was privilege. That doesn't sound like privilege to me. We'll have to address that when we go back through the run. So, Ms. Cross.
I'm finished.
Okay. Mr. Sadow.
You were accused by Mr. Wade of misconduct in the course of your representation of Mr. Wade, correct?
I was not accused by Mr. Wade, no.
Who accused you? Did Mr. Wade not, based on the questions were just asked, did Mr. Wade not bring to your attention the sexual assault allegations?
Ask that again, please.
Mr. Wade brought to your attention the sexual assault allegations that you've been asked about by the prosecutor, correct?
Correct.
And at that time that Mr. Wade brought those allegations to your attention, you were still the attorney for Mr. Wade, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, your conduct as an attorney, and the attorney at that time for Mr. Wade was called into question by Mr. Wade's passing along to you allegations of misconduct, correct?
I object to that. I don't think that's factually true. I don't know that that's not, I know that that is not legally true. The attorney-client relationship is of a matter. It is not vitiated by other instances or anything outside that matter.
I'm not sure that that's accurate. He was accused by Mr. Wade, his client. Do you mind if I speak? I allowed you to speak. Mr. Wade accused this gentleman of misconduct in the performance of activity while he's an attorney working with Mr. Wade and representing Mr. Wade. Those allegations of misconduct open up the question of whether or not he can defend himself by his confidential communications with Mr. Wade in connection with the representation as well as the allegations. That's the position of the defense.
Understood. So what is the question you're putting?
My question I'm going to ask you now is, tell us what Mr. Wade told you about when he began his relationship with Ms. Willis.
All right, so where I think we are with this is that Mr. Bradley previously testified that the reason he left the firm was totally and completely covered by privilege. When asked by the state, he went into a factual scenario that, to my mind, I don't see how it relates to privilege at all. And so now I'm left wondering if Mr. Bradley has been properly interpreting privilege this entire time. And I think the only way I can cure that is by having that in-camera conversation with him.
May I suspend my redirect for you to have that conversation?
I think that makes sense, but is there anything else though that you were going to cover other than this issue?
No.
Okay. Ms. Cross, any reactions?
Only to, Your Honor, the premise of Mr. Sadow's question was that Mr. Wade accused Mr. Bradley of the sexual assault. That was not my question, and I don't believe that's factual, though there was an employee who accused Mr. Bradley of sexual assault.
Okay. But regardless, though, the point is that the circumstances of his departure from the firm, from what I've now heard, had nothing whatsoever to do with his representation of a divorce. Is that fair?
My question, I believe the testimony has been that the circumstances of Mr. Bradley leaving the firm were related, I can't say how much, but certainly in a large part, based on the allegation of sexual assault that was made against him by an employer.
Sure. And his previous testimony was that that was totally covered by privilege.
Yes, he lied.
Okay. All right. Other than this issue, which I think we've covered at length, was there any other questions based on Ms. Cross's examination from another defense counsel?
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. With that understanding, can this witness be excused, Ms. Merchant?
Yes, Judge.
All right. So, Mr. Bradley, I would ask, I don't know if we may be able to do it today.
I'm sorry, Judge, I don't think I could excuse him. Mr. Sadow had reserved the rest of his cross for after you determine the privileges.
Right. What I'm about to say just logistically is, what I'm trying to do is, if we can conclude this hearing with the exception of that in-camera hearing, we end for today. And if as a result of that in-camera hearing that I learned that we need to reopen the evidence, then that's what I'll do. So to that end, I can give Mr. Bradley instructions that he's to report back if upon order of the court, but otherwise, is there anything further the parties need from him today?
Not from him, but I wanted to get those certified.
I know there's other housekeeping things and things we need to do.
And based on the testimony, we do have another witness, Your Honor. It doesn't involve Mr. Bradley requiring to be here.
Okay, so now the state does have another witness.
I do.
Okay. All right. In that instance, okay, Mr. Bradley, you can step down, sir. However, I'm giving you the order to stay in touch with your attorney, and then we're going to have to find a time to meet again and go into a camera session. Do you understand, sir?
I do.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. You can step down. Mr. Chopper, do you have a card for me?
I do.
Okay.
At least I hope I do. I'm the worst lawyer on earth. I usually just tag bus stations with my name.
You can write down your contact information for us?
I will.
All right. Ms. Merchant, do you have any further witnesses?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Your Honor, on the issue of the Bill Selinsky, the 1006 versus 611, we're not going to call him. We think the chart, the foundation of the source of the chart is sufficient evidence, and we can just use the chart during argument under a 611 demonstrative.
Okay. And any objection to this entry as a demonstrative, Ms. Cross?
No, Your Honor. Given the parameters we discussed earlier.
Okay. Can we go ahead and mark that an exhibit and make it part of the record in advance of argument, since I don't know when we're going to be able to have that scheduled. I think this would be Defense Exhibit 28. But let me go down the order just so we're staying organized. Ms. Merchant does not have any further witness. Excuse me. Ms. Merchant, on behalf of Mr. Roman, has no further evidence. Mr. Sadow.
Your Honor, we are in the process, if the court will allow us, to obtain certain phone records and we would like the records kept open for the introduction of those phone records. We have them in draft. I say draft, we have them informally, we do not have certification. They would deal with, remember I asked Mr. Wade about certain activity down in Hapeville during the time period, and it deals with that specific time period. So we're talking about February to March of 2021 to November 1st.
And is it your intention that you would want to introduce these solely as an exhibit, or you think that this should reopen and bring us back for an entirely new evidentiary day with witnesses?
I think that we would want to, if what we believe is there, based on our preliminary research, is there, we'd like to reopen and be able to introduce the records and someone to explain what they mean. But that's it.
The state certainly has, sorry, were you finished, Mr. Sagan?
I believe so.
All right.
The state would certainly have an objection to that. This hearing has been set. We haven't seen the records, so I don't know if I have any objection to what they are. But the day has been set for quite a while. We object to leaving the evidence open for any purpose.
Okay. And Mr. Sagan, when did you first go about trying to obtain these records?
I think, I know it's also the Delta records. As soon as we got a hearing date and the state's response, so what happened was when the state responded, I think it was February 9th, and admitted to the relationship but put parameters on the timing, I sent some subpoenas out in response to that, so that was February 9th. Problem is, Delta, AT&T, all these folks aren't super fast about that. And so I know Delta, we're also waiting, I wanted to remind the court, waiting for those records to be printed in camera. And AT&T actually emailed me these phone records yesterday morning on the way to court.
Okay. All right. Any further exhibits that are self-authenticating? If counsel are able to provide those, obviously serve those on opposing counsel, and then before sending them over to us, let us know whether they would be tendered with or without objection, just purely on authentication or hearsay issues or relevance. We can make those part of the record, and I'll reserve whether this reopens a full hearing format. But the exhibits themselves, I'm willing to have come into the part of the record, but there will be a cutoff point very soon, as soon as we schedule argument. All right. Any other evidence, Mr. Sadow, then?
No, Your Honor.
So that would be cell records. Mr. Stockton? No. Any evidence? All right. Mr. Durham, if you're still with us?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. McDougald?
Certified copies I mentioned to Your Honor yesterday, Your Honor.
Okay. And why don't you lay those out for the record?
They are marked, not yet numbered. I believe our next exhibit would be 29.
28, I just said, was Mr. Gillen's demonstrative, just so I'm keeping it straight.
And so I previously provided these to the prosecution. 29 would be a certified copy of County Code Section 2-68.
Okay.
30 is a certified copy of County Code Section 2-69. 31 is a certified copy of County Code Section 2-79. 32 is certified copy of County Code Section 10-114. 33 is a certified copy of County Code Section 10-115. 34 is a certified copy of County Code Section 102-464. 35 is a certified copy of County Code Section 102-465. 36 is a certified copy of County Code Section 102-466. And 37 is a certified copy of a emergency motion by non-party deponent for protective order filed on behalf of D.A. Willis in the Wade divorce case.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Cross, objection to defense exhibits 32 through 37.
I object to their relevance, and I will take I will take opposing counsel's representation that the pleading is complete and accurate as it was filed, and object to the relevance of that as well, but not the authentication.
Okay, all right, we'll note the objection for the record and we'll admit them for whatever weight they do. So defense exhibits 32 through 37 are admitted. You get hand those to Madam Court Reporter. Any further evidence, Mr. McDougall?
No.
Okay, Mr. Rice?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Gillen, the demonstrative 38 or 28?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, and do you have a physical copy for us already? Great. All right, do we still have Mr. Kucherov with us on Zoom or anyone else on behalf of Mr. Floyd? So he's not on any longer? All right, I'm being informed that he dropped off Zoom, and so I'll make a finding that he voluntarily has absented himself from this hearing. Mr. Cromwell?
No evidence, John.
Okay. Ms. Cross, back to you.
If the defense presentation of evidence is done, I'd ask that all of the witnesses who have been subpoenaed but not called now be released.
I think that's fair. Ms. Merchant, any reason to hold on any of those witnesses?
No, Judge.
Okay.
And the state has 2 short witnesses, and that's it.
Okay, you may call your next witness, Ms. Cross.
Next witness for the state is Austin Dabney.
These witnesses are going to be, what would be?
Impeach the testimony of Mr. Bradley?
On collateral matter. We'll wait.
Yeah, we know it's there.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Austin Dabney. That's AUSTIN DADNEY.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dabney.
Good afternoon.
I want to direct your attention, well, first of all, how are you employed?
I am employed right now. I have my own firm.
You're a lawyer and you've got your own law firm?
That's correct.
All right. I want to direct your attention to 2021, 2022. What was your employment at that time?
Yes, I was employed with Wade Bradley Campbell firm.
And that's Nathan Wade, Terrence Bradley, and Chris Campbell?
That's correct.
All right. And what did you do in that firm?
I was an associate attorney.
All right. And don't need a whole lot of detail, but generally speaking, who in the firm did you work for? What kind of matters did you handle?
Well, I believe I worked for all of them equally. They would all give me tasks to do, which court dates to go to, what cases to work on.
I want to direct now your attention, Mr. Dabney, to a particular instance. Did you have occasion at any time to go to a club with Mr. Bradley?
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah. Did you have any occasion to go to a club, a nightclub or a bar situation with Mr. Bradley?
Yes, I have.
More than one time?
More than one time, yes.
The time that I'm going to direct your attention to, we spoke about a little earlier today. Do you recall any instance, Mr. Dabney, where Mr. Bradley, where you witnessed Mr. Bradley sexually assaulting him?
Your Honor, I object to this specific instance of impeachment is improper.
All right, how is this not extrinsic evidence in a collateral matter, Ms. Cross?
Maybe ask a better question. My question will be if this witnessed Mr. Bradley sexually assaulting another employee of the firm.
Same subject matter. How is that not issue on a collateral matter for impeachment?
I think it's not a collateral matter. Your Honor, the witness denied it. I think it is highly relevant. I think that it goes to the witness's credibility and his denial here this afternoon that he committed the assault. There's a witness I will proffer to the court who has firsthand knowledge and witnessed the event. I think that's highly relevant to his credibility and to the proceedings that we've had for the last few days.
still object, Your Honor.
I understand, Mr.
In the attempt to impeach Mr. Bradley, they have to live with whatever answer he gave. They can't have a sub-trial with the extrinsic evidence of misconduct here, so we would object.
608A. Right? 24-608A.
Ms. Cross, under 608, I don't see how this isn't well beyond the core facts at issue. I think you confronted with him. I think he answered them as he saw fit. An argument can be made as a result, but to go down a whole mini trial on whether he did or did not do this and circumstances of his leaving the firm, I don't see how that gets past 608.
I understand the ruling, Your Honor. Disagree, and just for my objection, I put a proffer on the record, not a detailed one, but that the...
I think you already have.
I'd like to, with the court's permission, I'd like to make it clear that the sexual assault I'm referring to, it was the same employee that I asked Mr. Bradley about. I just wanted that to be clear on the record.
Okay. All right. Understood. Is there anything else that is relevant to this witness?
Given the court's ruling, no.
All right. Questions from defense counsel?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
When did you start working at the law firm?
I believe I started working, to my recollection, March 2021.
Okay. And at that time, do I understand that there was what I would call a three-way partnership or sharing arrangement at the law firm?
I'm not aware of any sharing arrangements that they had, but there was the Wade, Bradley, and Campbell law firm.
Okay. And did you work in the law firm office on a daily basis?
I did.
And during the time period, you were there for the remainder of 2001? That is, you worked from March of 2001 at least to the end of 2001, correct?
I didn't even have a bar license in 2001.
I'm sorry, 2021. It's a little late. From March of 2021 to the end of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. During the time period that you were working at the law firm, did you see Fani Willis?
During my time, could you repeat that?
In that time period between March of 2021 and November 1st of 2021, did you see Miss Willis?
I may have recalled one instance where I saw her passing.
And when you saw her, was she at the law firm?
That would be correct.
And do you know who she went to visit?
I do not know.
You didn't see her go to Mr. Wade's office?
I do not recall.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Wade about Fani Willis?
Could you repeat your question?
Did you ever talk to Mr. Wade about Fani Willis during the time period of March of 2021 to November 1st of 2021?
No.
Did you know they were dating?
No, I did not.
Did you see anything did you ever socialize with Mr. Wade?
As far as being an employee, yes.
Well, I don't know what that means exactly, but did you ever go out to eat with Mr. Wade?
On occasion, he would take the office out to lunch.
Beyond that, did you ever go to a nightclub or drinking or any of that with him?
No, I did not.
Okay, so whatever relationship Mr. Wade had with Miss Willis during this time period, you don't have personal knowledge, correct?
I do not have any personal knowledge.
Okay. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Any other questions from defense counsel? Mr. Stockton?
When you started in March of 21, was that just you gave them a resume and started working there?
I don't understand your question.
When you started working there, is it a situation where your first day on the job is the first day you may have met him or shortly before you met him?
Again, I don't understand what you're asking.
Let me back up. Did you know Mr. Wade or any of his partners prior to March of 21?
Yes, I did.
How did you know them?
In a professional capacity. I used to be a community supervision officer with the Georgia Department of Community Supervision.
And where would that have been out of? Fulton County?
Cobb County.
How long did you know Mr. Wade prior to that?
I didn't see Mr. Wade in my professional capacity. I thought you were asking about all partners, but if you're only asking about Mr. Wade, if you could please clarify.
Okay, so you went to work for Mr. Wade in March of 21, correct?
I went to work for the Wade Bradley Campbell firm.
Okay. Prior to that, how long did you know Mr. Wade?
I did not know Mr. Wade prior to that.
At all?
At all.
No further questions?
Any other counsel? All right, seeing and hearing none. Any redirect, Ms. Cross?
No, Your Honor, subject to the court's ruling.
All right, can this witness be excused?
May.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness, Ms. Cross.
I believe I know the court's ruling, so let me proffer that the next witness the state would call would be Anna Rodriguez. Question, Mr. Bradley, about the sexual assault of Ms. Rodriguez, a client of the firm. He denied knowing her or recognizing her name. I believe Ms. Rodriguez's testimony would be impeaching of Mr. Bradley. I believe it's appropriate, but want to present that before I call.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cross. And so, based on that proffer and the subject matter proffered, I still believe that would fall under 608B as extrinsic evidence of a collateral matter. And so I don't think it's allowed under our rules of evidence.
Understanding that, I just make a proffer on the record that Ms. Rodriguez would testify that Mr. Bradley sexually assaulted her. She was a client at the time. And that would be impeaching of his testimony that he denies.
All right, understood. Any further evidence or witnesses, Ms. Cross?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, then at this time, for now, I'll consider the evidence closed, subject to any certified submissions by counsel, and subject to the results of the in-camera hearing. We will coordinate with all counsel to find a date to come back for summation. And to that end, again, using Ms. Merchant as kind of running lead on this, I'd like you to consult on whether that's going to be a collective response on behalf of the defendants. If not, then we're going to have to get into time allotment, and if it's more than a handful of counsel, it probably maybe be 10 to 15 minutes per side. And so, Mr. Sadon.
When did you say this might happen?
We'll follow up by email so we can coordinate with everyone's schedules. I want to make sure we have our same court reporter as well, so that the record is all in one place. And I know we have a lot of schedules to coordinate, but looking at either late next week, as in next Friday, or the following week.
And would we at least have the opportunity to get a transcript before we do that?
I think that's probably highly unlikely, but we'll see. It's just that would require a rush, and I know again we're in a shortage of court reporters, but I think there are other means you can refer to the evidence with confidence as to what was said.
All right.
Ms. Merchant.
The merchant's on leave next week.
Okay.
You said next
Like I said, we will. We're gonna follow up with scheduling.
Thank you.
Now, Your Honor,
Mr. Gillen.
the argument would be on this hearing,
And
also on the forensic misconduct.
any other claims brought in any of the filings regarding forensic misconduct, this whole line of questioning?
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from defense counsel? Anything from the state?
Your Honor, we would just ask that we be allowed to submit a brief as it relates to the rulings that you just made, as relates to the objections by defense counsel under 607 and 6021 was the impeachment by contradiction, which in the state's understanding would allow the use of extrinsic evidence to impeach the specific testimony here of Mr. Bradley. Just asking for leave to provide a brief and have the court to further consider your ruling.
Well, if you still got your witnesses here and you think you've got a better legal argument, I'm willing to hear it. You said 607 and 608.
607 and 621.
Okay, I see 621 and I see 608. And
in both of those instances, they allow testimony that's related to the testimony of another witness here, Mr. Bradley, that we can prove this is patently false, as he testified that he didn't commit a sexual assault and that he didn't pay off witnesses and things of that nature.
Okay, and how do you get around 608B's prohibition on extrinsic evidence of collateral matters?
Both 607 and 621 allow the use of extrinsic evidence to specifically impeach facts known to be false.
But if that held true, respectfully, that would mean that any time a witness denied something, you'd be able to, of a matter testified to, you'd be able to impeach with extrinsic evidence, and that's, respectfully, that's not.
Well, here's what I'm fine with. Mr. Abadi, if you want to submit that brief on purely legal argument, you can, but I don't want to have this as a vehicle to essentially put forth an extended and long-winded proffer of what you expected the evidence to be. So if you think I've made a legal error on that point, feel free to brief it, and we can reopen the hearing if that's legally invalid. Okay? All right. Mr. Chopra, is your client still here?
I believe so, Your Honor, but I'm sorry.
That's fine. If he is still here, let's relocate to the jury room.
Certainly.
Okay. We will be adjourned for today. Thank you all.